Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. We bring you hundreds of novel audiobooks covering every genre and every kind of story you can imagine. Action? We've got it. Adventure? Absolutely. Horror? Of course. Whether it's the legendary Uchiha massacre or outrageous tales like stealing Naruto's and Sasuke's women, you'll find it here. From epic series like One Piece, Bleach, Fairy Tail, and Hunter x Hunter, to countless other adventures, our library has it all. Love novels but don't have time to read? No worries, just plug in your earbuds, sit back, and let the story take over. Good listening, and happy hearing, and had even gotten to the point where they verbally sparred over the internet, were publicly expressing their admiration for A Bite of China. As for Zhang Yi himself, he also spent some time analyzing the reasons why A Bite of China could succeed. In his previous world, A Bite of China only got popular after a while. Its average viewership rating was also not comparable to that of The Voices. But in this world, many things had changed. For example, the downturn of the market environment in which The Voice did not manage to earn viewership ratings comparable to that of Zhang Yi's previous world. Whether it was the average viewership rating or the highest viewership rating, it was largely discounted when compared to his previous world. This was caused by a lot of objective factors, such as online broadcasting, which had cannibalized a large audience base here. It's not like there was a drop in the audience numbers of those who watched The Voice, just that a part of the viewership ratings were shared by the online broadcast. A lot of these audiences did not watch The Voice on television but online instead, so the viewership ratings naturally became lower. Well, for A Bite of China, because of Zhang Yi's affiliation with the show and the promotions done for it, factored in with the lack of culture within this world's domestic documentary industry, that had allowed the documentary to be powered up in advance. These were all reasons for its success. 8 p.m. at night. On Central TV Channel 14, A Bite of China started broadcasting. It was the 4th episode, The Taste of Time. For food, time is both a friend and an enemy. Though there are many modern techniques for preserving food, the classical methods of salting, air drying, stewing and smoking can produce a unique flavor very different from and even better than when the flavor is fresh. Even to this day, Chinese people are still particularly fond of foods preserved with traditional methods. In the autumn morning, the ancient Hulan River runs through the wilderness. Guangzhou. At an apartment building. A family of 3 were currently tuned to Channel 14. Their child was only 9 years old. Mom, it's such a nice show to watch. Yes, it's really good, isn't it? I feel like eating ham. Alright, Mom will order some for you online. I want to eat it now. But the markets are already closed right now. Tianjin. At a restaurant. What program is this? It's A Bite of China. Don't you know about it? It's really quite good. My appetite has increased just from watching it. I've already followed it for the past 3 episodes. Zhang Yi's narration sounds really steady and mature. It's nice to listen to. Beijing. The soccer match is beginning. What are you still watching soccer for? Let's watch A Bite of China instead. Damn, don't do that. You can catch up on it online later. That won't do. It won't be the same feeling. This sort of a documentary should be watched on the TV to gain the maximum emotional impact. Besides, the online broadcast will only be shown tomorrow, and I can't wait a moment longer to watch it. You'll know what I mean when you watch it. It's particularly addicting. You won't want to stop watching. Are you serious? Wow, the episode today is also very interesting. Let's watch it quickly. The next day. Sunday. Zhang Yi had just left his house when he got a call from Fan Wenli. Director Zhang, are you going to work today? I've just come out and will be on my way to work. I'm at the Guangwai area right now. My car broke down and I'm in a rush to get to the studio recording. Do you think you can give me a lift? Sure, send me your location. Around 10 minutes later, Zhang Yi arrived to pick up Fan Wenli. Her assistant stayed behind to wait for the tow truck to arrive while Fan Wenli hopped into Zhang Yi's BMW. After she got in, she took off her face mask and sunglasses. Zhang Yi laughed. Why were you so unlucky? Fan Wenli said helplessly, it's been this way for the past few days already. What happened? Zhang Yi asked. Fan Wenli didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she replied, you have totally done me in this time. When we were recording Rise to the Dance, we all felt so confident about the show and even thought that we could sweep away at all the other shows. But then you came along with A Bite of China and forced us down into the supporting role. Zhang Yi said, oh come on, your show is also doing quite well in the viewership ratings. It can't be compared to you guys. Fan Wenli shook her head and stated, we can't even be considered the supporting role anymore now. It's like we don't really exist anymore. Zhang Yi did not know how to answer her, so he just remarked, anyway, you've already received your joining fee. Besides, A viewership rating of 1 point something% is surely going to help you increase your popularity as well. Isn't that still a very good outcome? If my documentary had a place for guests, I would definitely have invited you to join. Fan Wenli looked at him and laughed. Remember to contact me the next time you have a new project. You might not know about the situation in the Rise to the Dance program team now, but it's really in a state of turmoil. A lot of people have been dealt a big blow because of you, and some of them are even hoping for the 4th episode of your documentary to suffer a drop in the viewership ratings. Zhang Yi was all smiles at that. Who knows? It might really drop. I don't think so, Fan Wenli replied. At Central TV. Department 14. The staff had come very early to work today even though it was not forced overtime. Everyone turned up in full attendance and earlier than they would have on a usual working day. When Zhang Yi arrived, he immediately heard everyone guessing about the viewership rating for the 4th episode. Zhang Yi was waiting to find out. Yan Tanfei was waiting to find out. The media was waiting to find out. The people at Rise to the Dance were also waiting to find out. This was after all a documentary program and the accomplishments by it up until now was history in the making by Zhang Yi. However, it was also an unknown development and no one could predict how it would turn out. At Central TV Department 1, Zhu Yaiping, Chen Yi, and the others had evil intentions as they hoped for A Bite of China to suddenly wilt in its performance. They were all anticipating for the 4th episode to not match up to its heaven-defying performance of the 3rd episode. This was also the only chance in which Rise to the Dance could make a comeback, because they knew that they had already given the show their all and there was no way to further bring the viewership ratings to next level. Therefore, the only hope they had was to wish for A Bite of China to falter. However, things did not develop the way they'd hoped. At 9:30 a.m., the nationwide viewership ratings for the previous day were released. Department 14 was full of cheers. This is too awesome. We've gotten number 1 again. It's us again. Heavens, we've outdone The Voice? Yes, we've gone beyond that. We've really gone beyond that. It's only the 4th episode. This is just the 4th episode. A Bite of China was ranked number 1 nationwide. Its viewership rating was 2.46%. With this news, the industry was once again in an uproar. Not only was it due to A Bite of China not slipping up in the viewership ratings or that it was consistently popular, but because the 4th episode's viewership rating had surpassed The Voice's season finale highest viewership rating of 2.45%, which also happened to be the highest viewership rating in the 5 most recent years. Although it had only surpassed it by 0.01%, it was still a new record. This result had created a totally new legend. A Bite of China had strongly ascended to the top. Zhang Yi had broken the record and legend that he had set previously. The internet was abuzz with commotion. The media also blew up. The heaven-defying Zhang Yi. Those who gain Zhang Yi can rule the world. After learning about the viewership rating for the 3rd episode, I no longer had any doubts that A Bite of China would surpass The Voice. I thought it was just a matter of time, but I did not expect it to do so by the 4th episode. This is too fast. This is way too fast. Cheering for A Bite of China. Cheering for Zhang Yi. As a hardcore fan of teacher Zhang Yi, I only wish to fucking shout out anyone else. In an instant, all of Zhang Yi's fans appeared. Big Saber Bro, anyone else? Zhang Yi number 1 fan, anyone else? Zhang Yi number 108 fan, anyone else? Zhu Yaiping was silenced. Chen Yi's Weibo was devoid of any activity for 2 days now. Central TV Department 1 was terrified into silence. A lot of them were still asking that same question from yesterday which they likely had no answer for. Why? Just why did it turn out this way? Similarly, the Saturday variety shows were equally close to tears. EB Television. Leader, our viewership rating has dropped significantly. By how much? Yesterday's viewership rating was only 0.33%. This was all caused by A Bite of China. They have stolen our viewers away. We're also at the 8 p.m. broadcast slot, so we were greatly affected by it. If it goes on like this, our show won't be far from getting cancelled. A Bite of China is out of control. I'm numb. Why did they choose to broadcast on Saturday as well? Isn't it good enough to just stay as a back-to-back broadcast on Friday? Why did they have to go crazy and broadcast during the Saturday slot as well? Aren't they ripping us off this way? Zhejiang Television. At a newly formed program team office. Little Tong, is the recording for the show done yet? It's finished, boss. Okay, the broadcast slot that you guys have asked for previously has been arranged. It'll be broadcast on Saturday at 8 p.m. starting from the week after next. I have high hopes for you all. Boss, about the broadcast schedule. What's the matter? We would like to ask if there are still other available broadcast slots on Sunday for our station? Hyuga Television. Director, why did you reschedule our show to 8 p.m. on Saturday? Because that slot was empty and no one wants to take it. Damn, then we don't want to take it either. You guys have to believe in yourselves and have confidence. But we don't have any confidence. The opponent is a bite of China. To broadcast at the same time as them, how would we be able to get any viewership? Director, you can't send us to our deaths like that. A lot of people were cursing. A lot of people were in tears. No one wanted to broadcast at the same time as a bite of China. Or rather, no one dared to broadcast at the same time as a bite of China. This scene was playing out at many of the other television stations. Some program teams actively applied to delay their premiere episodes, while some television stations also reluctantly changed the broadcast schedule in order to protect their blockbuster shows. They had to purposely avoid the broadcast time of A Bite of China. Everyone was avoiding it. Everyone's expressions changed the moment this was mentioned. Since when did a documentary which no one had ever placed any importance on become a TV show that could sweep the entire nation with a commanding presence? They were basically invincible. 830 Celebrity Chat Group Chapter 830, Celebrity Chat Group a few days later. Friday, morning. During work hours, Yan Tanfai's secretary went to look for Zhang Yi. Director Zhang, Director Yan wanted me to remind you not to forget about tonight's National Television Awards ceremony. The secretary said smiling. Director Yan says that you should dress formally for the event. You have 2 nominations, one for A Bite of China and another for The Voice, both of which have very high hopes of winning, so we can't neglect your dress. Zhang Yi gave a smile to that and said, alright, I will. Hakiki said, we have formal suits here at Central TV. Yeah, let's pick one out for Director Zhang later, Zhang Zuo chipped in cheerfully. Zhang Yi waved it off. Forget it, I'll just wear the suit that I have on now. Director Yan will be going as well. I'm just the sidekick. The secretary suddenly whispered to him, the station is currently holding a meeting to discuss this year's Golden Microphone Awards. They are already studying the nominees. Director Yan believes that Central TV Department 1 definitely won't push a nomination for you, so he has to be there to submit a nomination for you instead. It's still the same as previous years. Each station will nominate their candidates to fight for the 3 spots in the television hosting category of the Golden Microphone Awards. Winner determined by their skill. Zhang Yi asked, I haven't been working long enough to qualify for the 3 years criteria, right? But you have enough shows under your belt. The secretary replied, you have Ghost Blows Out the Light, Lecture Room, Zhang Yi's Talk Show, The Voice, and A Bite of China on your resume, so you're already considered a veteran in this industry. That criteria of 3 years in the industry to qualify is not a rigid one and exceptions can always be made. When Zhang Yi had just debuted, he did so at Beijing radio station. That was also the place where he got the very first award of his life, an award that was very important and meaningful to him, the National Broadcasting Newcomer Awards, also known as the Silver Microphone Award. It was only since then that Zhang Yi could officially be considered to have entered the industry and gotten on track in his line of work. After a year, it was time for the National Broadcasting Awards again. Zhang Yi was also anticipating this event, as no matter how many fields he had crossed over to before, his main profession still laid in broadcasting. The Golden Microphone Awards. A national-level award. And also the most prestigious award in the broadcasting world. As long as one was still a host, they would definitely look forward to achieving this honor. This would be the highest affirmation to a broadcaster. Ring, ring, ring. It was a call from Dean Pan of Peking University's School of Mathematical Sciences. Zhang Yi stepped away to answer the call. Hello, Dean Pan. Pan Yang chuckled, Professor Zhang, it's almost the end of the year. It's time for the academic awards to be given out. I've just received notice that the Chinese Academy of Sciences Selection Committee has approached Peking University to get your details and photo. They wanted me to inform you that you have been nominated for this year's Nationwide Outstanding Contribution in Mathematics Award. I will send you a form later, so just get it printed and fill in the details before sending it back to me. You have to place importance on this matter as it is one of the most prestigious mathematics award in the country. About the Able Math Prize that you rejected the last time, since that's already in the past. There's no point in talking about it anymore. But for this Nationwide Outstanding Contribution in Mathematics Award, you have to accept it and let Peking University have something to be proud of. Zhang Yi replied, another award? What do you mean by another? Pan Yang asked. Zhang Yi hurriedly said, it's nothing. I got it, Dean Pan. I will definitely cooperate this time, don't you worry. Dean Pan stated with satisfaction, alright then, once the awards ceremony date has been set, I will contact you again. Our math team had a meeting just now and all of us did an analysis. We estimated your chances of winning to be very high, since if there was any major breakthrough in the mathematics field this year, it would only be your proof of Dale's conjecture. If they don't give you the award, then no one else should be getting it. It was the end of the year and the award ceremonies to be held were piling up. Zhang Yi worked on filling in the form and preparing a passport-size photo. By the time he was done, it was already noon. After he ate lunch, there wasn't much work left to do, so he went online to check the latest celebrity rankings index. He found his name and realized that his popularity score, which had not fluctuated much during the time he was out of the station for the documentary filming, had suddenly shot up in the past 2 weeks. From his original place in the middle of the B-list rankings, he moved up by 2 spots all of a sudden. He was now considered to be a true frontrunner of the B-list rankings. In the B-list rankings, the popularity score separating each celebrity was very large. It was very difficult just to advance a spot, much less advance 2 spots within such a short period of time. Moreover, A Bite of China had only broadcast for 4 episodes. There still seemed to be room for improvement, so Zhang Yi was closing in on the A-list rankings now. This was the result of Zhang Yi's preparations to ensure his success. Before this, when Zhang Yi was frozen and restrained by Central TV Department 1, his popularity was at stake as he took preventative measures with the release of Plants vs. Zombies, which barely helped him maintain his popularity level. Together with his poem, forfeiture of the Abel Math Prize, and a series of other moves, they earned him these past 2 months and allowed him to reorganize his strategy by making A Bite of China. In retrospect now, all of the hard work that Zhang Yi put in had not been in vain. A Bite of China did not disappoint him and had really helped him to reverse his situation in the most astonishing of ways. Zhang Yi's popularity, which had stagnated for a few months, was now explosively making a comeback. He was once again moving forward in his career. This was undoubtedly good news to him, and it also made him extremely excited. This updated list of the celebrity rankings index also had some changes other than his. Not mentioning those on the D and E lists, 2 months ago when a male singer in the C-list rankings was exposed to be lip-syncing in his concert by fans, it led to a conflict between the concert staff and some fans. That male singer even started scolding some people during the incident, revealed by the media later on. In this latest ranking index, that male singer who was already hovering at the bottom of the C-list rankings had now dropped to the D-list and was unlikely to be making a comeback anytime soon. There were also some changes in the B-list celebrity rankings, but it was not a great change overall. Chen Yu rose up 1 spot through Rise to the Dance, which scored viewership ratings of over 1% in 2 weeks, even if it did not perform to its potential. The couple of Fan Wenli and Chen Guang did not have much change to their popularity scores and maintained their places, with one in the middle of the B-list rankings while the other was in the lower half. However, Zhang Yi was already slowly pulling away from them. As for the A-list and S-list rankings, there were no changes there. The same people still filled up the same spots, since at that level, it was extremely difficult to even climb 1 spot. Zhang Yi deliberately searched through the rankings to find out about some of his friends' popularity scores. Yao Jiankai had a newly released movie which helped him grow in popularity. Zhang Yuanqi kept her place in the S-list rankings with no one able to get close to her. Dong Shanshan was one of the fastest rising celebrity friends of Zhang Yi. With Do You Remember's long-running broadcast and rather good viewership ratings, Dong Shanshan was already making her way to the forefront of the D-list rankings. She was still quite a few spots away from entering the C-list rankings, but it was not too far off anymore. This was the advantage of having looks and a figure, with Dong Shanshan having a better bearing as a celebrity. She had all the right qualities to be a celebrity. So as long as she had a good platform to perform on, she would definitely do it well. This was her natural-born advantage, and other people couldn't even start to envy this trait of hers even if they wanted to. That was about it. Zhang Yi checked around online for a long time before finally closing his web browser. DD. The chat tap alert on his cell phone suddenly sounded. He opened the app to take a look and found that it wasn't a new message notification but an invitation notification to join a chat group instead. Group name, Goof Group invited by, Summer Radish. What? Who's the one goofing around right now? Zhang Yi hit reject right away. But shortly after, the invitation notification came on again. Zhang Yi was speechless at this and pressed reject again. Then the invitation notification came for the 3rd time. This time, it included a message, Your sister. Teacher Zhang, hurry up and join the group already. I am Ning Lan. Ning Lan? That Ning Lan? Zhang Yi was stunned. Of course he knew this name. It was the name of a very popular A-list female celebrity. In fact, he had only just seen the name on a celebrity ranking index a moment ago. Ning Lan had starred in no less than 8 movies that grossed over 100 million RMB each. She debuted 10 years ago and had won one of the most prestigious national awards as the Best Supporting Actress. The number of movies she was featured in since her debut were even more than Zhang Yuanqi's, probably in the figure of around 50 to 60 films. She was well known in the industry as a workaholic who would take part in a lot of projects, while her popularity was built up gradually from all of these movies she did. That was also how she had managed to gain a unique status and popularity in the movie industry. Ninglan was even Zhang Yuanqi's best friend and they enjoyed a very good relationship together. This time, Zhang Yi did not dare to reject the invitation anymore and just skeptically tapped accept. All of a sudden, he was dragged into this chat called the Goof Group. The group was rather lively. Huo Dongfang, who was this? Dong Tsai, who did Sister Ning pull into the group? Liao Hinan, I'm your daddy. Who are you? Fan Wenli, ahem, that's Zhang Yi. Chen Guang, damn, it's Director Zhang. What a cheap thrill of a nickname. Then, a notification was displayed in the chat. Administrator Ninglan has renamed I'm your daddy to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi quickly greeted everybody with a hello, everyone. Then he went to check out the group members. It was somewhat disorderly as there were over 50 people in the group. It wasn't a lot of people, but without an exception, each and every one of these people was a big shot in the entertainment industry. Zhang Yi had only seen Huo Dongfang and a couple of Fan Wenli and Chen Guang before. The members were, at the minimum, B-list celebrities. Within this group, there was also Zhang Yuanqi's name displayed. There were no managers. There were no assistants. There was no one from the management agencies. This was a group purely consisting of celebrities. No matter who you showed this group's participants to, it would definitely scare the shit out of them. It was too epic. Even if it were the most prestigious awards ceremony in the industry, they probably couldn't gather so many big names together at once. Like that Heavenly King who had already semi-retired. He might not want to make a public appearance anymore. Yet his name was still quietly sitting in that list of chat group participants. Ninglan sent a gloomy-looking emoji and said, it wasn't easy to get Zhang Yi into this group. Attention, everyone, let's welcome our newest member, the famous host, producer, director, mathematician, literary scholar, calligrapher, lyricist, and composer, teacher Zhang Yi to our group. Fan Wenli posted a smiley face. Applause. Liao Hinan, her, welcome. Dong Tsai, oh, so it's Zhang Yi. Welcome to the group. A Bite of China is awesome. My children and I are watching it every time it comes on. A lot of those who were online also popped up. Zhang Yi was flattered. Thanks for welcoming me, everyone. What group is this? Ninglan explained happily, this is our little social circle, a place where we usually chat about anything under the sun. The members are all rather well-respected people in the industry. This group has been set up for many years already. We don't usually add new members here either. They didn't usually add new members? Then why did they add me today? Zhang Yi knew that with his growth in popularity, he had also gained the qualifications to become part of this top circle in the entertainment industry. When he checked the member list again, he realized that a lot of the B-list celebrities were also not in here, like how there was no Chen Yi. Even this new host of the Spring Festival Gala was not qualified to join? Ninglan hesitated for a moment, and then said in the group, but it was really very difficult to get my hands on Teacher Zhang's chat ID. By rights, with your reputation, it should be very easy to find out if I just asked around casually. But our chat admins and I went around asking all of our friends and still couldn't find out anything. There was no way to contact you whatsoever. I even called a friend of mine at Central TV who's a host there but still couldn't find out anything. Teacher Little he said that although you've been with Central TV for half a year now, he has never seen you there before. It was only when Wenli and Old Chin came online that I managed to get your contact info. My point is, Zhang Yi, just how bad are your relationships with others? PFFT. Ha ha ha. The people in the group burst out into laughter. Another big-name celebrity at this level with such terrible relationships couldn't be found besides Zhang Yi. 831 Seeking Zhang Yi's Help. Chapter 831, Seeking Zhang Yi's Help. On his cell phone. The chat group notifications were going off like crazy. Chen Guang, Director Zhang is so popular that he no longer has any friends. Little Dong Tsai, in the past when they said that Zhang Yi wasn't very sociable, I still gave him the benefit of doubt. So it seems the rumors are true after all, and it's even worse than I expected. Teacher Zhang, I'd really like to know how you've managed to survive for the past 2 years. Fan Wenli, laughs Zhang Yi typed out unashamed, I don't really know, but there are always people who find me unlikable and keep opposing me. They even try to bully me and that makes me so infuriated. Ninglan was quite speechless at that. But why does it look like you're the one who is bullying them instead? Zhang Yi. Chen Guang, ha 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 ha. Fan Wenli also sent an eye-rolling emoji. Who can bully you, Director Zhang? Once the people in the industry hear your name, they all avoid you immediately. Zhang Yi just replied, oh, give me a break. Liao Hinan, what Wenli says is true. Teacher Little Han from Zhejiang Television is also considered one of the top hosts in the industry, but when I had a chat with her on the phone yesterday, she told me that her new show has been rescheduled. It shifted from the Friday primetime slot to a later time after 9 p.m. on the same day, all that just to avoid clashing with a bite of China's broadcast. Even a big satellite station like Zhejiang Television is avoiding your documentary, and it should be the same for the other television stations as well. Huo Dongfang, the future is ominous for old fans and my show. Zhang Yi was also quite embarrassed by this. Although he didn't like Rise to the Dance, and he was also biased against Central TV Department 1 as well as Zhu Yiping and Chen Yi, towards an A-list celebrity like Huo Dongfang, he actually did not have anything against him. Even if they had only met once before, there were no grudges between them. Fan Wenli, old Huo, let's get him next time. Huo Dongfang laughed, we must definitely do so. Naturally, Zhang Yi did not raise any objections to that. At this moment, Ning Lan said, Zhang Yi, the next time you have a good show like this, if it's a variety show, remember to save me a spot on your show. I've got a little brother in my management agency, one of the juniors who I get along better with, but he hasn't been able to get a breakthrough all this while. Zhang Yi thought about it before replying, sure, but I don't think I'll be doing any variety shows for a while. Ning Lan, there's no rush. It's all in the future. We can always talk about it again later. Zhang Yi, sure. Suddenly, Dong Tsai said, Teacher Zhang, I would like to ask you for a favor too. Zhang Yi, what is it? Dong Tsai sent a blushing emoji and asked, my cousin's son who is around my age is in his 3rd year of high school. He'll be taking the college entrance exam next year and wants to apply for a university in Beijing, specifically Tsinghua or Peking University. I've asked around to see if something could be arranged, but have not heard anything favorable so far. Since you're an associate professor at Peking University, do you think you could help? Zhang Yi returned with all seriousness, what are his results like? Dong Tsai replied, he has particularly good results, it's just that his household is registered under a city in the northwest. The admissions quota for Tsinghua and Peking University over there is limited and can even be very low, so even if his results are one of the top, he still might not qualify. Zhang Yi asked again, which department does he want to apply to then? Dong Tsai, any science departments will do, as long as he can qualify for either of the universities. Understanding the situation, Zhang Yi replied, alright then, as long as he's not picky about the department and he can hit the cutoff score for Peking University next year, I'll put in a word for him. I'll get whichever department has more places to reserve a spot for him. There won't be a need to depend on the provincial quota for admissions that way then. Dong Tsai sent a grinning face. Thank you so much. Zhang Yi, it's nothing. Dong Tsai, it's not nothing. I've asked so many people but none of them could do anything for me. Zhang Yi, it will still have to depend on him getting the results to qualify for the cutoff score. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to help either. If the results didn't hit the cutoff score and there was no subject that the applicant particularly excelled in, then even if Zhang Yi were to make a recommendation, the Peking University Admissions Board would definitely not want to make a concession. Zhang Yi did not know Dong Tsai's real name, but most people called her Dong Tsai or Dong Dong, which was her stage name. She was a female celebrity who is more popular than Zhang Yi and ranked at the top of the B-list celebrity rankings, quite a few places higher than him. She was around the same age as Zhang Yi, or could be a little older than him, but his impression of her was that she was baby-faced and looked a little young, like she was still in her teens. The group she led was comprised of a trio of girls and was considered one of the more famous idol groups in Chinese entertainment. Their main activities included singing, dancing, making movies, acting in television dramas, taking part in charity events, and many other things. Although their singing, dancing, and acting skills were average, this idol group had the looks, which was enough for them to succeed. Together with their management's relentless marketing, Dong Tsai's group had become very popular throughout China and also made quite a name for themselves around Asia. Their fan demographics covered almost all of the men. There were also a lot of female fans. It was always good if you looked pretty. Zhang Yi was very envious of that. Just look at them, did they have to suffer and slowly climb up the popularity charts like him? He was envious of these celebrity idols, but little did he realize that many of these celebrity idols were also especially envious of him. For example, those from Dong Tsai's group knew that even if they continued to work hard and promote themselves, no matter how popular they got, their fans' attitude to them would just stay at the level of idolizing and fan mania. They would never ever be able to earn the deep respect and admiration that Zhang Yi's fans gave to him, and these could never be earned with just their looks and figures. This was also the reason why Zhang Yi was added to the Celebrity Goof group even though they didn't usually add new members. In certain areas, Zhang Yi had really reached the peak of perfection. Even though most of the chat group participants were more popular than Zhang Yi, none of them dared to underestimate him. Even those celebrities who were the most proud and arrogant had to admit that they couldn't do the things that Zhang Yi had done. Like forfeiting an award. Like beating up a leader. Like suing Central TV. Like scolding the Sarft. And in doing so, no one could do anything about his actions, so wouldn't this be considered a skill as well? Moreover, to all the celebrities in the entertainment industry, this ability was extremely heaven-defying. After chatting for about half an hour, Zhang Yi had already blended in with their group and it became easier to freely express himself. From time to time, some chat group lurkers or those who had just come online would join the chat. An A-list celebrity said, "We have a new member? A certain top B-list celebrity, isn't that Zhang Yi? Welcome." It was from a director who is in the B-list rankings. In this group, there were no ordinary people at all. Not even Chen Yi, who was a host of the Spring Festival Gala, could join this group, so it would be silly to say that any one of these participants were simple people. For example, this popular director was someone who Zhang Yi had long since heard about. He did not expect that he would actually pop up to welcome him. Usually, a director's job scope was kept to the behind-the-scenes things. Zhang Yi was also in this occupation, so he understood very well that if a director could climb up into the B-list celebrity rankings, it would mean that he had a very big reputation. Although this director made movies, he would also sometimes take part in the acting by taking on the lead role himself. But without a doubt, his main source of popularity had come from the movies that he directed. In the domestic entertainment industry, he was one of the biggest name directors around, with very strong qualifications. 1/5 of the people in this group had worked with him before and 1/10 of the group were made popular by him. They were all big shots. Dongzai, teacher Zhang doesn't have a management agency yet, right? Zhang Yi, not yet. Dongzai, our agency is quite good. Someone got me to ask you if you would like to consider joining us. Zhang Yi, sorry, but I have no plans at the moment. It's easier to manage on my own. Besides, I doubt any agencies would dare sign me. Liao Hinan, you don't even have a manager? Zhang Yi, not for now. Liao Hinan was exasperated by that. You're really? He did not complete his thought. Chen Guang helped him speak up. He's never done things the usual way anyways. Winli and I have already gotten used to it. Dongzai, teacher Zhang is really carefree, unlike the group of us. We have the burden of feeding our team and take into account every decision that we make because of them. But teacher Zhang has no such worries at all. I'm so envious of you. Zhang Yi, I might have freedom, but everything is handled by me. I have to look for my own work and sign my own endorsements. When things happen, I still have to handle the emergency public relations by myself, unlike you guys who have a company to back you up. There are so many things that I have to do on my own, so I don't really have that much freedom either as compared to you. Fan Wenli, the grass is always greener, I guess. But I still suggest that you get yourself a manager to handle matters for you. This wouldn't restrict your freedom anyway. Just get a family member or a friend, as long as it's someone you trust. When I just debuted, I had my younger sister take care of matters for me. Zhang Yi, but the main issue is that I have no one in mind. I'll think about it again later. Manager? This could be seriously considered since there wouldn't be a management agency involved. As long as the manager was directly employed by Zhang Yi himself, he wouldn't be restricted by anything. However, the question of who to appoint was still a problem. He would first have to get someone he trusted. He couldn't just hire anyone he didn't know. The candidate would have to be capable, have good insight, and also needed to have time on their hands. In his circle of friends, he could only think of Rao Amen, who would fit the bill as only she was free enough to do it. But that old Rao was such a scammer. Back then, she said that she would entrust Chenshin to him for at most a month, but it had already been fucking half a year now and she was still not back yet. God knew what urgent matter she was dealing with. This made Zhang Yi writhe in anger. After chatting for a while more, Zhang Yi finally said, I'll be going off now. There's still an awards ceremony to attend tonight, so I have to go prepare. It's that prestigious National Television Awards, right? A bite of China will definitely win. Good luck. 832 Lei Feng's famous quote. Chapter 832, Lei Feng's famous quote. At night, the new episode of A Bite of China started broadcasting. At the same time, the National Television Awards ceremony was also convened. The most prestigious award ceremony for television shows was not as grand as those award ceremonies held for movies and music, and it wasn't usually broadcast live either, nor would it be broadcast at all. Therefore, even if the invited guests did dress up for the ceremony, they would not come in full formal dress. Yan Tanfei arrived together with Zhang Yi, accompanied by assistant directors Hakiki and Zhang Zuo. They were all here to represent A Bite of China's production team. Old Yan. Hey, Old Yang. Your Department 14 has gotten really popular this time. No way, how can we possibly be more popular than your Jiangsu television? Teacher Zhang Yi, it's been a while. Have you prepared your acceptance speech for the award? Hi, the award is not even confirmed yet. Oh, come on. Your show stands the highest chance of winning. Yan Tanfei started chatting with his old friend. Zhang Yi was also exchanging a few words with some acquaintances he knew. When he spotted Dong Shanshan and Hoof, he went over to talk with them. He said with a smile, "Do you remember has been nominated too?" Hoof laughed. "It's just a nomination." Dong Shanshan also smiled and replied, "For us, we're just here to have fun. This is the most prestigious awards ceremony in the TV industry, so it's good enough to just be nominated for the most popular television show award." Zhang Yi then eyed Zhu Yaiping and Chen Yi. The executives of Central TV Department 1, such as Zhang Yuan and the others, did not attend the ceremony. Only the people in charge of the Rise to the Dance program team were in attendance. At this year's award ceremony, Rise to the Dance was still quite an opponent even though A Bite of China had outshone it. However, as A Bite of China was not a variety show, they did not have to worry that it would compete against them in their award category. The guests and nominees gradually arrived. There were people from Central TV and other provincial satellite television stations. This included numerous hosts, directors, and producers. A total of 300-odd people filled up the entire venue. Everyone got seated. The opening speech was made. Following, the ceremony advanced to the announcement of the awards. The ceremony's host announced with a smile, "Before the award ceremony begins, let me first introduce our very important guest presenter for today." Referring to the cue cards, the host said, "Let us welcome the Deputy Chief of the SARFT. Madam Wu Zeking." "Welcome, Chief Wu." "Wu Zeking? Old Wu is here?" Zhang Yi could not help but let out a laugh. "Hey, this old Wu did not even tell me that she was attending today's ceremony as the guest presenter." The audience immediately broke out into enthusiastic applause. As the applause continued, Wu Zeking stepped on stage with a smile, in a light-colored long kipao and high heels. She did not move too quickly or too slowly, but just walked at an appropriate pace. Wu Zeking was naturally not afraid of being on stage. Instead, it was the ceremony host who felt a little nervous at the sight of Wu Zeking. After all, this was not a supervisor like the others who did not have anything to do with him. This was the SARFT's head, the person who was in charge of all the organizations, associations, and departments in the whole entertainment industry, covering news publishing, movies and TV show approvals, celebrity management, etc. The SARFT had the power to make decisions on any matters covering all those areas. The audience started to chatter. Chief Wu came personally to attend the ceremony. What a high-level guest presenter. Yeah, we've never had someone like that in the past ceremonies. At most a division head would be invited. This is the first time I'm seeing this Chief Wu in person. Everyone had the same thought when they saw her, how beautiful she is. She was even more beautiful than those female celebrities who depended on their looks for a living. However, they only thought this way but did not dare say it aloud. If they were to praise a celebrity for being pretty, that would just be praise and would be considered a compliment. But if they were to praise a leader of their overseeing agency, then it wouldn't just be praise anymore. It would inevitably be called out as frivolity. So on an occasion like this where anything could be gossiped about, no one dared to say the wrong things. With Chief Wu's status, it was also not something they should remark about so casually. Wu Zeking smiled and said, "Then I will be announcing the results for the first award." Someone came up from offstage and handed her an envelope. Wu Zeking read from it. The 35th National Television Awards, winner of the Most Outstanding Contribution Award, Let the Wildflowers Bloom. This was a television show that broadcast on a provincial satellite station. Although its viewership ratings were only average, in terms of its artistic standards and influence, this show did very well. The key was that this show had broadcast for 4 full years and only ended its run in the middle of this year. Therefore, the Most Outstanding Contribution Award being given to them was no surprise to anyone. In the audience, a group of people were high-fiving each other and celebrating. One of them represented the group and went on stage to receive the award. Thank you leads, thank you Chief Wu, thank you everyone. Following that were the next awards. 1, 2, 3. In this world, the awards for television shows and television dramas were separately held. There were many awards ceremonies held for television shows, like the Morning Light Awards and Hua Awards. Some of them were held annually, while others were not held regularly. However, the award ceremony that Zhang Yi was attending today was one of the most prestigious award ceremonies in the industry and also one of the most authoritative. In this prestigious award ceremony, the awards given out at the beginning were of course not the most important ones. For example, The Most Outstanding Contribution Award was actually just a consolation prize. In the National Television Awards, the most important and coveted awards were only given out closer to the end of the ceremony. The first coveted award was announced. Wu Zeking declared, and the best interview show winner is Little He Says. A lot of people were surprised at this result. Meanwhile, the program team of Little He Says was shrieking. It's us? It's really us? Ah. Teacher He, quickly get on stage. Congratulations, Teacher He. This was a show from Shaanxi Television. In the aspect of viewership ratings, Shaanxi Television was not particularly strong and could be counted as one of the lowest performing stations in the entire country. Therefore, when they were announced as the winner of the first coveted award of the National Television Awards, the program team of Little He Says was in total disbelief. Zhu Yiping looked at Chen Yi and said a few words to him. Chen Yi forced a smile, but appeared to be rather calm yet a little regretful. Before Chen Yi joined Rise to the Dance, he had been involved in an interview show too. This time, Chen Yi actually stood a very good chance of winning the award too, but unfortunately, it was not meant to be. At this moment, a lot of people were starting to feel very nervous, especially those program teams who had received a nomination. They were beginning to feel unsettled even though they knew beforehand that their shows would definitely not win an award. Then, the next award was announced. Wu Zeking declared, and the best children's show winner is It's the Holidays. Somewhere in the audience, another wave of cheers rang out. It's us. This is so great. However, this group did not sound as excited as the previous group, probably because in the children's show category, It's the Holidays had done remarkably well this year and had no others who could compete with them for the award. Finally, it was time for the highlights of the night. Wu Zeking announced, the next award is Best Documentary. Yan Tanfei raised his head. Nervous, Hakiki was clenching her fists. And heard Wu Zeking declaring with a smile, and the winner is A Bite of China. Zhang Zuo got excited at that moment. We've won it. Although Hakiki already knew that this award was in the bag, when she heard Chief Wu announce the results, her eyes still turned red and teary. She sniffed hard and huddled together with Zhang Yi and Zhang Zuo. This was the most prestigious award in the television industry and they had won it. Whether it was the viewership ratings or the award, they were now firmly at the top. Everyone around them was also applauding and congratulating them. In actual fact, only the group of Hakiki, Zhang Zuo, Zhang Yi, and Yan Tanfei had any worries that this award was safely going to be theirs. Everyone else did not seem to be surprised since this was a documentary that had beaten all the variety shows of the country in the viewership ratings. If you all didn't fucking win the award, then who would? All of the country's TV shows were left kneeling, so you guys basically did not have any competitors, okay? The host laughed and reminded, please come up on stage to receive the award. Zhang Yi politely said, Director Yan, please go on our behalf. Yan Tanfei waved it off and said, Teacher Zhang, you go, you go. After several refusals, Zhang Yi still ended up going on stage. When he received the award from Wu Zeking, he glanced at old Wu and said, Thank you, Chief Wu. Wu Zeking smiled back politely and said, You're welcome. They gave each other a look, but only they themselves knew what it meant. Zhang Yi carried the trophy and walked over to the microphone. Thank you to my director, thank you to Central TV Department 14, thank you to my team, and thanks to myself. Some of the event staff suddenly tensed up when he was about to open his mouth again. Zhang Yi just gave them a sort of a smile and waved his hands at them. Don't worry, I'm done speaking. He left the stage and returned to his seat. A roar of laughter reverberated through the venue. The host was also amused at this. Everyone knew what had just happened. A year ago at the Silver Microphone Awards, Zhang Yi had used dead water to scold his leaders to no end. Then at the Shanghai Sarif's press conference, Zhang Yi stood out with the answer. There were many other similar situations like that in which whenever there was a camera or he was at an award ceremony, Zhang Yi would always stir up some incident. He certainly had a far-reaching reputation and was very infamous for his antics, so when the organizers and its staff saw Zhang Yi going on stage, they were prepared for the worst. Everyone was on alert as they feared that this guy would start something again. That was the reason for what had just taken place and why Zhang Yi said those words earlier. After this minor incident, another 2 coveted awards were announced. Surprisingly, Rise to the Dance did not actually win this year's Best Variety Show award. It was pipped to the award by another entertainment show that was more popular than theirs but worse in the viewership ratings. For these types of coveted awards, the viewership ratings were not always everything. What mattered just as much was the artistry of the show. Afterwards, the final award was announced. Wu Zeking opened the final envelope and smiled when she saw the result. Then, she slowly proclaimed the winner word by word. This year's National Television Awards Most Popular Television Show Award goes to The Voice of China. Among all the coveted awards, this award was of the highest value. This was the award that comprehensively affirmed the show. Zhang Zuo slapped his thigh and stood up to embrace Zhang Yi. This is great, Director Zhang. It's us again. Hakiki could no longer hold back her grinning. With 2 nominations, they had secured 2 awards. Without a doubt, Zhang Yi and his team were today's big winners. Some people had predicted that they might only get 1 award, but as it turned out, they actually won 2. Logically, this most important award of the night should have been Central TV Department 1's glory, as after all, Central TV Department 1 was the platform that it was broadcast on. However, with the issue between Zhang Yi and Central TV Department 1, their conflict was already at a state where everyone knew about it. No matter how thick-skinned Central TV Department 1's people were, they wouldn't dare to go on stage to receive the award for the show. It was still left to Zhang Yi to go on stage. Wu Zeking handed him the trophy. Give a longer speech this time. Zhang Yi laughed. I don't want to say too much. Didn't you see how everyone was wary of me? The organizers' staff were amused by this. When the organizers' manager, a middle-aged man, heard this, he also laughed and just waved it off. The host chuckled and stated, as the executive director and overall planner of the 2 shows A Bite of China and A Voice, you've already won 2 of the most coveted awards. Based on what I understand, this is a first in our awards history, so don't worry about it, Teacher Zhang. You should really make a longer acceptance speech this time. We trust you. Zhang Yi replied, the problem here is that I don't even trust myself. The crowd laughed. Alright, I'll speak some then. Zhang Yi looked at the trophy in his hands, then at the audience. He spoke. These 2 awards were not earned easily. Behind them were a lot of ups and downs that nobody else knows about. However, me and my bosses as well as my team all know very clearly that during the production phase, we all put in overtime, but not your standard definition of overtime. We literally lived at the office and in the wilderness, giving it our all every day for 24 hours. Many people knew about this, but it was the first time that Zhang Yi had talked about it publicly. A lot of them were silent at this. Zhang Yi said, we even had colleagues who rushed to make progress even when they were sick, holding out for entire days without rest, and then finally fainting when they could no longer take it. They had to be carried away on a stretcher and taken to the hospital by an ambulance. I also know a few female colleagues who went trekking with us into the mountains and ended up with swollen feet so painful that they quietly shed a few tears. They did not complain to me about any of these and did not drop from the team. At that time, I felt that I had to give them some answers. I had to be deserving of the trust they put in me. He waved the trophy in his hand and looked at the few people from his team. Are you all satisfied with this answer? Yan Tanfei laughed. Hakiki quietly dried her eyes but was unable to stop herself from crying. Zhang Zuo excitedly put up his hands and gave a thumbs up over his head. Satisfied. Of course they were satisfied. Hakiki, Zhang Zuo, and the rest have never regretted their decisions. Now, they felt even more fortunate that they had decided to follow Zhang Yi to Department 14 back then. Other than Zhang Yi, who else could lead them to continuously become the top-rated television show in viewership twice in a row? No one else could it. Applause was ringing out. Hoof was clapping. Dong Shanshan was clapping. How well said. When Zhang Yi was serious, he really could speak well. The host asked, Teacher Zhang, you've already reached the peak of perfection when it comes to making shows. I believe no one would disagree if I use that to describe you. Just how did you manage to do it? Do you have a secret? Like how you handle things? Or is it your philosophy as a person? Why don't you share that secret with everyone here? Zhang Yi did not even have to think before answering. Well, the philosophy by which I conduct myself is, we should treat our comrades as warm as the spring, our work with the passion of the summer, individualism like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, and the enemy as cruel as the bitter winter. This was a famous quote by Comrade Lei Feng which did not exist in this world, but Zhang Yi had casually brought it up here. Everyone had a shocked expression. Treat the enemy as cruel as the bitter winter? Some people looked at Zhu Yiping. Some people looked at Chen Yi. Slowly, more and more people started looking at the two of them. Zhu Yiping nearly cursed aloud at someone's mother. Chen Yi also nearly vomited blood. Fuck. Why are you all looking at me? Why are you looking at us? These two brothers could even get shot while lying prone. 833 The Chinese Academy of Sciences Invitation? Chapter 833, The Chinese Academy of Sciences Invitation? News of the awards ceremony was revealed on the night itself. The results were published in many of the media outlets. The winners list is out. Zhang Yi's team has won 2 of the top honors? They deserved it. Other than them, no one else deserves to win it. Wah, this beautiful exec from the SARF looks really pretty. Haha, have you all read Zhang Yi's acceptance speech already? Treat our comrades as warm as the spring? He's so eloquent using the seasons. There's spring, summer, autumn, and winter in it, so it's hard to believe that it was composed on the spot by Teacher Zhang. I like the last part of Zhang Yi's speech. Treat the enemy as cruel as the bitter winter. Teacher Zhang Yi never behaves himself when giving speeches. Even in his acceptance speech, he must take a swipe at his opponents as well. I heard that Zhang Yi still has a few more award nominations in the next few days. I've heard so too. Therefore the Academic Awards and the Golden Microphone Awards? What an excellent year for Zhang Yi. Who knows how many awards he'll win. Last year's preparations were all for this year's harvest. Teacher Zhang has finally exploded onto the scene this year. His popularity has already brought him to the forefront of the B-list rankings. With the way things are going, it's just a matter of time before Teacher Zhang will enter the A-list rankings. Will it happen within the next year? Or the year after next? Anything is possible now. Some celebrities had a greater limit to their potentials. At the beginning, many of them might rise quickly and become very popular, but after reaching a certain level, they wouldn't grow any further. A few classic examples would be the 2 or 3 celebrities in the current B-list rankings. If there were no special circumstances, it would be impossible for them to advance any further. This would then be their limit and they wouldn't get any more popular no matter how hard they tried. They would still be considered as popular and have a rather fixed fan base, but they weren't likely to get any more popular than they already were. There were many such celebrities in the industry. However, the situation for Zhang Yi was entirely different. Even though he had never sung before, never starred in a television drama, and did not act as a leading role in movies, his popularity was already at such a level. That was why Zhang Yi's potential for becoming even more popular was undoubtedly more than the rest of his fellow celebrities. His limit was certainly not just at the B-list rankings. It should be at least at the level of the A-list rankings. Of course, this would definitely be a very difficult process. The gap between the A-list and B-list was not that easy to cross. A few days later, on an afternoon, an awards ceremony of the academic world was convened. The venue of this year's award ceremony was at Tsinghua University's auditorium. There was definitely an obvious difference between the academic field's awards ceremony and the entertainment world's. It was held in a simpler manner and without a spotlight from the media. Seated in the audience were mostly professors, scholars, and some students who were permitted to attend the ceremony. Ah, Zhang Yi is here. That's Zhang Yi? He is too far away. I can't see him clearly. Where is he? Over there. He is coming in, he's coming in. Many of the Tsinghua University students turned to look at him. Zhang Yi had arrived together with the Peking University team today. Among them were Dean Pan Yang of the School of Mathematical Sciences, as well as some math professors and teachers. 3 people from the physics department were here as well since there was also an award nomination for one of the physics professor today, though the hopes of winning were slim. For the others who came, there were some relevant personnel to welcome and attend to them. But when the Peking University people arrived, no one bothered to welcome them. It was as though they did not see them at all. Zhang Yi could only find someone to ask, "Bro, may I know where our seats are?" That Tsinghua University teacher looked at him and then pointed to the front. "Over there, in the 3rd row." Then he walked away. A young Peking University math teacher felt aggrieved. What kind of attitude is that? Are they still hosts? However, Pan Yang was not bothered by this. He smiled and said, "It's okay." Back during the college student recruitment, Little Zhang smashed quite a number of Tsinghua University's cars and took back more than a dozen good students for Peking University. It's quite normal that they still feel petty about that. A few of the Peking University professors and teachers didn't know how to react as they looked at Zhang Yi. On their way in, many of the Tsinghua University teachers gave Zhang Yi and the group the cold shoulder, especially towards Zhang Yi. Some of the Tsinghua University teachers' faces even turned cold when they saw him. Even Zhang Yi himself was puzzled. Why does this bro always make enemies wherever I go? Have I offended so many people before? Zhang Yi had indeed offended too many people, so much so that he could not remember most of them clearly. Shortly after, the award ceremony began. Medicine Award. Biology Award. Physics Award. In the eyes of those working in the academic field, today's awards were undoubtedly one of the most prestigious awards in the field. Of course, even if this was one of the most prestigious award ceremonies to be held, it was still not comparable to those top 5 categories of awards given out by the State Council at the State Science and Technology Prizes. It was only comparable with the other awards below the level of the State Science and Technology Prizes. But these awards were among the most authoritative ones that were given out and were also essentially the highest honors a normal academic professional could get. As for those people who could win a State Science and Technology Prize, they were naturally not your average academics. They could only be veteran experts who had major contributions in the fields of research like the hydrogen bomb or military aerospace fields and such. The award winners were unveiled one by one. Some people were happy while others were sad. However, As they were all in the academic field, they did not act too surprised, unlike the entertainment industry's award ceremonies. Everyone could control their emotions much better here. Finally, it was the Mathematics Award. A senior fellow from the Chinese Academy of Sciences announced, "This year's Mathematics Award winner is..." He paused for a very long time before saying, "Peking University Math Department's Zhang Yi." Everyone from Peking University immediately applauded in unison. "Professor Zhang. Congratulations. I could have guessed it'd be you. This is so great." Pan Yang said, "Little Zhang, don't think of taking the trophy away. You must leave it at Peking University, okay? I'll find a good spot to display it in the Hall of Honor." Zhang Yi smiled and replied, "You can just take it if you want, but please don't find a good spot for me. Why does it sound like you're going to find a place to hold ashes?" The people of Peking University burst out into laughter. Zhang Yi went on stage to accept the award. An academic fellow of the Chinese Academy of Sciences handed the award to him personally. A young person's abilities must be respected. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "I've a lot to learn from the seniors." That fellow of the Chinese Academy of Sciences narrowed his eyes and stated, "You are indeed good. Some of the old fogies and I think really highly of you. What do you think? Would you be interested in joining the Chinese Academy of Sciences for your future development?" Zhang Yi said, rather surprised, "Join the Chinese Academy of Sciences?" The fellow of the Chinese Academy of Sciences smiled and said, "You can give it some consideration first. Let's talk again when we have a chance in the future." This kind of award ceremony did not have a host nor any award acceptance speech. There was only one microphone on stage, so when a fellow was talking to Zhang Yi, he did not hold the microphone to speak into it. Therefore, no one else heard their conversation and thought that they were only exchanging some niceties. Off stage, Pan Yang asked, "What did fellow Song say to you?" Zhang Yi replied honestly, "He asked me if I wanted to join the Chinese Academy of Sciences." "Ah? Chinese Academy of Sciences? Fellow Song invited you to join?" The professors and academics of Peking University were all taken aback. Pan Yang hurriedly questioned, "Are you sure he said the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Was he referring to one of the research facilities under the Chinese Academy of Sciences instead?" Zhang Yi was stunned. "I think he was referring to Chinese Academy of Sciences." The Peking University people all looked at one another blankly. The Chinese Academy of Sciences had dozens of research facilities and hundreds of research labs. These organizations wouldn't be difficult to get in since they were mainly engaged in research only. However, if fellow Song really did invite Zhang Yi to join the Chinese Academy of Sciences, then he was obviously not referring to those organizations. In all likelihood, he was inviting Zhang Yi to join the Chinese Academy of Sciences Math and Physics Division, one of the core divisions of the academy. Could he really be thinking of directly making Zhang Yi a fellow? A 24-year-old becoming a fellow at the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Damn. How could that be? Thinking of this possibility, the people from Peking University felt a little lightheaded. A young math teacher of Peking University asked anxiously, "Then how did you reply?" Zhang Yi said, "I didn't say anything." Pan Yang probed, "Then what do you think?" Zhang Yi answered without even thinking, "I'm happy being a celebrity. Why would I join the Chinese Academy of Sciences?" An old math professor of Peking University nearly vomited blood at this. His beard was trembling from anger. How could a celebrity be compared with a Chinese Academy of Sciences fellow? Just look at your lowly expectations. Zhang Yi did not like hearing that. As celebrities, we're also serving the people. However, the way of service is different. We aim at the culture and ideology. That old professor said angrily, "How can this be compared? Which fellow of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is not respected by many?" Zhang Yi looked at him and said, "Pick a random person off the street and ask them whether he knows fellow Song or me." The old professor, a female Peking University math teacher, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Professor Zhang, you can't compare it like that. I don't even know what to say anymore." Pan Yang rolled his eyes in deep disapproval. Zhang Yi was also not definitive with his words. "Let's talk about it again in the future." But this conversation with Zhang Yi felt like it had already fallen on deaf ears. Who in the history of the academic field would not get excited when they heard that they were invited to join the Chinese Academy of Sciences? That is the Chinese Academy of Sciences we're talking about. Even Pan Yang, as the dean of Peking University's School of Mathematical Sciences, was not qualified for the title of fellow. Yes, even he was not qualified to apply for it. Now that there was a chance, you actually say that being a celebrity is better than being a fellow? What sort of thought is this? However, when they thought of Zhang Yi's status again, some of the Peking University people shook their heads but remained silent. Some of the others could only sigh as a deep sense of helplessness hit them. It was a fact that he was a celebrity and had studied as a broadcaster in university. That was his main profession after all. To the Peking University teachers and professors, dealing in academics and education was the main profession for them. This was their life career and goal, but to Zhang Yi, this country's most famous broadcast professional who had graduated from media college, dabbling in academic research was clearly more of being in the irrelevant business. Their positions were different. Their points of view were different. Therefore, their considerations would be different as well. There were so many people in the world who were willing to fight for all their lives in a mathematics career, but why did it have to be Zhang Yi, someone who only had the desire to become a celebrity who solved this famous Dale's conjecture of the global mathematics world? 834 The respected teacher of the alma mater. Chapter 834, the respected teacher of the alma mater. The award ceremony ended. The audience dispersed and everyone gradually left the venue. Zhang Yi had not even walked out of the venue yet, but he was already surrounded by around 8 reporters. At the other side, there were some professors who had won awards and were also getting interviewed, but only by a lot less reporters. They were mostly doing one-on-one interviews, as a majority of the other media reporters had focused their attention onto Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi just briefly answered them and then hurriedly squeezed past the crowd. "I'm sorry, I have something to get to. Next time I'll share more." He turned back and said to the Peking University team, "I'll leave first." Saying that, he handed the trophy that he had not even held for long into the hands of Pan Ying. Since Peking University had asked for it, he could not possibly refuse them. Anyway, it was quite useless to keep it at home. In the future, if he wanted to show off, he could still get it back, which would be all the same to him. Pan Ying said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "I have to rush to another award ceremony." "There's another one?" A math teacher from Peking University said in surprise. "It's this year's Golden Microphone Awards, held tonight," Zhang Yi said. "You're quite busy. All right then, quickly go." Pan Ying said, "Will there be a broadcast of the awards ceremony later?" Zhang Yi replied, "It'll be broadcast online." Pan Ying nodded. "I'll watch it when I get back." When Zhang Yi made his way out, some of the reporters continued to chase after him. "Teacher Zhang. Please wait. This is already your 3rd official award this year. Can you share your thoughts with us? Do you have confidence in winning the Golden Microphone Award? Teacher Zhang Yi, please don't go. We're going to the venue of the Golden Microphone Awards ceremony as well. Let's head there together." He did not bother to grab dinner and just made his way there. Zhang Yi drove straight to the venue of this year's Golden Microphone Award ceremony. The reason why he was in such a rush was because the ceremony for the annual National Broadcasting Newcomer Awards, also known as the Silver Microphone Awards, was always held before the Golden Microphone Awards opened. Zhang Yi knew that Dong Shenshan was nominated for one of these awards and had a very high chance of winning it. Naturally, he would like to be there early to support his former classmate. However, by the time he arrived, the award ceremony for the Silver Microphone Awards had already ended. He coincidentally bumped into an ex-colleague, Tian Bin, at the entrance. "Old Tian," Zhang Yi greeted while still a distance away. A group of people who were having a smoke outside all looked over at him. "Zhang Yi?" Tian Bin stubbed out his cigarette and walked toward him. "You only just arrived? Look at the time. I had to attend an academic awards ceremony and it just ended not long ago," Zhang Yi responded. Tian Bin asked, "Did you win it?" Zhang Yi smiled. "Yes, I did. How did the Silver Microphone Award ceremony go?" Tian Bin knew that he was Dong Shenshan's classmate. "Are you asking about Teacher Shanshan? She got it as well. The Silver Microphone Awards ceremony has just ended and it's intermission right now. They're rearranging the stage and setup while we wait for the Golden Microphone Awards ceremony to start. It will be broadcast live online. You were nominated this time as well, right? Let's go. I'll bring you in to find your seat first." Zhang Yi asked, "You're not nominated? I'm not capable like you. I only came here to attend the ceremony as an audience member with a ticket." Tian Bin laughed and mentioned, "Oh right, the radio broadcast of Ghost Blows Out the Light finished a long time ago. When you have any more new works, remember to give me the authorizations to them." "That's for sure," Zhang Yi agreed without any hesitation. When they entered the venue, it was densely packed with people. This place was a lot bigger than the venues of the 2 previous award ceremonies he had attended. The upper and lower decks were estimated to be able to hold up to 1,000 people. Other than the organizers' staff and fellow broadcasters inside, many others who looked like they were students were attending too. Zhang Yi? Aha, isn't his teacher Little Zhang? He encountered some familiar faces. Wang Xiaomai, Beijing radio station's radio host whom he worked with back then. Big Sis Kui, a staff member from Beijing radio station. She was an editor who worked with Zhang Yi and Tian Bin at the same office in the past. And there were also a few hosts who Zhang Yi got to know when he worked at the online television station in Shanghai previously. Teacher Zhang, long time no see. How've you been doing recently? I'm doing fine, but no matter how well I do, I still can't be compared to you. Come on, I'm just passing time while pretending to work and messing around. You can mess around and still get your program to the #1 spot in the nationwide viewership ratings? When old friends met, it was inevitable that they would be excited, especially Big Sis Kui and some of his old colleagues. They were grabbing hold of Zhang Yi's arm as they happily chatted. Zhang Yi also chatted idly with him for quite a while. In the end, Zhang Yi was finally able to get away after they scheduled to have a meal gathering someday. He looked around for a long time before he found the person he was looking for and walked quickly toward her. Shanshan, Zhang Yi greeted. Seated in a row somewhere in the middle, Dong Shanshan was chatting with her friend. When she heard her name being called, she turned around and stood up while holding the trophy in her hands. Why are you so late? The Golden Microphone Award ceremony has already ended. Zhang Yi was stunned. The Golden Microphone Awards were already given out? I'm just kidding. Dong Shanshan half smiled. I should have known. You scared me. Zhang Yi looked at the trophy in her hands. A year ago, he won the same trophy. Congratulations on winning the Broadcasting Newcomer Award. Dong Shanshan was dressed quite sexily today. Thank you, it was all thanks to you. Zhang Yi said happily, I've still not had dinner yet, so why don't you treat me tonight? You're the one who's going to win the Golden Microphone Award and you're asking a winner of a Newcomer Award to treat you? Dong Shanshan glared at him while smiling. Do you think that's appropriate? Zhang Yi replied, of course it's appropriate. I think my chances of winning are very slim. That might not necessarily be true. You should be one of the winners of the most prestigious awards in the hosting world since 2 of your shows have taken #1 in the viewership ratings and already broke the records as well. After saying that, Dong Shanshan suddenly remembered something and immediately pulled at Zhang Yi. Oh right, I nearly forgot. Come with me, I'll bring you to meet someone. Zhang Yi blinked. Who is it? You'll know when you see. Dong Shanshan smiled. Zhang Yi did not know what was happening and could only follow along with her. After squeezing past by twisting and turning through the crowd, Dong Shanshan brought him to an area near the back rows. He swept his gaze around and saw a group of students with a few middle-aged men and women among them. The person saw the both of them. Zhang Yi noticed that person as well. Su Hongyan smiled gently and pointed at him. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was stunned as he declared, Ayo, Teacher Su. Su Hongyan smiled. Great, you still know who I am. Listen to what you're saying. How can I not know who you are? Zhang Yi replied. Su Hongyan asked, then why didn't you come back to Media College for a visit after you graduated? You did not even give us a call, and to think that some of us teachers were still thinking about you. Look at Shanshan. At least she knows to call us or send a message to us during every Teacher's Day. Zhang Yi laughed dryly. I'm not successful yet, so I did not have the face to visit you. This person was the cultural education teacher who taught Zhang Yi and Dong Shanshan in Media College. Her lectures mainly centered on the introduction to the art of broadcasting. She was also their student counselor for a year. Hence, the teacher who Zhang Yi came in contact with most during his time at university was definitely Teacher Su Hongyan. A teacher who was in her 40s and had a very nice demeanor. When the students behind Su Hongyan heard that, they looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment. Only then did they know that their famous senior in the entertainment industry was taught by Teacher Su. Su Hongyan shook her head. You, stop giving excuses. You're still not successful? Your works have become popular all over the country, especially that poem which was very well written. What was it called? Saying goodbye to Peking University again? Seems to me like your feelings for Peking University are deeper than your alma mater. No, that's not true. Zhang Yi hurriedly waved his hands and said, I'll compose a piece on saying goodbye to Media College again when I get back tonight. I'll deliver to you tomorrow. Su Hongyan smiled and remarked, too late for that. Dong Shanshan laughed. The students of Media College also laughed. After a little joking around, Su Hongyan studied Zhang Yi from head to toe for a moment. Then she said, I've been tracking your performance for the past 2 years. Since you were my student, I naturally paid more attention to you. To be honest, many of the teachers at Media College who taught you, including me, did not expect all this from you. Quite often, we would talk about you during our break time in the office. We remembered that there were a lot of students who were much better than you. Comparing results, you were always ranked near the bottom of the class. Comparing looks and every other aspect, you were definitely at the bottom of the class. The main problem was that you were too stubborn. I can still remember very clearly that in your freshman year, when an English teacher made all the students in class come up with an English name, you refused to do so. The English teacher got so angry that he left the class without teaching the lesson. Afterwards, when he complained to the department, you still asserted your stand and refused to apologize. In the end, I had to put in a word for you to persuade him to not take it up with you. Dong Shanshan related happily. He still behaves the same way now. When he worked at the online television station in Shanghai, a colleague insisted that he fill in an English name in the job application form. But in the end, Zhang Yi just told that colleague off. The large group of students from Media College at the back perked their ears up in curiosity. This was the first time they learned about Zhang Yi's happenings from back then. They could not help shuddering with fear when they heard it. With such a character, he actually managed to graduate. With such a character, he could even become a celebrity? Su Hongyan marveled. That's why I was wondering how come, when there were so many others who were better than you in class, it was you who somehow became the most successful. For so many of the students we had high expectations of, some are still working in radio stations or doing odd jobs like being assistants, while a lot of the others have already left the industry and are no longer in broadcasting anymore. We really can't be certain about some things. Zhang Yi flattered. That I'm successful today is all down to your great teaching. Su Hongyan brushed it off. Oh come on, her. How can I possibly teach such a bad-tempered student like you? In these 2 years since your debut, a lot of those industry peers you've offended have come complaining to Media College saying, you guys shouldn't have allowed that rascal to graduate, and other similar words. I've heard no less than 5 such complaints already, so just think about how many people you must have offended. We thought that you were just being stubborn sometimes when you were still at school, and that you would slowly change after you entered society and worked. But who could have guessed that after 2 years, not only has your temperament not been restrained, it has gotten even worse with age. Media College was the best institution in the country for a broadcast major. Many of the hosts in the industry were graduates of the school or were inextricably linked to it. As a result, Su Hongyan had plenty of updates from her news sources. Back then, in front of the teachers, Zhang Yi was still considered to be an obedient student. He would listen to whatever the teachers said. However, whether he followed their teachings or not was a different story. Okay, you're already a big shot now. Su Hongyan smiled and said, although the journey was not too satisfactory, the result is still good enough. She gestured to the students behind her and said, these are the students who I'm teaching this year. They're all your juniors from Media College. Zhang Yi smiled and replied, I saw them. They were all quite spirited. Following, Su Hongyan motioned toward Zhang Yi while facing her students. This is your senior. Senior, nice to meet you. Senior, let's exchange our chat IDs. Senior, can you leave us your number? The juniors started chattering away. All of them were very excited to meet Zhang Yi here today. Su Hongyan looked at Zhang Yi and Dong Shanshan and stated, I introduced Shanshan to them just now. If my students need any help in the future, I'll come looking for the two of you. Zhang Yi happily said, sure, I'll be at your service immediately. Su Hongyan smiled and voiced, good, I'll remember what you just said. 835 A Staggering Acceptance Speech from a Different World. Chapter 835, A Staggering Acceptance Speech from a Different World. On Hueco. Someone had posted, Countdown to the Golden Microphone Awards. Is it beginning soon? Is there a broadcast for it? There's an online live broadcast and it's going to start soon. Give me a link. I'll take a look. I heard that Zhang Yi was nominated for the award, so we must definitely watch this. This time last year, Zhang Yi received the Silver Microphone Award for newcomers, didn't he? Thinking about that poem Dead Water from back then and the mass boycott of Zhang Yi by his peers, a year has already passed in the blink of an eye. Time truly passes by very quickly. Does Zhang Yi stand a chance of winning the Golden Microphone Award? It's going to be suspenseful since the guy has offended far too many people. Far too many. You should be asking if there is anyone he hasn't offended yet instead. We'll find out when we watch it. I'm more interested in hearing his acceptance speech. Yeah, it's always his acceptance speech that stirs up trouble. Zhang Yi's speeches have become a highlight to watch in the entertainment circle. It's always earth-shattering. Countless netizens turned their attention to this matter and went to the website to wait for the live broadcast to commence. Keishaku. Zhang Yi's parents' house. His mother said, lower the TV's volume. What for? His father responded unhappily, I'm watching the news. His mother humphreyed. Our son is in the running for an award today and the live broadcast is starting soon. Why are you still watching the news? His father turned off the television. Is that so? Hurry up then, let's watch the broadcast. Chenchen. His mother called out into the room. Help Grandma find the website that is broadcasting the Golden Microphone Awards. Grandma doesn't know how to do it. After Chenchen set everything up, the three of them waited for the live broadcast to start. Elsewhere. At the award ceremony venue. Zhang Yi was chatting with his juniors from his alma mater. Senior, how can I become a good host? This question is too general. We'd have to talk about it in detail someday when we have more time. Senior, please impart your experience to us. Me? I've only got experience in offending people. Su Hongyan looked at her watch. Let's find a day then, the ceremony is about to begin. At this moment, a staff member from the organizers found Zhang Yi. Teacher Zhang, it's about to begin. Let me bring you to your seat. It's over there. Sure. Zhang Yi tentatively bid goodbye to Teacher Su and his juniors for now. Dong Shanshan did not move away but found an empty seat beside Su Hongyan and continued their conversation. After walking for about 10 meters, the organizer's staff member suddenly said in a hushed tone to Zhang Yi, Teacher Zhang, the bosses told me to inform you that when you go on stage to receive your award, could you please not recite a poem for your acceptance speech? They were all wary of Zhang Yi by now. Zhang Yi was stunned. You mean I'll be receiving an award? The organizer's staff member coughed. I meant that hypothetically. Zhang Yi smiled and said, sure, I won't do that then. When that staff member heard him agree to it, he obviously heaved a sigh of relief. Of course it's not confirmed yet, because we do not have the final winners list since it's with the judge panel. When he got to his allocated seat, Zhang Yi was looking forward to the ceremony quite a bit. Regarding the Golden Microphone Award, he was anticipating it much more than the Academic Award and coveted television show awards he had received earlier. This was because his main profession was still in the broadcasting field. It was also where his dreams started. A year ago at this place, on this stage, the moment he received the Silver Microphone Award was the same time he officially stepped into the public eye. So for Zhang Yi, the Golden Microphone Award had a very different significance and it mattered a lot to him. To the right of his seat were two people who looked rather familiar to him. They were a good-looking man and woman who were also the nominated hosts for this year's Golden Microphone Awards. From the looks of it, they were nominated by Central TV just like him. Zhang Yi looked at the two of them. Hello, both of you. The two were chatting when they heard Zhang Yi call out to them and looked at him. One of them acknowledged. The woman nodded at him, but did not say anything. Then the two of them continued chatting with each other again. They did not talk to Zhang Yi and even seemed to be ignoring him on purpose. Zhang Yi was only thinking that since they all had nothing to do anyway, he might as well try to get to know them. No matter what, they were still in the same organization, but he didn't think that he'd receive the cold shoulder from them. He could only smile and shake his head. Then, he looked at the male host on his left and found him a little familiar looking. If Zhang Yi did not get it wrong, he had seen this male host during his time at Beijing television. They didn't have any interaction before, but he roughly remembered his name to be Jiao or something like that. Your teacher Jiao from Beijing television, right? Zhang Yi asked. Teacher Jiao turned out to be much friendlier but also had not expected Zhang Yi to approach him directly. After all, in terms of fame, he was still quite far from Zhang Yi's level. So he was a little surprised before he responded with a slight smile, Teacher Zhang, you know who I am? Zhang Yi smiled and said, I think we've met before. Yes, we met once during a meeting, Teacher Jiao replied. After they exchanged a few words about their time at Beijing television, Zhang Yi asked, who are those two? He nudged his chin to the right to imply those two sitting there. Teacher Jiao probably overheard their interaction earlier. So he gave a wry smile and said, they're your colleagues from work, don't you know them? Zhang Yi answered honestly, I've seen them before but I don't know their names. Teacher Jiao didn't know what to say regarding this and just introduced to Zhang Yi about his own colleagues from work. It felt a little odd, but as Teacher Jiao knew that Zhang Yi's social ties had never been good, he didn't really find it too weird either. He whispered, the man is Fang Gang and the woman is Zhu Seiyu. Both of them are famous hosts at Central TV Department 1, though they can't be compared to you. But if they're compared to a small-time host like me, they're still considerably more popular, especially Fang Gang. I've heard that both Yi and Chen Yi were considered for the host position of the previous Spring Festival Gala, but in the end, Chen Yi was chosen instead. However, Fang Gang doesn't have low popularity and if there is an additional spot at the upcoming Spring Festival Gala, then he'll be the most likely candidate to take over. Oh, is that so? Zhang Yi had a fuller picture now. They were also from Central TV Department 1? No wonder they ignored this bro. On the stage, the staff were testing the microphones. Hello, testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. After some adjustments, the staff announced to the entire venue, alright, the preparations are complete. We'll be starting the ceremony in 1 minute. Would everyone cooperate and quiet down please? Pause. 50 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. The ceremony began and loud applause rang out. The host who went on stage was one of the winners of the Golden Microphone Award in the television hosting category from last year. After getting back to Peking University to put away the trophy, Dean Pan did not go home. Instead, he and a few colleagues ordered takeout and stayed behind in the office to watch the live broadcast of the Golden Microphone Awards. It's starting? It just started. Yes, let's see how little Zhang does. If he wins this again, Professor Zhang will have won 4 top prizes this year, 2 for his shows, 1 in the academic field, and 1 for his hosting? The Golden Microphone Award would not be that easy to win. Zhang Yi's parents and Chen were already waiting by the computer. At home, Hakiki was watching the live broadcast on her phone as she ate. Yan Tanfei, Zhang Zuo, Little Wang, and a lot of the others from Central TV Department 14 were also similarly watching the live broadcast. Hoof, Zhaolu, and the others from Beijing Television were also watching the live broadcast online. When Dong Shanshan won the Silver Microphone Award, they were the first ones to learn about the news. But the only thing they wanted to see now was whether Zhang Yi would be able to win the Golden Microphone Award. At the venue, there were over 1,000 people here and the atmosphere was very passionate. The Golden Microphone Awards of this world were very different from Zhang Yi's previous world. Over here, the Silver Microphone Awards had 10 spots each for the television hosting category and radio hosting category. However, the Golden Microphone Awards only had 3 spots for each category. That meant that only 3 out of all the television hosts in the entire country stood a chance to win the television hosting category's Golden Microphone Award. This made the value of the award extremely high and it was thus labeled the most coveted award of the television hosting world. There were some famed hosts who still hadn't had a chance to get it as the competition for it was very tough. There just wasn't enough to go around for everyone. As compared to Zhang Yi's previous world, this world's Golden Microphone Awards were much tougher to win. For most of the movie stars in the movie industry, there were all sorts of awards ceremonies held in China and Greater China. Even though there were many awards ceremonies, most of them were very recognized and of value. Each year, there would be at least 7 or 8 different best actors and actresses, and this wasn't even including the actors and actresses in the supporting role categories. Moreover, there would also be a slim chance for many of these movie stars to have a shot at some of the international awards like at the Berlin International Film Festival and others similar to it. But for hosts? The highest honor for a host would be the Golden Microphone Awards. Each year, there were only 3 places up for grabs and nothing more. As a result, for each year's Golden Microphone Award winners, essentially everyone deserved it. The winners were all truly the most outstanding hosts in the industry and only they could ultimately outdo their competition and stand on stage to receive the Golden Microphone Award trophy. To every host, it was the ultimate honor to win it. On stage, one of the winners of the previous year's Golden Microphone Awards gave the opening speech and then proclaimed with a smile, "Well then, without further ado, let's get back to this evening's focal point. Let us now take a look at the Golden Microphone Awards nominees." The screen flashed, and the names and photos of the nominees were displayed along with their organization. Central TV Department 1, Fang Gang. Central TV Department 1, Zhu Seiyu. Central TV Department 9, He Jiango. Central TV Department 14, Zhang Yi. Beijing Television, Jiao Xiang. Shanghai Satellite Television, Sun Haley. And so on. Central TV was the big brother of all the television stations, so it had a few more nominees than the other television stations. The screen was huge and was filled with a lot of text, introducing the work history and experience of the nominees. In the audience, quite a number of people started discussing. Look at Zhang Yi's introduction. There are so many words. Fuck, why is his introduction text so much longer than the other nominees? That's because he has a thick resume. That's still too wordy. The cameras panned over to him as well. A lot of people had noticed that Zhang Yi had the longest introduction among the nominees. The others like Zhu Seiyu and Jiao Xiang only had about 2 lines for their introduction, but Zhang Yi's resume list was 11 lines long. In the list of nominees, his introduction was the most prominent one. Zhang Yi's talk show had created a new field within the entertainment programs industry. The Voice had broken 7 records, while A Bite of China had broken 9. And with Zhang Yi having worked at 4 or 5 different places in the past 2 years, all of these key accomplishments and experiences had no way of being summarized and displayed, so that was why Zhang Yi's name stood out so prominently on the list. However, the 2 Central TV Department 1 hosts beside Zhang Yi did not seem to be bothered by this. Fang Gang said, "Seiyu, you have a pretty good chance of winning." Zhu Seiyu waved it off and replied, "It's not possible for me. I'm not qualified enough." Fang Gang shook his head. "But you've already worked in the industry for 5 years. Isn't there someone who got nominated all the same even though he has only entered the industry for 2 years?" Of course when he said this, he did so in a very low voice. But Zhang Yi still heard him since he was sitting just beside them after all. He glanced over at the two of them. Seeing that Zhang Yi overheard them, Zhu Seiyu did not dare carry on the conversation. She knew that Zhang Yi and Fang Gang's program team had an argument online before, so his attitude towards Zhang Yi was naturally more hostile. But she also knew that Zhang Yi was not someone to be trifled with, so she just remarked, "You'll definitely win it this time." Fang Gang said, "That might not necessarily be true." Zhu Seiyu maintained, "You should have gotten it last year, but unexpectedly missed out. So they'll definitely give it to you this year. There's no one else deserving of it." Fang Gang laughed. "You think I'll get it, and I think you'll get it? Her. Let's just wait and see then." Zhu Seiyu said humbly, "There'll definitely be one for you." On the stage, the host was reading out the names from the list of nominees. The members of the judge panel also started going up on stage. The final results were already decided and were sealed in the envelopes in their hands. After reading out the names, the host smiled and proclaimed, "Who do you think the Golden Microphone Award winners will be?" "Alright, we'll be announcing this year's Golden Microphone Awards for the radio hosting category. Please welcome our guest presenter from the National Broadcasting Association, Vice President Sun Ai, who will announce the results." In the audience, a woman stood up and walked up onto the stage with a smile. Zhang Yi blinked several times and then asked Beijing Television's Jiao Xiang, who was beside him, "Is there such an association?" "Teacher Jiao?" Zhang Yi asked, "I've never heard of it before. Was it just set up recently?" "They've already been established for over 30 years, Teacher Jiao replied. Zhang Yi could only respond with a no to that. Teacher Jiao added, "Almost all the radio and television hosts present here today are members of the Broadcasting Association. I also joined it the moment I debuted several years ago." Zhang Yi was a little embarrassed by now. "I've made a fool of myself, hey. Why didn't I get invited to join?" This association was actually classified as a non-governmental organization and had no barriers for entry other than requiring you to be working in the industry as a radio or television host. It didn't matter if you had just debuted or if you were already a famous personality. You could still join the association at any point in time and was similar to an overseas entity like the National Association of Broadcasters. However, as one of the most well-known hosts in the country, Zhang Yi had actually never even heard of the name of this association before, so it was a rather curious thing to happen. But Teacher Jiao was not really surprised by this. He said with extreme resignation, "When you just debuted, didn't you use a poem to scold everyone in the industry by describing it as a bleak pool of dead water? Since you offended everyone back then, do you think that the association would still want to invite you to join them?" Hearing this, Zhang Yi laughed. "That's rather true." Teacher Jiao didn't know what to say. Madame Sunzai had already received the first envelope. It could be seen very clearly that, in the nominee area, a majority of the radio hosts felt very nervous. Many of the others working in the radio broadcast industry and in the audience also perked up their ears. Sunzai could be seen slowly opening the envelope and taking out the results. She intentionally exclaimed, "Eh." The host quickly asked, "Who is the first Golden Microphone Award winner?" Sunzai laughed, "I didn't have a good look at it yet." The host said, "Then why did you exclaim out loud just now?" "That was just a reflexive response," Sunzai explained. Turning serious, she held the card in front of her and announced, "This year's first Golden Microphone Award winner for the radio hosting category, Li Xiaoyun." A few rows behind where Zhang Yi was seated, a woman pointed at herself in disbelief. "Me?" Sunzai smiled and said, "Teacher Little Yun, it's you. Please come on stage to receive your award." Congratulatory applause immediately resounded throughout the entire venue. Li Xiaoyun was so excited that the rims of her eyes became wet. Heavens! A colleague next to her congratulated her. "Teacher Little Yun, go on up to the stage." When she went up on the stage, Li Xiaoyun took the trophy from the guest presenter and grabbed a microphone too. The first thing she said was, "Is it really me? You guys are sure that you didn't get it wrong, right?" The audience all laughed at this. Only then did Li Xiaoyun finally give her acceptance speech. "Thank you to the judges, thank you to my bosses, thank you Chief Li, and thank you to all the fans who have always been supporting me. I'm the radio host for Shanghai News Radio and I was very surprised to be nominated this time. I didn't expect to win at all, so I didn't prepare an acceptance speech. I feel too excited now and a little incoherent, so please forgive me for that. In any case, thank you. Thank you to my organization and the higher-ups who have always supported and groomed me." There was another round of applause. Li Xiaoyun kissed her Golden Microphone Award trophy and left the stage excitedly. Teacher Jiao said to Zhang Yi, "Teacher Little Yun is really quite good." Zhang Yi nodded. "I know her, I've heard her reporting the news before." Teacher Jiao said, "A host of Central TV's news simulcast will be retiring in a few years' time. I've heard that Central TV might be interested in inviting Teacher Little Yun over to groom her for the role." If it really works out, teacher Little Yun might really have the chance to take over at news simulcast. Following that, the second winner of the Golden Microphone Award for the radio hosting category was announced. It was another female radio host, a weather segment host from Central Radio Station. Prior to the awards, she was already one of the favorites to win, and it turned out to be true. The third winner of the Golden Microphone Award for the radio hosting category was given to a host from another radio station. He was 45 years old and could be considered a veteran in the field of broadcasting. He had waited 10 years to win this award and finally got his wish. On stage, he choked up with happiness several times as he gave a traditional acceptance speech thanking his leaders and organization. By now, 3 radio hosting Golden Microphone Awards had been given out. Up next were the anticipated Golden Microphone Awards for the television hosting category. The host introduced a different guest presenter for this category. It was also a big shot who had groomed many of the famous hosts in the industry. Teacher Jao's palms were sweating. It's time. Although he knew that he didn't have much of a chance of winning an award, who wouldn't anticipate that an upset could happen when the time came for the announcement? Fang Gang's expression was fixed. Zhu Seiyu's arms tensed up. After the guest presenter got on stage, he gave a speech for 2 minutes without mentioning anything about the awards. A lot of the nominees were so nervous that they unable to hold it in anymore. Then, the guest presenter suddenly opened the envelope without warning and directly announced the first winner. I hereby announce the first winner of this year's Golden Microphone Award for the television hosting category, Mastermind. The applause was enthusiastic. The winner came up onto the stage very quickly and looked very excited. Central TV Department 1's Fang Gang looked a little disappointed at this. Zhu Seiyu and the other nominees also let out a sigh and then quickly offered their congratulatory applause. Regarding Han Shikai's win, no one was really surprised by it. He was already a regular nominee of the Golden Microphone Awards, appearing on the list almost every year but always missing out every time. But now, he had finally won. It showed just how hard he had been working and how much effort he had put in. How many hosts in the industry could work for 365 days a year without taking a rest? Han Shikai was the only one. His improvisation skills on TV shows was also one of the best in the industry. Han Shikai collected his trophy. Thank you. I'm so excited to be standing here that I don't know what to say. Is this real? Then he laughed and continued, it looks like it's real. Everyone graciously laughed along with that. Han Shikai gave his acceptance speech in a very detailed manner. He read out all the names of the people he wanted to thank one by one, but as it was a live broadcast, there was also a time limit for the speech. At the end of his speech, Han Shikai did not know what else to say anymore and just bowed before leaving the stage. Everyone applauded again and then stared back at the guest presenter nervously. The guest presenter went back to the podium and flipped open the next envelope. Oh, this person is really great. He's been an old friend of mine for more than a decade now, so I'm really happy to be able to read out his name here. He intentionally paused for a while before announcing, the second winner is Zhao Heng. It was another veteran. In fact, it was a veteran host with 20 years of experience. Zhao Heng, who was almost 50 years old, still appeared to be in great shape. He did not look to be old and walked very healthily onto the stage. He looked like he couldn't really control his emotions and gave a very emotional acceptance speech. When I first debuted 20 years ago, the TV shows back then were not as fanciful as what we have now. Fang Gang couldn't sit still any longer. Zhu Seiyu looked at him and whispered, the next one is definitely going to be you. Teacher Jiao threw up his hands in resignation and said with a laugh, there's only one spot left, but I know it's not going to be me. Teacher Zhang, I think that it will either be you or Fang Gang. Knowing that he no longer stood a chance, Teacher Jiao started to feel much more relaxed. Zhang Yi did not say anything. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. So he decided to just wait for the result to be announced. When Zhao Heng left the stage, the entire venue fell silent. It was finally ending. There was only one winner left to be announced. Who could it be? No one could predict it as they watched eagerly. Some people had their cell phones out as they browsed the internet to check on Weibo and some forums. Those places were also very lively with discussions at the moment. There's only one more to go. Why hasn't Zhang Yi's name been called out yet? It has to be Teacher Fang Gang for sure. Of all these nominated hosts here, other than Zhang Yi, Fang Gang has the most fame and popularity. Zhang Yi has offended too many people on this stage before, and since it's still the same judge panel as the last time, would they let him win the award? If Zhang Yi does not win it, the people will surely curse them to death. They will know that it's a clear act of revenge. Yeah, Teacher Zhang's achievements are dazzling, so even if the judges don't like him, they would have to consider that for a moment. Who knows how the judge panel will think? Anyone could still win it. Why didn't anyone mention our teacher Zhu Seiyu? She'll definitely be the one who gets it. The heated discussion online and offline was reaching a peak. The guest presenter had already opened the envelope and taken out the result card in it. Then he blinked at the result. Even the host, who caught a glimpse of it, wore a complicated expression as he also blinked several times. The entire venue was quiet. The guest presenter raised his microphone and announced, "The third and final winner of the Golden Microphone Award for the television hosting category is Zhang Yi." When his name was revealed, a lot of the nominees looked at each other. Zhang Yi? They really gave it to Zhang Yi? The Golden Microphone Award was really given to the most unpopular person in the entertainment industry? Fang Gang's mood immediately hit rock bottom. Zhu Seiyu's expression was also rather complicated as she glanced to her side. When the entire venue could finally react, applause sparsely sounded. A lot of people who were in view of the cameras were seemingly clapping their hands, but the strange thing was that the applause was not loud at all. Compared to the earlier award winners, it was a complete 180. They did not give this winner the same response as they did for the others. It could be heard from the sparse applause. In the field of hosting, Zhang Yi had offended too many people before. There were also a lot of others who did not like them. However, some clapped very loudly, for instance Dong Shanshan, Su Hongyan, and Zhang Yi's juniors from Media College. Dong Shanshan muttered to herself with a laugh, "Well done, old classmate." Su Hongyan was clapping her hardest. "He's really won it. Senior, you're terrific." "Yes. I'm impressed that he can even win after offending so many people. Our senior is indeed the best." Where's the applause? Why aren't the others clapping? They're not respecting him at all. Beijing Television's teacher Jiao looked very happy too. It looked like he was even happier than Zhang Yi himself, as he clapped hard and said, "Teacher Zhang, it's you." Then, when he realized that everyone else did not seem too enthusiastic about the result and noticed that the applause around him was quite scattered with most of the volume originating from him, Teacher Jiao suddenly felt embarrassed by his own reaction. He turned to look around and didn't know how to react to Zhang Yi's poor popularity. Zhang Yi just smiled and stood up. The applause gradually came to a stop as a lot of them were only clapping perfunctorily. They looked like they were clapping but there was simply no sound. Zhang Yi took everything in. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, he slowly strolled up onto the stage. That guest presenter handed the trophy to him and said, "Congratulations." "Thank you." Zhang Yi took it and then peered deeply into the shape of the glimmering golden trophy in the shape of a microphone. It felt rather heavy as he held it in his hand. The host also noticed the tepid atmosphere and quickly tried to warm it up by saying, "Teacher Zhang, you're really doing well lately with a bite of China sweeping across the country. I believe that a lot of people, like me, are especially looking forward to hearing your acceptance speech." Unlike the others, Zhang Yi hadn't at all prepared an acceptance speech in advance. He has always been this way, rarely doing anything for matters that were not certain. Since he was not confirmed for the award yet, why would he make the effort to write a speech? Even though he was a little difficult to deal with, but wasn't that just how Zhang Yi was? He always did such things without due preparation and spoke whatever came to his mind. The host and guest presenter stepped back a little and handed the stage over to Zhang Yi. Holding the microphone, he looked out into the audience and into the cameras. Zhang Yi was instantaneously filled with a myriad of thoughts. He knew that at this moment, other than the guests at the venue, there were also a lot of people watching the live broadcast. His parents, the program team of A Bite of China, Peking University's staff, his group of a few friends, and even his former classmates and teachers were watching him. What should he say then? Suddenly, he remembered Graham Moore, the screenwriter for the winner of the Best Adapted Screenplay for The Imitation Game at the 87th Academy Awards. His acceptance speech was still fresh in Zhang Yi's mind. It was an extremely touching speech. With a smile, Zhang Yi looked over to the nominees area and opened his mouth. With that action alone, the staff from the organizers and judge panel broke out in cold sweat. Fang Gang did not get to come on stage, Zhu Seiyu also did not get to come on stage, yet I could. This feels a little unfair. At that instant, countless people looked over at them. Even the cameras panned over to them. Zhu Seiyu was dumbfounded. Fang Gang also nearly vomited blood. Damn. Why did you mention use? Why did you mention use? Teacher Jiao nearly revealed his amusement at this. This Zhang Yi was really too wicked. Those two only ignored you just now, but you're taking it up with him in this way? No wonder you could offend so many people. How could you possibly not? Su Hongyan. His juniors of Media College. A lot of people were speechless right then and there. Indeed. This is totally the style of Zhang Yi's speeches. Fuck, this is the part one like to watch the most. When did Fang Gang and Zhu Seiyu offend Teacher Zhang? My sympathies to them. Shut up and listen. Zhang Yi smiled again and said into the camera to everyone, a lot of people feel that I do not deserve this award. They feel that I do not belong and that I do not fit in, That I am uncompromising and am not qualified to earn this highest award for a host. Just by listening to this tepid response, we all know how everyone feels about this. Some people in the audience started mumbling to themselves. You only realized it now. A person like you should never win the Golden Microphone Award. A person with a temper like yours, it was already a miracle that you could survive for so long in the entertainment industry and in society. But you even won the award now? And it's even the most prestigious award for a host? Has the judging panel gone mad? Zhang Yi composed himself and held the microphone even more tightly. In this brief time here, I would like to say this. When I was in university, I went through a very confusing period of time. Because I felt weird and I felt different and I was stubborn. And I felt like I did not belong. I could feel that everyone was ostracizing me. Saying that, he pointed to the podium at his feet and said in a voice that was getting louder, and now I'm standing here, so I would like for this moment to be for that person out there who feels like they're weird, or they're different, or that they should be a little more flexible, that they should compromise, that they don't fit in anywhere. Everyone in the audience became even more quiet. A lot of them were staring at him in astonishment. Su Hongyan looked at that student of hers who was not like the others. Some tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably in heartache. Zhang Yi pointed outward as his smile became even stronger. Yes, you do. I promise you do. You do. Don't be afraid, don't be confused. Stay weird. Stay different. Stay stubborn and never give up. He waved the trophy in his hand and proclaimed, and then when it's your turn, and you are standing on this stage, please pass the same message to the next person who comes along. He turned around. And left the stage. He was still that different. He was still that unique. But on the faces of all the guests present, deeply shocked expressions were already hanging from their faces. A lot of them felt as though that sharp but stubborn voice of Zhang Yi had nailed them right in their core. With that speech, he had shocked the entire audience. This was Zhang Yi. The ever uncompromising Zhang Yi. 1 second. 2 seconds. The applause suddenly rang out. 1 person. 10 people. 100 people. 1,000 people. The thunderous applause had drowned out the entire venue. Chapter 836, Reactions. The applause continued without end. When Zhang Yi walked off the stage, the applause was still going on. More and more people were starting to applaud. Many people from the upper and lower decks at the venue even stood up slowly from their seats to applaud Zhang Yi. Su Hongyan wiped away some tears from the corners of her eyes. This Zhang Yi. A female student from Media College also cried out, "Senior, nicely done. Nicely done." All his other juniors from Media College could also feel their blood boiling with excitement. After hearing Zhang Yi's acceptance speech, the blood in their bodies was surging with emotions, seemingly trying to break out of their bodies. Their senior was too cool. He was really too cool. Everyone who was present had their eyes turn red. A famous female host seated in the nominees area could not hold back her tears. She quickly turned her head to the side to face away from the camera and wiped away the tears in her eyes. Thinking back, she was also a high-spirited and energetic person, carrying her own ideals and pursuit of a dream. But somewhere along the way, giving in and compromising had seemingly become a part of her daily life. It had become her go-to response to survive in this industry. Only this way would it seemingly show that one had matured. It was the correct way to behave. However, Zhang Yi's speech told her that there was another type of person in this world. There was actually someone who could travel that difficult path and climb to the highest stage full of battle scars to receive an award of the highest honor. All this without compromising or giving in. Zhang Yi did it. Moreover, in the near future, there would probably be other hosts as uncompromising as Zhang Yi who would walk up to this stage holding a Golden Microphone Award and spreading those words to pass down Zhang Yi's ideals and persistence. On the stage today, Zhang Yi was looking gloriously radiant. This was the acceptance speech of a host. This was a cry of his convictions. At Zhang Yi's parents' house, his mother posted on Weibo excitedly, "Look. This is my son." This was the son who she had taught as he grew up. At this moment, his parents were full of joy and pride. At Peking University, a math teacher who was watching the online broadcast marveled, "This Zhang Yi, just what kind of a person is he?" Pan Yang smiled and replied, "Him? He is an incredible person." Han Henian sighed. A person who can say those words is indeed someone very incredible. At Beijing television, Zhao Lu wiped her tears away as she cried. It hasn't been easy for teacher Zhang in the past 2 years. It really hasn't been easy for him. Although he did not mention anything about it, all of us know how much pressure teacher Zhang had to deal with and how many hopeless situations he faced in the past. It's been too hard on him. Hoof smiled and said, "But little Zhang has still managed to get through it all. He's really amazing." Huj remarked excitedly, "That's right. Teacher Zhang is the best." Celebrity Goof Group. Fan Wenli posted a link of the online video to the group chat. Ning Lan said, "This is what a host is all about. A true host." Chen Guang also appeared. "It's rare to see a host like him in the country. Dong Tsai, there isn't any outside of the country like him either. This speech has really moved me." Fan Wenli was touched by it as well and mentioned, "I listened to Zhang Yi's speech 4 times over. I don't even know why my tears started falling. Old Chen, who's beside me, had a hard time trying to dry my tears for me. I can't explain why, but it's really overwhelming." At a district in Beijing. In a completely normal family's house. An 18-year-old high school student was watching the broadcast with his parents. After a long silence, he suddenly turned around and looked at his parents. "Dad, Mom, I've decided that I want to apply for media college." The mother was stunned. "Media college?" The boy nodded with determination. "Yes." His parents gazed at him. "You've decided?" The boy acknowledged and pointed at Zhang Yi on the computer screen. "I have a goal now. I want to be a cool host like him." The father smiled and said, "That's good. No matter what you want to do, your mom and I will support you." Outside Beijing. At a second-tier city. 1. The cold wind was whistling at the side of an office building. The lights inside were still on. Many people were working overtime. The office was filled with the noise of keyboard typing and the mechanical sound of the photocopier. "Just another half an hour to go and we can leave work. Let's work harder and finish up this proposal, everyone." "Old Zhu, has it been finished yet?" "It's almost done. It'll be ready soon." "Old He, it's all up to you over there." "Supervisor Wang?" "Supervisor Wang?" This was just a very typical overtime day, but there was one person in the office who was incongruous to the rest. He wasn't doing anything but staring straight at the computer screen and watching Zhang Yi give his speech on stage. "Yes, you do. I promise you do. You do. Don't be afraid, don't be confused. Stay weird. Stay different. Stay stubborn and never give up. And then when it's your turn, and you are standing on this stage, please pass the same message to the next person who comes along." When he listened to it quietly without paying attention to the colleagues beside him who were calling out to him. "Supervisor Wang?" That person hesitated for a moment and then whispered to the person beside him, "What's wrong with the supervisor today?" That female colleague also looked at him in wonder. Then she replied in a low voice, "I don't know. He just became like this. I think he's watching the live broadcast of the Golden Microphone Awards." To them, Wang He was a very serious person when it came to work. His work abilities were very strong. He was also a very eloquent person. It was rumored that he had studied broadcasting before, which was why even though Wang He was still young and had only graduated for 2 years, he had already become the third in command of this small company with an annual salary of around 500,000 RMB. No matter whether it was his family or friends, or even his colleagues, they all considered him a successful person with a promising future. At this moment, the online broadcast ended. Someone gathered up his courage and stepped up. "Supervisor? Are you fine?" When he closed the web browser, then turned around and looked at that person. "I'm good." That person smiled and said, "Do you like teacher Zhang Yi as well?" "Do I like him?" Suddenly, Wang He laughed. "I don't like him at all. We were already on unfriendly terms while we were studying at university. I disliked him and he disliked me as well." Everyone was shocked to hear that. "Studying at university? You know him personally?" "He was my classmate," Wang He revealed calmly. "Ah. Really? You and Zhang Yi were classmates? You were from media college as well?" His colleagues were very surprised as this was the first time they learned of it. Wang He suddenly said, "All right, everyone do well at your jobs." He thought for a moment before declaring, "In the future, you guys must work hard. Thank you to all of you for taking care of me all this while. Work hard in the future? Thanks for our care?" Everyone was stunned. What was the meaning of that? Following, under the dumbfounded looks on everyone, Wang He lowered his head to write something short. Then he knocked on his boss's office door and went in to place his resignation letter on the table. The boss was also stunned. "What's the matter, little Wang?" Wang He said in all seriousness, "Boss, thank you for all your guidance." His boss said, "This is too sudden. Why do you want to resign? Are you not satisfied with the salary?" "It's not that," Wang He replied. The boss said, "Then is it because work is not smooth sailing for you?" "It isn't that either." Wang He shook his head. The boss asked, "Then why are you doing this?" Wang He hesitated for a moment and then seemingly muttered to himself, "When I was still in university, my results were always among the best, whereas there was a person who was always ranked at the bottom of the class. However, that person said something today that suddenly woke me up. When I offended someone at the television station last year and got fired, I used it as an excuse to avoid going back to becoming a host again. I packed my bags and returned to my hometown dejected, but fortunately earned your appreciation and got back to work, seemingly leading a better life than others. However, I'm actually not excited about it and did not feel any sense of accomplishment." His boss stayed silent. When he smiled and continued, "But today, that person's words have instantly filled me with life again. He withstood such tremendous pressure and offended so many people, yet he could still be successful today. So then, why can't I do the same? Based on what can I not do the same? I only found out now that my heart isn't dead yet. That my blood hasn't turned cold yet." After hearing that, his boss gazed at him and smiled. "Do whatever you want to do. If you can't survive anymore out there, you're welcome to come back here again. Thank you." When he sincerely repeated, "Thank you." At the award ceremony venue, the trophy presentation was completed after Zhang Yi had taken his award. However, the atmosphere at the locale was still immersed in the acceptance speech from earlier. Everyone began streaming out of the venue. Dong Shanshan went to look for Su Hongyan first. After his speech, Zhang Yi had squeezed past the surrounding reporters. When he saw Teacher Su and Dong Shanshan, he walked with large strides to their side. "Did you drive here, Teacher Su? Shall I send you home?" Su Hongyan was about to say something when her cell phone buzzed. She received a message. The sender stunned Su Hongyan for a while. It was from one of her former students whom she had the greatest hopes for, but also the one who turned out the most regretful. When he, "Teacher Su, how are you doing?" "Su Hongyan, I'm fine. I heard that you have already become a top-level executive back at your hometown? And your salary is also many times more than mine? Not bad, you're doing well." When he, "I've resigned." Su Hongyan was taken aback. "Huh?" When he, "I don't have Zhang Yi's number, so if you see him, please help me thank him." Su Hongyan suddenly thought of something. "Are you?" When he, "I've booked a plane ticket to go back to Beijing on the day after tomorrow." Su Hongyan, "Are you?" When he, "I really would like to give another shot at a hosting career." Pocketing her cell phone, Su Hongyan beamed with joy. Dong Shanshan was puzzled by this and asked, "Teacher Su, why are you smiling so happily?" Su Hongyan smiled and said, "Wang He is coming back." "Wang He? That Wang He from our class?" Zhang Yi looked at her strangely. "I heard from Shanshan that guy went back to his hometown, didn't he? And he's white collar now too?" Su Hongyan laughed and replied, "He just resigned a few minutes ago and has already booked a plane ticket back to Beijing. He wants me to thank you on his behalf." Zhang Yi blinked. "Why is he thanking me?" Su Hongyan said, "Your acceptance speech has ignited many people's passion. I think he made the decision after listening to your speech. I knew that Wang He would not just give up on hosting so easily like that. In the future, you two will have another peer again." Zhang Yi smiled happily. "That's good. I'll be waiting for him." Zhang Yi's speech had touched countless people. At the same time, it had also changed and affected the destinies and decisions of many people. Chapter 837, 10 million followers on Weibo. That night, it was all over the news. Great Wall Daily News, Golden Microphone Awards announced. Han Shike, Zhao Heng and Zhang Yi were awarded the Golden Microphone Awards. Southern Entertainment News, a shocking acceptance speech. Zhang Yi wins the most coveted award in the television hosting field this year. An acceptance speech that shocked the entire venue. Applause continued for a full minute as the situation spiraled out of control, leaving many in tears. News Online, the beloved and hated Zhang Yi. At the Golden Microphone Awards, Zhang Yi made such a strong and uncompromising speech that it touched many of the people at the venue. It made many of the audience realize that even without using a poem, he could still give an earth-shattering speech. At the same time, Zhang Yi was still the same as before, as the first line was already enough to roast Fang Gang and Zhu Seiyu, two famous hosts of Central TV Department 1. A camera even happened to coincidentally capture both their expressions at that moment. As such, Zhang Yi could be said to have offended yet more people again this time. Upon seeing this, we also didn't know how to react and could not help but recall a saying, "It's not difficult to offend someone in a day. The difficulty lies in offending someone every day." Zhang Yi is undoubtedly the type of celebrity who can make us love, hate, cry, and laugh about him. A straight shooting host. Zhang Yi's acceptance speech, "Never give up." To like Zhang Yi, there's no need for a reason. The most tragic scene in history. Zhu Seiyu and Fang Gang get roasted out of nowhere. Staffer of a television station, "I still don't like Zhang Yi, but his speech left me with no choice but to give him my applause." The news reports were in full swing. It reached a state of adding fuel to the fire on the internet and was stirred up very early. "Teacher Zhang, you were really too fucking cool today. This speech is so freaking cool. I've listened to it for 10 times. 10 times. I cried from listening to it. It's just so touching. Teacher Zhang, thank you. I've always liked you, your poems, and the things you say. It always gives me energy and courage every time. You're really awesome. Zhang Yi's fan club leader, Big Saber Bro, led a group of people to forward the speech like crazy and flood the internet with it. Very soon, the video clip of Zhang Yi's speech was bumped up to the front page. Top 10 trending topics. Top 5 trending topics. Until it had reached the top spot for the day on Weibo. Many of the netizens who were not interested in the Golden Microphone Awards also noticed this and clicked on the video to watch it. It was only after they saw the speech that they knew that such a thing had happened at the Golden Microphone Award ceremony, and that they had actually missed the live broadcast. Ah, how regretful. Damn it, I didn't manage to watch the live broadcast. I'm going to chop off my hands. Why did I watch the basketball match earlier? If I knew the Golden Microphone Awards would be so exciting, I would not have fucking gone out to watch a movie. Even if I had to face getting cursed to death by my wife, I would still have gone home to catch the live broadcast. I get the same vibes even from watching the video clip now. It seems like Zhang Yi has already surpassed the gods. This is what it means to be a celebrity. This is what it means to be a host. I'm a hater turned neutral. Today, I am here to give a like to Zhang Yi. Currently turning from neutral to a fan now. Currently turning from fan to hardcore fan now. The number of Zhang Yi's Weibo followers made another breakthrough as well. With the fan accumulation gained by the long-term popularity of A Bite of China, Zhang Yi's Weibo followers had now risen to an astonishing 10 million. 10 million. In just a few months, it was already growing at an exponential rate. Some A-list celebrities only had slightly more than 10 million Weibo followers. Although the overall popularity of a celebrity should not just be based off the ranking on a single platform, it was still one of the criteria to be considered for popularity and would be calculated and taken into account for the overall celebrity rankings. Without a doubt, after today, there would likely be some changes to Zhang Yi's celebrity ranking again. On the street, Zhang Yi was driving Dong Shanshan home. His cell phone rang. It was a call from his parents' home. Little Yi. His mother said excitedly, "When are you coming home?" Zhang Yi laughed, "I'll be back soon." His mother asked, "Are you coming back to eat?" Zhang Yi said, "Yes, of course. I'm very hungry, but let me send Shanshan home first." His mother said, "Shanshan? That classmate of yours, why are you sending her home? Ask her to come to our place for dinner. Your dad and I have already made dinner. Invite her over as well." "Sure, I'll ask her." After hanging up, Zhang Yi looked in the direction of the front passenger seat. He could not control himself from stealing a glance at Dong Shanshan's clothes tied against the seat belt. Then he asked, "My mom is asking you to come over to our place for dinner. You wanna join us? It's not far from here. Otherwise, you'll be eating alone at home." Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "How do you know that I'm alone at home?" "Ah. There's someone else at home?" Zhang Yi replied. Dong Shanshan asked, "How do you know that there's someone else at my home?" Zhang Yi knew that her mouth didn't speak much truth, so he just rolled his eyes and said, "Forget it, I should just drop you off on the roadside and let you walk back home by yourself." "Don't you dare." Dong Shanshan laughed and suggested, "Let's go to your place for dinner. Since Andy has already invited me, if I don't give her any face, that would be very ungracious of me." Very quickly, they reached his parents' home. When they went upstairs, they saw his mother already waiting at the door. The door was opened long ago, probably because she was searching for Zhang Yi's car from the window. "Dad, Mom," Zhang Yi greeted. When Dong Shanshan entered the house, she also smiled sweetly. "Andy, Uncle." His mother stared at her for a long time. "Shanshan, you still look the same as you were in school. You're still as pretty as ever." When Zhang Yi was in university, using the Beijing dialect to describe it, he was rather short-fused. As his parents were often called to the school, his mother went there a few times. It was there that she met Dong Shanshan twice. Likewise, Dong Shanshan also had some impression of Zhang Yi's mother, whereas she had never met his father in person before. Probably because face mattered more for his father, he would never go to this sort of school meeting even if he was called to school by a teacher. His father also smiled and said, "Wash your hands and we can eat dinner." Dong Shanshan said, "Yes, Uncle." "Where's that Chenchen?" Zhang Yi looked around. His father pointed to the master bedroom. "She already went to bed after eating dinner." Zhang Yi grunted, "Lazy bones." His mother smiled and said, "Chenchen got really tired. While your dad and I were making dinner, Chenchen answered 7 or 8 calls made to our home." "You didn't say, but Chenchen is really clever. She could repeat to us who the callers were and what they said. There was a call from your grandmother, 2 from your younger girl cousins, 1 from your elder girl cousin, and 1 from someone who was probably a reporter. I don't know how that person got our home number, But Chen said that the person tried to trick and sound her out for a long time, only for her to hang up on them directly. His father also nodded in agreement. The kid is smarter than most adults. Zhang Yi quickly said, "Oh come on, both of you. Don't keep praising her. Who knows if that little kid will get big-headed again and go out on the streets to catch some criminals. If that happens, we'll be in trouble." However, his mother liked Chen a lot and she did not like hearing that. "She doesn't cause as much trouble as you do." They started dining. Zhang Yi was stuffing food into his mouth. Dong Shanshan ate in a very reserved manner. She chatted as she ate, because Zhang Yi's mother did not give her a spare moment to eat her food. She would ask a question every now and then. His mother asked, "Shanshan, how is your family doing?" Dong Shanshan said, "They're doing pretty good." His mother asked, "You live in Inner Mongolia, right?" Dong Shanshan replied, "Yes." His mother asked, "Do you have a boyfriend yet?" Dong Shanshan said, Not yet." His mother stated, "It's good that you don't have one. In your profession, you should be careful when looking for a partner since the industry is a little more complicated. It would be good if you could find someone working in the same industry as you, so that you'd have common topics to talk about." Even his father couldn't stand watching. "Can you talk a little less? Let her eat in peace." Dong Shanshan smiled brightly. "It's fine." It seemed that his mother rather liked Dong Shanshan. After they finished eating dinner, his mother started to chat with her again. Finally, Zhang Yi came up with an excuse and got Dong Shanshan to go to his room. He disclosed, "That's how my mom is. She's a very talkative person. Auntie is quite interesting." Dong Shanshan smiled. Zhang Yi gestured around his bedroom. "Make yourself at home." Dong Shanshan pushed aside the blanket that was not folded at the bed's end and saw male underwear underneath it. It seemed like it was worn before, but she did not say anything. She casually picked it up with her index finger and thumb and threw it aside. Zhang Yi felt his face flush and said in exasperation, "Don't just throw my things around." He quickly went to pick it up. Dong Shanshan crossed her legs and looked around. "I'm quite surprised about your place. It doesn't look like the bedroom of a celebrity of your status at all." Zhang Yi laughed, "That's right. This bro is even poorer than you now. I heard that you have accepted an endorsement deal? And quite a number of commercial performances too? Beijing television is quite good. They don't enforce too many limitations on hosts unlike Central TV." Dong Shanshan mentioned, "That's why I'm planning to buy a house soon." "Alright, I'll go bum at your place sometime then," Zhang Yi offhandedly remarked. Dong Shanshan laughed. "Sure. You can stay over if you aren't afraid of the paparazzi." Amused, Zhang Yi chuckled. "Then I better forget it." "Oh, right." Dong Shanshan told him, "Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. I arranged a dinner party with a lot of my friends in the circle. I think there isn't anyone in the group who is your enemy. There are men and women in it, so do you want to join us?" Zhang Yi puckered his lips. He sat down and said earnestly, "If you have that kind of time, why don't you do something serious instead? Why are you celebrating a foreign festival? Come, Shanshan, let me expand your knowledge on the history of Christmas Day. A long, long time ago in the foreign lands, there was." Dong Shanshan was almost rendered speechless by this. She interrupted, "That's enough. I don't want to talk about this with such a nationalistic person like you. Forget it. I knew that you would not want to join anyway, so take it as if I did not mention it to you." As she said that, she also giggled. "You're still the same old you as back then. You'll take it up with whomever mentions a foreign festival to you." Zhang Yi said with a grin, "I just can't bear having grit in my eyes." Dong Shanshan sighed. "Of all our classmates back then, who would have thought that you would be the one who's the most successful in the end? You even won the highest honor for a host this time. Do you still remember back then? When we did that survey as a joke, the greatest ambition of 90% of our class was earning the glory of winning the Golden Microphone Award after our graduation. No one would have guessed that you would be the first person to achieve that. And you even did it in less than 2 years after graduation." Zhang Yi softly said, "I was just lucky, I mean it." Dong Shanshan brought up, "Now that I suddenly thought of our classmates, I wonder how they're all doing, and what they're doing. We should have a reunion someday." "Sure." Zhang Yi nodded as he also began reminiscing. The world had changed. Were those old classmates of his still the same as before? 838 appointed as the examiner? Chapter 838, appointed as the examiner? Saturday. When Zhang Yi checked the celebrity rankings index in the morning, his name had changed again as expected. He had quietly moved ahead by 1 spot as he slowly crept to the front of the B list rankings. The rise this time did not come easy and he only jumped a spot up as a fraction of the popularity score was gained from the popularity of A Bite of China, while the larger part of it had come from yesterday's awards and that acceptance speech which had already been spread around the entire country. Zhang Yi's popularity score was recently surging up due to the attention given to him by the media and the citizens. It was precisely because of moments like this that Zhang Yi could gain a great increase in his popularity score with everything that he did. By just adding a little fuel, the fire would burn brighter, so he took advantage of this rare opportunity to push his popularity further up. This was just like how the stock market functioned. Once a stock gathered enough momentum, its market capital would become greater. When its market capital got greater, the market perception would further drive the stock price higher. But if the stock price stopped rising, or even dropped, it would be extremely difficult to gather back that momentum to push it back up again. It was similar in the entertainment circle as well. Many of those celebrities who became popular overnight was based on this same concept, so that was why this current opportunity that Zhang Yi had was very rare. His fans were accumulating. His popularity score had gone up another level. It was getting higher and higher. Zhang Yi was in a good mood as he hummed a little tune while on his way to work. O-O-O-O-H. Elis U-O-O-O-O-O. That is the famous King Zhang Pla, 1, oh alright. It doesn't seem like he could go that high with his pitch. At Central TV. When Zhang Yi's car arrived, a lot of staff from the other channels started commenting. Zhang Yi is here. I really didn't expect that he would win this year's Golden Microphone Award. Yeah, it's just his first nomination and he's won it despite all the pressure and doubt against him. I really thought that the judge panel would not give the award to such a controversial host no matter what. But don't you think that acceptance speech really made your blood course with excitement? Haha, I heard that after the award ceremony ended, Central TV Department 1's teacher Fang Gang was left cursing his mother. Teacher Zhang Yi really is too naughty. So what if he cursed his mother? Even the station heads could not suppress Zhang Yi, even the Sarft could not do anything about him, so what can Teacher Fang Gang and Teacher Zhu Seiyu do? At the most, they can curse at him under their breaths. They can only submit to their humiliation since they were unlucky enough to meet with this reckless character. PFFT, those two were really unlucky. They must have said something bad and offended Zhang Yi when they were seated together earlier. Our department has loaned some HD video cameras and equipment to Zhang Yi before, so I've talked to him a few times before. I kinda know him and didn't find his temper to be bad at all. He was quite polite and didn't put on any airs either, so I found him to be quite well-mannered. But if you offend him, then he wouldn't be that easy to talk to anymore. Yeah, I've also come into contact with him once and had quite a good impression. Actually, he's not really as much of a troublemaker as they make him out to be. One time, I was in the elevator and saw Zhang Yi coming toward it from several meters away. I held the door for him. He quickened his pace and even thanked me after that. After speaking to him, I didn't find him to be a bad-tempered person. Instead, I thought that he was someone who's rather humorous and easy to get along with. Upstairs. Department 14's office. Zhang Yi was still humming the little tune as he walked into his program team's office. He was just about to greet his colleagues when he suddenly realized that there was no one around at Section 3. The computers were on and there were a lot of documents on the table too, but there was no one here. Where is everyone? Isn't it already time to start working? Could it be that I got here too early? When he just thought of that, he suddenly heard the shuffling of feet coming from behind him. More than 30 colleagues of Department 14 came rushing up to him with little Wang and Huang Dandan leading the pack. The two of them were holding a rather large cake in their hands as everyone sang a cheerful tune together. Hakiki was there. Yan Tanfei also joined in. Zhang Yi was overwhelmed. Whoa, I didn't even know that it was my birthday. He didn't usually celebrate his birthdays, but it wasn't his birthday today anyway. Director Zhang. This is a surprise. Haha, congratulations on winning the Golden Microphone Award. We are also celebrating the winning of the two coveted television show awards for A Bite of China and A Voice. Surprise. So it was for that. Zhang Yi only just realized what was going on. Thank you, thank you. Yan Tanfei said with a smile, we didn't get to celebrate before this, but since everything came together, they just spontaneously organized it. Since it is such a happy event, I definitely had to come and join in the fun as well. Teacher Little Zhang, the Golden Microphone Award that you have won this time has also brought a lot of pride to us at Department 14. In the future, when we introduce our department or have a recruitment drive, we can finally say that our department has a host who was awarded the highest honor in the industry. Zhang Yi sighed. I could only achieve this because of your guidance. Oh come on, we're family yet you're still saying such polite words. Yan Tanfei roared with laughter. Come. Slice the cake. Everyone had discussed in secret to buy the cake and organize the surprise party for Zhang Yi, making him feel rather touched. After slicing the cake, everyone stood around and enjoyed it while chatting and laughing. After the surprise celebration, Everyone got back to work and continued with whatever they were doing. It was already coming up to the new year. By the previously arranged work schedule, a bite of China's program team did not have much to do. It was also the last working day of the year before everyone went on a break for around 7 days. By the time they needed to come back to work, it would already be January of the new year. This was the break that Zhang Yi had asked the department to give them. Hakiki smiled and said, "Director Zhang, where will you go during your break?" "I don't know, probably just stay at home?" Zhang Yi replied. Zhang Zuo suggested, "It's the new year soon. Why don't we hold a celebration with just our program team tonight?" Zhang Yi nodded. "Sure, why don't you guys organize something? I'll sponsor the event." Little Wang exclaimed, "Director Zhang is so generous in aiding a worthy cause." Zhang Yi patted his pockets and said, "I've only got 100 yuan left anyway, so it's fine as long as it doesn't exceed that amount." "Yi. PSH." His colleagues laughed and booed at him. Ring ring ring. A phone call came in. Zhang Yi read the caller ID and blinked several times before hurriedly saying, "You guys keep working. My teacher is calling." Then he went back into his office and answered the call. It was Su Hongyan's voice on the other end. "Little Zhang, what are you busy with?" Zhang Yi laughed and said, "I'm working overtime today, Teacher Su." Su Hongyan cheerfully laughed along. "There's something I'm calling you about. Please do tell." "It's our media college entrance exam. It has been brought forward by a bit. Are you going to be free? Come back to your alma mater and make a contribution." "What can I contribute to?" "If we offer to make you an examiner, would you want to come back?" "Examiner? Me? That's right. Whoa, am I even qualified? You've won the Golden Microphone Award. Why are you still afraid that you're not qualified?" "I'm just afraid that I would hold up the examinees. There are always alumni members who come back as examiners or even as a teacher for the freshman courses. There are many who are given the title of a teacher, so it's no big deal in your case. This has been a tradition of our school since a long time ago. No matter how experienced we teachers are, it's only in the area of academics and education. We have our limitations, so there are times where we need hosts like you who fight at the front lines to add your valuable experience here." "Sure, I understand. Then it's settled. Come by early tomorrow as there will be some other things to talk about when we meet." Chapter 839, Appointed as Associate Professor at Media College? On a cloudy Sunday. When he opened the windows in the morning, it was very smoggy outside. Smelling the unpleasant air, Zhang Yi coughed a few times and turned around to ask, "Mom, where's my face mask? Help me find it please. I have an appointment in the morning and will need to go out for a bit." His mother replied, "I forgot where I put it." "Help me look for it please," Zhang Yi requested. "You're a man. Why do you need to wear a face mask?" His mother mumbled. "The air is polluted." Zhang Yi said helplessly, "Don't believe what the news is saying about Beijing experiencing a heavy fog today. That's not fog but smog. When you and Dad go out later, remember to put on your face masks too. You must do it, alright?" He then looked at Chen who had just crawled out of bed and walked out of the room. "You too, did you get that?" Chen pouted. "Zhang Yi, you're so slow." His mother grunted, "Your uncle's behaving like a lady." "Zhang Yi." His father said, "Just listen to our son. The weather outside isn't good. See that? It's still a veteran party member like my dad who is more conscious of his surroundings." Zhang Yi pointed out. After putting on the face mask and a pair of sunglasses, Zhang Yi went downstairs and drove straight to Media College. Media College, whose actual name was the Communication University of China, was previously known as Beijing Broadcasting Institute. Thus, there were people who called it Broadcasting College or QC, but were nonetheless still referring to it as Media College. As the leading institute for media education in China, Media College's entrance exam would naturally attract many interested applicants each year. Moreover, this was not limited to only the broadcaster profession but also included broadcast editing, acting, and other related media professions. Every year, the number of applicants would number several tens of thousands. As such, the interviews could not possibly be completed within just a few days. It would take up to half a month to complete by conducting the examination in batches. Today was the first day of the entrance exam and also the busiest day. At Media College. The main entrance. When he arrived, he immediately saw the place crowded with people. The examinees were there but a greater number of them were actually the examinees' parents. Some female examinees were even accompanied by 5 or 6 relatives. A lot of those who had their parents with them were female examinees from the provinces outside of Beijing. As their parents were worried about their pretty daughters coming to Beijing alone to attend the entrance exam, most of them decided to come along as well. Zhang Yi slowed his car down hoping to take a look at the bevy of beautiful girls. Since they were here to attend the media college entrance examination, how bad could they possibly look? However, when Zhang Yi tried to see, he could only quietly retract his eyes. Your sister. The smog was so heavy that he couldn't see shit. Hey, look at that. Who is that person? It's Zhang Yi. It's really teacher Zhang Yi. Wow, why is he here today? After parking his car, as he was walking on campus, someone recognized Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was strolling as he marveled at and reminisced about the changes back here at his alma mater. Then, when he realized that the surrounding examinees were all staring at him, he smiled and nodded at them. A girl was crouched on the ground and hastily trying to put on some makeup. When Zhang Yi passed by her, he said, "Don't bother doing that. You'd still have to remove your makeup when you go in there." The girl was taken aback by this. "Ah." Zhang Yi said, "Didn't you read the requirements stated for the first round of examination?" The girl hurriedly asked, "We can't even have light makeup on?" Zhang Yi smiled and replied, "Put on your makeup when it's time for the second round instead." Then he walked off. The girl shouted from afar, thank you, Teacher Zhang, for the reminder." She excitedly pulled at her friend who came along with her for the entrance exam. "Did you see that? Did you?" Zhang Yi spoke to me. The examinees were discussing intensely. What is Zhang Yi doing here? And he's here during the entrance exam period too? I don't know. Maybe he came back to visit his teachers. Surely not, right? They would be exceptionally busy today. There were quite a number of media reporters who had been standing by on campus since 5 o'clock in the morning. They all saw Zhang Yi walking over, and perhaps due to their job nature, they also had a keener sense of awareness. Zhang Yi is the examiner. A female reporter from Beijing Times reflexively shouted. Everyone was in an uproar. Examiner? Is that really true? Zhang Yi will be proctoring the exam? Damn, why wasn't this important news reported in advance? Media College has invited Zhang Yi over? Ayo, Teacher Zhang, wait up. Teacher Zhang. All of a sudden, around 6 reporters were chasing after him. Seeing this, Zhang Yi knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to get away if he got surrounded. He quickly turned and ran off, but when the reporters saw this, they pursued even harder. Seeing this, Zhang Yi ran even faster, and when those reporters saw this, they chased even harder. Seeing this, Zhang Yi ran even faster, and when those reporters saw this. Oh, alright. Enough baloney. Su Hongyan had received a call from Zhang Yi earlier and was waiting for him at the entrance of a teaching block with a few colleagues. In the end, she witnessed a scene she found both amusing and awkward. Hey, Teacher Su. Zhang Yi ran over, panting hard. Su Hongyan laughed. You're really popular, aren't you? Zhang Yi waved it off. Don't mention it. The way I'm being trained here is even harder than training for a marathon. If and when the entertainment industry has enough of me, I'll go and be a professional athlete so that I can continue serving the people. A few of the reporters who had caught up heard this and were amused. Cut the crap. Su Hongyan motioned with her head. Come on in, we're just waiting for you. Zhang Yi turned around and told those reporters, sorry, brothers and sisters, let's do the interview at a later date. Sure. Go on and work hard first. Remember to give me an exclusive interview later. You ran really fast, Director Zhang. Ayo, I'm exhausted from chasing after you. Having reached his current status, Zhang Yi had already met many reporters of the industry by now. As long as they were entertainment reporters based in Beijing, Zhang Yi would almost definitely have come across them before. Even for those who were not entertainment reporters, Zhang Yi had seen a lot of them before, like those academic or literary journalists who Zhang Yi was very familiar with by now. Having met so many times by now, a lot of these reporters weren't interviewing or surrounding Zhang Yi for the first time. Occasionally, they would even joke around with Zhang Yi a little to help improve their relations with each other. They were already rather close in a way. Upstairs. As the entrance examination was scheduled for later, Su Hongyan decided to introduce to Zhang Yi the other examiners who were also taking charge of this broadcasting examination. The examinations for the other courses like television or directing were held on another floor. Su Hongyan said, Little Zhang, this is Professor Ku Heng. Zhang Yi quickly put out his hand and greeted very humbly, Professor Ku. Professor Ku laughed and said, Hello, Professor Zhang. Zhang Yi replied, Please, just call me Little Zhang. I dare not be addressed as a professor in front of you teachers. Professor Ku uttered, Don't stand on ceremony with us. Most of those present were professors and teachers during Zhang Yi's time at the university. Even though some of them did not teach his class, it was all the same to Zhang Yi as he did not dare to act too full of himself in front of them. However, Professor Ku still insisted on addressing Zhang Yi as Professor Zhang as he had a very traditional mindset. Since Zhang Yi was a lecturer at Peking University and an associate professor of its math department, then in Professor Ku's opinion, even if Zhang Yi used to be a student of media college, he was already standing at the same level as them now. Those who could serve would do so as teachers. It didn't matter whether you were young or old. That was the reason why he wanted to address him properly. Su Hongyan introduced them one by one. This is Teacher Zhu, my colleague and a voice teacher. When you were still attending university, Teacher Zhu wasn't around yet, so you would not have met before. Zhang Yi stepped forward and held out his hand. Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu was somewhat more casual. Don't mind me if I address you as Teacher Little Zhang. Zhang Yi smiled and said, being addressed as teacher or professor by all of you is really making me feel awkward. I really don't deserve this at all. Since I'm back at my alma mater, I should be considered a student again. Su Hongyan laughed pleasantly and pointed at Zhang Yi. This kid here will always act humble, so everyone, you don't need to be overly polite with him. It will do if you just call him Little Zhang. When she finished introducing everyone, Su Hongyan said, even though I believe that everyone already knows him, I'll still do this the proper way. This is Zhang Yi, a student I taught in the past. Pondering for a moment, she added, he's the most disobedient and worrisome student I've ever had. Zhang Yi. Everyone broke out into laughter. Seeing what Zhang Yi was like, they could already imagine his temper while he was still in school. It wouldn't be surprising if he was a difficult student to handle, so it must have been really hard on Teacher Su. Finally, Su Hongyan briefed Zhang Yi on his responsibilities and purview as an examiner of the entrance examination. Zhang Yi browsed through the examinee's information charts as he listened very carefully and seriously to the briefing. There were times when Zhang Yi liked to goof around, but for some matters, Zhang Yi could be very serious as well. When it came to something as important as an entrance examination which could implicate the future of an examinee, Zhang Yi would never joke about it. This was because he has been through the same path before. For those applying for the broadcast hosting course, there was a requirement to fulfill: male examinees must not be shorter than 175 centimeters. Back then, Zhang Yi's height was clearly not enough to qualify him, but they had somehow made a one-off exception at that time, and it had forever changed his destiny. Therefore, now that he had become an examinee, Zhang Yi would not make light of the job either. After understanding the procedures, the few examiners started chatting. Su Hongyan was also involved this time, and her role was mainly to assess the cultural score of the applicants. It was half an hour to the start of the interview round. Su Hongyan suddenly called Zhang Yi over to the side. Zhang Yi was startled and asked, "What's the matter, Teacher Su?" Su Hongyan said, "When I called you, I mentioned that there was something else. Since we have time now, let me talk to you about it." "What is it?" Zhang Yi asked curiously. Su Hongyan said, "What is your job scope over at Peking University?" Zhang Yi replied, "It's just what you'd expect for both the Chinese and math departments. But I'm still in the middle of resuming my duties after my suspension was lifted, so I haven't been given any classes yet." Su Hongyan voiced her understanding. "We had a meeting at the university yesterday to discuss you. This included inviting you to be the examiner as well as another thing, which the president wants me to discuss with you and seek your opinion on. What would you say if the School of Broadcasting wants to offer you a position as a visiting associate professor?" Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. "Associate professor? Me?" Su Hongyan said, "It's the position of visiting professor, so it doesn't clash with your role at Peking University. It's just a title for a temporary position. You can come and give a lecture or two when there's a need. Any other matters need not be handled by you. But even if you have no time to come, you can just hold the title and that's fine too." Zhang Yi was stunned. "I'm just a student here, so how can I?" Su Hongyan said, "Don't keep harping on your past student status. You've already won the highest honor for a host and are now one of the most excellent hosts in the industry. In the past, when those alumni members who graduated and also won the Golden Microphone Award, they came back and held the title of professor. But since you're still young, we decided on giving you the title of associate professor instead. As for you, don't be too stressed. The university has already discussed this in the meeting, so as long as you agree to it, the matter is settled. It's just your decision now." Zhang Yi was still in disbelief. "Why me?" "Because you're the most suitable candidate," Su Hongyan said with a laugh. "Our media college is the top-ranked institute for the broadcasting major, that's without a doubt. But the other schools and faculties are rather mediocre. For example, the School of Acting? It's not even comparable to the Central Academy of Drama, Shanghai Theatre Academy, or Beijing Film Academy. What about the School of Directing? The School of Music and Recording Arts? There are also better institutes than us in those majors. We're always losing out in the student admissions every year. But if you join us, the entire situation would surely become better. Not only are you a host, You're also a TV director with 2 shows under your belt and have won the highest awards in the industry. In terms of entertainment shows and documentaries, who other than you would dare claim that they're the best? You've also acted and composed music, so your image and accomplishments are the most suited to media college. The decision to invite you to join us was made by our School of Broadcasting. But if you agree to join us, the School of Directing and School of Music and Recording Arts would definitely not object to you giving lectures for them. Even if you don't wish to do that, it's entirely up to you. Zhang Yi smiled and said, this is a good thing and my honor as well. How can I not agree to it? I'm only afraid of giving more trouble to my alma mater, since you know that I'm rather unpopular with a lot of people. That's not much trouble at all. Do you think the school wouldn't be able to protect you from that? After Su Hongyan said that, she was muted by her own words. Alright, it's true that the trouble you get into can be rather messy at times. Zhang Yi smiled sheepishly. Su Hongyan declared, it's settled then. I'll inform the university about this. Zhang Yi thanked, sure, it's my pleasure. Since Teacher Su had made this request, Zhang Yi had no reason to reject her. If he could accept the offer from Peking University and take on the position of an associate professor there, how could he possibly reject his alma mater's approach to make him a visiting associate professor here? There was basically no reason to reject them. And it was a good thing no matter how he looked at it. Associate professor at Media College? He had gained yet another professorship now. 840 Fun at the Exam Hall. Chapter 840, Fun at the Exam Hall. Later that morning, the Media College entrance examination began. The so-called first round of exams was actually previously known as the primary exam round. The examiners would give a score according to the examinee's appearance, height, vocalization, recitation, etc. They would then select half of the examinees to enter the next round of evaluation. A long time ago, many of the student admissions at the art institutions only held the primary and secondary rounds for the entrance exam, but later, as the applicant numbers rose, the requirements became stricter and the scope of evaluation also increased. That was the reason why there were the first, second, and third rounds of exams these days, with some institutions even implementing a 4th round of examination. At the 3rd floor, the location of the broadcasting major exam, a media college staff was calling out names in the corridor. Examinee 001, Zhang Jiepei. Teacher, I'm here. Let me verify your exam admission pass. Here you are. Okay, you may enter. You are the first examinee. The first examinee entered. Other than Zhang Yi, all the other interviewers were considerably more experienced. After they glimpsed that person, Su Hongyan and an examiner beside her had already started grading him or commenting on the examinee form that was on the table. That male examinee was a bit nervous. Good morning, teachers. My name is Zhang Jiepei and I'm 18 years old. I studied at Hunan No. 17 High School and I live in. Professor Ku interrupted, we already have all your particulars here, so you don't have to introduce yourself. Just briefly tell us why you wanted to apply for the broadcasting major? The male examinee immediately replied, it's because I really like languages and the arts. This has always been my dream and I don't want to give up on it so easily. This profession not only makes me like it quite a lot, I've had this feeling for a long time. He only finished after talking for a long time. Teacher Zhu asked, which host do you admire the most? Let's hear why you feel that way. The male examinee immediately answered, the host I admire most is Teacher Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled. Su Hongyan glanced at him. The male examinee said, the reason why I admire Teacher Zhang Yi is because he has the best personality among all the current hosts. I like his coolness, his calmness when dealing with matters, his courage to speak his mind, his mental fortitude that lets him stay unaffected even if the sky is about to collapse. All of those qualities are worthy of learning from. A while later, the interview ended. The teachers wrote down the scores and made notes on their forms. Then the second examinee entered. Good morning, teachers. It was a female examinee who looked very spirited and pretty. A young examiner who looked to be about 5 or 6 years older than Zhang Yi said, good morning. Please tell us what overall qualities you think a host should possess. The female examinee replied excitedly without even thinking, I think that as a host, as an outstanding host, one should possess similar qualities to Teacher Zhang, who has a quick talking ability where he can rattle off 5 or 6 words a second without blinking, have strong mental fortitude, and regardless of whether it is a recorded or live broadcast, will still be brave enough to step up without a script. Also, they must be talented, and when faced with anyone in any environment or location, should have a mouth that can dominate the masses. They must not fear authority, have their own persistence and bottom line, while risking fighting it out with an unhealthy corporate culture. Also, they have to. After she had finished speaking, Zhang Yi could not help chuckling. I'm not as extraordinary as you're making me out to be. However, the female examinee said, but that's the impression I have of you. I've always set very high standards for myself and you are my final goal. Soon after, it was time for the third examinee. It was another girl, but she did not look as pretty as the previous examinee, though she was still quite good-looking and had a standout point with her height of 173 centimeters. Her first words of good morning, teachers made Su Hongyan nod unconsciously. Her voice was quite good and sounded very clear and pure. It was Zhang Yi who posed the first question. Student, let's hear a recitation from you so that we can hear the specialty of your voice and the control of your language and sentences. Yes, teacher. The tall girl cleared her throat and recited loudly. Up above the sea's grey flatland, wind is gathering the clouds. In between the sea and clouds proudly soaring the petrel, reminiscent of black lightning. Glancing a wave with his wingtip, like an arrow dashing cloudward, he cries out and the clouds hear his joy in the bird's cry of courage. In this cry it was the song of the stormy petrel. Zhang Yi smiled dryly at this. The other examiners also looked helpless at this, but they still attentively finished listening to her recital. After they asked a few more interview questions, they started to give their scores. Next up was the fourth examinee. This person was very young and from the birth date written on the resume, he was only 16 years old. Su Hongyan welcomed, "Hello." That youth said in a serious tone, "Hello, teacher." Su Hongyan asked, "If you become a broadcaster in the future, what would be your goal? Is there any position that you would like to reach? Or perhaps a deeper pursuit into the arts?" That youth thought for a moment and said high-spiritedly, "Yes, there is. My goal is to win the highest honor as a host. I want to stand coolly on stage like teacher Zhang Yi at the Golden Microphone Awards and let everyone in the country hear my voice." Zhang Yi again? Yet another mention of Zhang Yi? After his interview, the teachers had a quick round of discussion. Teacher Zhu smiled and asked, "Teacher Zhang, it's already the fourth examinee, but they're all your fans?" Zhang Yi quickly waved it off. "It's only because they saw me sitting here that they said that. It's just a coincidence that it happened this way." Su Hongyan shook her head and just continued writing down her comments. Professor Ku suggested, "Let's change the way we ask them later." "Okay. It's better that you ask the questions," Zhang Yi said. The fifth examinee entered under the examiner's watchful eyes, an average-looking teen, but his features were all in proportion. "Dear teachers, I'm examinee 005, Sunbin," the examinee introduced. Professor Ku nodded. "Tell us briefly, other than Professor Zhang Yi here, which host do you like the most? And why?" The examinee was obviously taken aback. "Other than Teacher Zhang?" Professor Ku said, "Yes." The examiners were all thinking that surely this would be it. But in the end, they simply did not expect that this examinee was even more ruthless than them. "Other than Teacher Zhang Yi, I do not like anyone else. It's because I think that only Teacher Zhang Yi can be considered a real host who is truly professional and above material interests." Professor Ku. Teacher Zhu. Su Hongyan. The other examiners. After that examinee's interview, Su Hongyan pouted and said, "Is there any meaning to all this?" Teacher Zhu also laughed. "If that's what the examinees feel, you can't possibly make them say otherwise, right? You can't lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink." Outside. A few of the examinees who had finished with their first round of exams were already walking out of the college gates. "Hey, aren't you guys the examinees behind me?" "That's right, how did you do just now?" "I don't know, are you guys done with the interview too?" "What did they ask you?" "There was a question where they asked me which host I liked." "How did you answer that?" "Of course I said it was Zhang Yi." "Man, I also said it was Zhang Yi." Back when someone saw Zhang Yi appearing on campus and how some reporters were chasing after him, they guessed that Zhang Yi would be one of the interviewers of this entrance exam for the broadcasting major. So I was already prepared when I entered the exam hall and saw him. If I did not say that I liked him, then who else would I say? Would I have said that I like Chen Yi? It's not like I'm an idiot. What about you guys? Did you get asked the same question too? Yes. The questions are all similar. At this moment, an examinee who had just finished his interview walked up to them. My question was not the same. The examiners asked me which host I liked the most other than Zhang Yi. Ah. They can even ask that? Then how did you answer that? That person smiled shamelessly. I said that other than Zhang Yi, I do not like anyone else. Everyone dropped to their knees at that. Holy fuck. PFFT. Bro, you're really thick-skinned. You can even answer it that way? Of course, these were just some small incidents that occurred on the first day of the entrance examination. The examinees who followed came in all sorts of variations. Some of them performed outstandingly, some were so nervous to the point that they could not say anything properly, and some even said straight to Zhang Yi that they did not like his manner of hosting. To Zhang Yi, whether they were sucking up to him or said that they did not like his artistic style, He still looked at everyone impartially. He graded them according to their personal qualities and conditions, and couldn't possibly give them a good score just because they praised him. In his position as an examiner, Zhang Yi still handled the situation very responsibly. 841 An old classmate in trouble. Chapter 841, An old classmate in trouble. From the morning until now, they had interviewed scores of examinees. It's already 12 p.m. We should stop here for the morning. Let's grab lunch. There'll be another session in the afternoon. The batch of examinees from this morning was middling. I only found examinee 026 to be quite acceptable. I feel that she can be groomed further, but we still have to ascertain that during the second round of exams. Examinee 051 was quite good too. Yeah, there's a special characteristic to his voice. Zhang Yi, Su Hongyan, and the rest of the examiners were chatting as they exited the examination venue. Elsewhere, the interviewers from the School of Directing, School of Acting, as well as the other schools, were also done with their morning sessions. They bumped into each other downstairs or in the hallways and gathered together to chat as they walked to the cafeteria. At this moment, 8 or 9 reporters ran toward them. Director Zhang. You're finally out. Please do an interview with us. We informed Media College earlier and the school agreed to let us interview you. From the looks of it, the reporters had been waiting downstairs for him all this time so that they could catch Zhang Yi the moment he stepped out. Zhang Yi stopped dead in his tracks. Su Hongyan turned around and looked at him. What's going on? You guys grab lunch first. Zhang Yi smiled and said, I'll head over there in a bit. Su Hongyan nodded and said, Alrighty then. Teacher Zhu reminded him, we're going to the smaller cafeteria. The large dining hall isn't open today. Alright, Zhang Yi said. After the other interviewers left, the reporters stuck their cameras and microphones into Zhang Yi's face and began to question him. A female reporter immediately asked, Teacher Zhang, what was the reason for Media College inviting you back to your alma mater as an examiner? What are your thoughts of being appointed as an examiner here for the first time? Zhang Yi smiled and replied, I'll definitely do a proper job and not overthink on other matters since my alma mater has put their trust in me by inviting me back for the entrance exam. A male reporter immediately spoke, We've just received news that Media College has offered you a position as associate professor. Teacher Zhang, is this true? Zhang Yi cleared his throat and said, All of you are really very well informed. I've only just heard about it myself, so I don't know whether it's a rumor or the truth. As such, I can't answer that. A reporter next to the other mentioned, if the news is real, then you'll become the youngest associate professor in the history of Media College. Zhang Yi phrased his words very carefully. I don't know about that. A female reporter blinked several times and said, Teacher Zhang, you're being quite cautious with your words today. Zhang Yi was amused. Is that so? The female reporter exclaimed, This isn't your usual style at all. A male reporter also said with his eyes lit up, You can just say it freely. It'll be fine. It'll be fine for you guys. Zhang Yi laughed. But if I say what I want freely, then I'll be in trouble. Do you really think that I'm not being cursed at enough? The female reporter also laughed and said, Of course. It wouldn't affect us since we're just going to watch. Zhang Yi gave a pleasant smile and said, Come now, it's almost the new year, so I better keep a low profile. After responding to a few more questions, Zhang Yi finally got away and went to the cafeteria for lunch. Sometimes, news traveled fast. He had just taken a few steps when the first of the reports were published. Online Entertainment Weekly magazine, Zhang Yi appointed as examiner for Media College's entrance exam. Daily News, shocking appearance by Zhang Yi on the first day of the Media College entrance examination. Everyday Entertainment, Zhang Yi rumored to be taking up the post of associate professor at Media College's School of Broadcasting. Online Entertainment News, Media College throws Zhang Yi an olive branch, offering him a high salary to teach. The netizens expressed their concerns. An associate professor of Media College? Teacher Zhang is super capable. He's great. Is the news true? Has it been confirmed? If it's confirmed, then it would be really awesome. The youngest associate professor of 2 institutions of higher learning, Peking University and Media College? If Zhang Yi really becomes an associate professor at Media College, then his status and hierarchy in the industry will be even higher. I have to say that Media College still has the foresight to approach Zhang Yi and get him to teach at their institution. He'll definitely be able to attract a lot of fresh recruits since he can teach in the School of Broadcasting, School of Directing, and even in School of Music and Recording Arts. With his abilities and talent, I'm quite optimistic for the future of Media College. I really hope that Zhang Yi can produce some entertainment celebrities just like himself. It's really rare to have someone like Zhang Yi in the entertainment industry. Supporting Teacher Zhang. Of course, there would definitely be a lot of controversy too. There were also many netizens and people in the industry who were in doubt. Let's have a confirmation first of whether this news is true or not. I'm not optimistic about Zhang Yi's appointment. Has Media College gone crazy? They even dare to hire a person like him? Does Media College feel that they don't have enough trouble? Don't let Zhang Yi ruin the glorious reputation of Media College. What qualifications does Zhang Yi have to assume the position of associate professor in an arts institute like Media College? In the afternoon, some of the administrators of the School of Broadcasting came to find Zhang Yi. With the help of Su Hongyan, the matter of Zhang Yi assuming his new position was finalized very quickly. This was because the university had already held a meeting to discuss this and even drew up a detailed plan of the lesson schedule. As a result, the discussion was completed very quickly with the contract having already been prepared beforehand. After the salary was agreed upon, the matter was finally settled. Professor Zhang, welcome on board to Media College. After that, a few of the university's administrators shook hands with Zhang Yi one by one. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "It's my honor." After he walked outside, his cell phone started ringing. Zhang Yi went off to the side to answer the call. "Mom, what's the matter?" His mother said delightedly, "I saw on the news that Media College has invited you to teach there. It's just a temporary post." Zhang Yi laughed. His mother asked, "As an associate professor?" Zhang Yi acknowledged, "Yes, as an associate professor. It's already been confirmed and I just finished with the negotiations." "Good. Very good." Then he heard his mother's voice from the other end, "Old Zhang, the news is real. Our son has gained another associate professor title. And it's even one from his alma mater." He heard his father saying, "Invite our relatives over tonight to have dinner together." His mother immediately said, "Little Yi, come back earlier tonight. We'll invite all our family members over." "Hi, that's not necessary," Zhang Yi said. His mother's eyes widened. "Why is it not necessary? Being appointed as an associate professor is a big deal. We can't treat it like it's nothing." Zhang Yi laughed. "All right then, I'll listen to the two of you." Perhaps to his parents, gaining the title of an associate professor was even more impressive than getting the highest honor of some prestigious TV show awards. In the mindset of their generation, becoming an associate professor was a big deal, so they were naturally very happy about it. A short while later, his friends also called him. Dong Shanshan laughed and said, "Congratulations, Professor Zhang." "Zhang Yi, thanks. When can I attend your lecture?" Dong Shanshan asked. Zhang Yi said amused, "Oh come on, it's just a temporary post. I should be the one attending your lecture instead." Dong Shanshan giggled. "Oh right, Wang He is back." Zhang Yi was stunned. "He's already arrived?" Dong Shanshan acknowledged, "He arrived in Beijing this morning and gave me a call." "Why? Did he not call you?" "I already sent him your number." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "It's not like you don't know how the two of us were always bickering back in our college days. It'd be a wonder if he gave me a call now that he's back in Beijing." Dong Shanshan laughed lightly, "That's true. However, very few of our classmates are left in the industry and even most of them are struggling since our graduation. We should really keep in touch with one another as it's quite hard for everyone. I guess you've also heard that Wang He offended someone in the industry last year. He had no choice but to give up on hosting and return to his hometown. Now that he's back, he'll definitely need to start from scratch again. However, I'm afraid that his situation isn't that simple. It's still uncertain if he'll manage to resolve it or not." "Hi, what a troublesome thing to have happened to him. Is it very troublesome?" Zhang Yi had heard about it before, but he did not know the details. Who did Wang He offend back then? At that time, Zhang Yi had just started out at Beijing radio station and did not have many updates on everyone. Moreover, he also offended too many people back then and could hardly even look after himself. He only got in touch with Dong Shanshan again because he had to go to Shanghai for work and had coincidentally bumped into her on the plane. As for Wang He's situation, he really did not know much about it. Dong Shanshan acknowledged, "It should be quite troublesome. Back then, Teacher Su also tried to help him out, but it wasn't settled in the end, so you can imagine just how troublesome it is." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Just let me know where I can help out." Great. I was only waiting for you to say that." Dong Shanshan said, "You should know how Wang He is, right? He definitely won't ask you for help even if he is in trouble. Back then, even though I kept asking him, he still did not tell me about the matter in detail. However, I'm thinking that since we've all been classmates for many years, even if he does not say it, we should not just leave him alone. If we can help him, then we must definitely help him, which is why I'm discussing this with you first." Zhang Yi replied, "I understand. Actually it's just about having offended someone, right? Haven't I offended a lot of people in these recent years? But I'm still doing fine, no? Dong Shanshan smiled and said, that's why you're the odd one out. Exasperated, Zhang Yi said, can you be a little more particular with the terms you use? Dong Shanshan said flatly, no, because you're really an odd one. Zhang Yi said, whatever. 842 Zhang Yi enraged. 1 out of 3 the next day. 9 a.m. Zhang Yi headed to Media College again for the second day of the entrance exam. Professor Zhang, you're here? Yes, Teacher Zhu. Professor Little Zhang, good morning. Professor Wang, good morning to you too. We're colleagues now. Yes, and I'll still be depending on everyone's care. When he arrived at the exam hall, the other examiners were all exchanging greetings with Zhang Yi. Yesterday, everyone still addressed him rather casually, with some calling him Little Zhang, while others addressed him as Teacher Little Zhang. But today, everyone seemingly added the title of Professor when they addressed him. Zhang Yi taking up the temporary position had been announced on Media College's official website. A spokesperson of the school authorities even gave a media interview about it, which was the main reason why everyone addressed him a little differently now. Of course, when Su Hongyan arrived, she still called him Little Zhang. Even if Teacher Su tried to address him as Professor Zhang, he would not dare to be called that by her since she was his former teacher. The interview round started. They were kept busy all morning, a whole 3 hours. In the afternoon, they were finally done with the interviews. Su Hongyan did not say anything and just left the exam hall quietly. Zhang Yi was looking through his notes about the examinees and by the time he looked up, he could not see her anymore. He had intended to get lunch with Teacher Su at first, but he didn't expect Teacher Su to move so quickly. Where did Teacher Su go? A female teacher said, did she leave already? Another examiner replied, she seemed to have left after answering a call. Zhang Yi also stood up to leave. Curious, he looked around after he went downstairs and suddenly spotted Su Hongyan somewhere far away. There was another person with Teacher Su, a rather young man who was around Zhang Yi's age. Although he couldn't make out his features, from what he could see, that person should be rather good-looking. On top of that, he even seemed somewhat familiar. Is he? He instinctively walked over to them. From a distance away, he could hear Teacher Su's conversation with that person. Teacher Su, sure, I'll help ask around. That person, thank you. I've troubled you again. Teacher Su, have you ever not given me any trouble? That person laughed dryly. Teacher Su, but I can't guarantee anything. Although it's been a year already, if the other party still wants to bite onto it, it'll still be very difficult for you to find work in this industry. That person voiced, I understand. I'll just take it as it comes. This is the most pressing matter that I want to settle now that I've come back. Teacher Su smiled and said, actually, that old classmate of yours has a bigger influence than me in the industry. You should have sought his help on this matter and exchanged some tips. After all, that kid has started bigger troubles than you and has offended much more people as well. In this aspect, he is definitely much more experienced than you. In the past 2 years, you could say that he's been the most reckless person of all. That person shook his head and replied, you must not tell him about this. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's laughter rang out. Don't tell who? Teacher Su and that person were startled. Zhang Yi looked at that person at the same time that person looked at Zhang Yi. They stared at each other for at least 2 seconds. Zhang Yi laughed. I was just thinking who this familiar person could be. If it isn't classmate Wang He. What's the matter? You came to Beijing but did not even bother to say hi to me? Not even a phone call? If it weren't for Shanshan who told me, I wouldn't have known that you were already back. What's the meaning of this? Are you avoiding me? Wang He chuckled. Would I have to avoid you? Have we ever been on such good terms to warrant that? Zhang Yi thought about it and then nodded with a chuckle too. That's true, we're not really on good terms. Wang He glanced at him. You're still that same old you, totally unchanged. But you've changed, Zhang Yi said sarcastically. I heard that you offended someone and then ran back to your hometown after that? Wang He's eyebrows twitched. He brushed it off with a sort of smile and said, that wasn't running away. What I did was beat a strategic retreat and reorganize my defenses. Zhang Yi seethed, oh alright, just stop bragging. If you ran away, then you ran away. What retreat and defense are you even talking about? You're just sugarcoating it. Wang He retorted, enough about me. Didn't you also get banned by the SARFT? You were the top artist on the SARFT's blacklist last year. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. But they couldn't keep me down, could they? But what about you? Wang He glanced at him again. Am I not back now? The two of them said things one after another. After not seeing each other for 2 years, the first thing they did was to start with a fight. This scene seemingly brought them back to their days in university. At that time, these two also argued in such a way every day, bickering their days away. It was even a highlight of their classes. Su Hongyan had not forgotten this. When she heard them bickering, she felt like she was transported back several years. You too. She broke out into a laugh. Suddenly, Zhang Yi looked at Wang He and threw open his arms. Wang He also laughed. He spread his arms and walked over. The two of them gave each other a great bear hug. Zhang Yi lamented, "We haven't seen each other in 2 years. I kinda missed you." Wang He laughed and said, "Without you around, there was no one for me to argue with. How boring it got for me too." Zhang Yi declared, "It's good that you're back now." Wang He replied, "Yes, I'm finally back." Su Hongyan smiled happily and said, "Are you both done reminiscing about the old days?" Wang He laughed. "Yes, we are. Let's go and find a restaurant where can we sit and catch up," Su Hongyan suggested. There was a small restaurant just outside the back gates of Media College. It was slightly run down and there weren't many customers either. The three of them sat down and randomly ordered some dishes before starting to discuss the serious issues. Zhang Yi sipped the hot tea and said, "I overheard a little of what the two of you were talking about. Dong Shanshan also briefly shared with me what happened." Wang He, "Just what kind of person did you offend?" Wang He looked quite unwilling to share. "Let's eat first." But Zhang Yi stated, "If I didn't know about it in the first place, that would be fine. But since I already know about it, then there's no point in hiding it. Quickly tell me what happened. We can try to think of a solution together." Su Hongyan also urged, "Go on, little Wang." Wang He pondered for a moment before explaining, "It was an incident that happened back when I just graduated. At that time, a lot of television stations and other hiring businesses were already headhunting us before we graduated. Among our batch of broadcasting majors, my results were considered to be quite good since I was first or second in our class, around equal to Dong Shanshan. Therefore, both of us found jobs before we even got our diplomas. I ended up going to Hebe TV, but of course, it wasn't some high-flying department there. My results were good, but they weren't the best among our faculty. We did not have any connections either, so to be able to just work in a television station as an host intern after graduating was already considered great. Many of the other media college graduates could not even be a host intern. They were mainly running errands for their employers and wouldn't get any screen time for at least a year or two, so I was rather cocky at that time." Zhang Yi whined, "Get to the point and stop boasting. I was one of those graduates who you claim to have been running errands." Wang He said, "Fine. The main issue happened after I started working. I was interning at the Hebe TV headquarters for 3 months when my boss there felt that I had good overall potential, and transferred me to the production department that's located in Beijing. There were quite a few well-performing shows on Hebe TV that were produced over at the office in Beijing. Many television stations place their production departments and resources in Beijing since this location is convenient and has more access to additional resources." Zhang Yi asked, "Who did you offend then?" Wang He said, "The head of Hebe TV's production department located in Beijing, their leader Guan Yanhai. He's also a station lead of Hebe TV, and is one rank lower than a deputy station head even though he's on the salary scale of a deputy station head. You could say that he's a leading figure in the television circle." Zhang Yi frowned. "Someone on a similar level to a deputy station head?" Su Hongyan added, "I met Guan Yanhai once before. He's a highly qualified veteran who has worked at Central TV and Anhui TV before. It was only later that he went to Hebe TV and was later made the head of the Beijing production department. You should know who he is if someone mentions him in the industry." Zhang Yi nodded at that. He seemed to have heard of that name before too. Su Hongyan said, "I'd asked someone to put in a good word for Wang He back then, but before it could even happen, nothing was heard about the case anymore." Zhang Yi asked, "So what really happened? Did you uncover his family secret?" The latter sentence was Beijing slang that roughly meant, "Did you steal his wife?" Su Hongyan understood and rolled her eyes. "You're already an associate professor. Watch what you say." Wang He smiled bitterly. "You know what? It really has something to do with that, but it's not me. His mistress was my boss, the head of our department and a former host. Although she's already fallen out of the B-list rankings, she's still rather pretty. When I first joined the station, I did not know anything at all. I didn't know my way around to the people and only did what the lead ordered. After all, I was only an intern, so whatever the boss asked, I would just do it diligently. It was only after some time that she began trusting me. Once, when she attended a dinner function, she brought me along as well. I was just there to drive her around and whatnot, but when she had a drink too much, she gave me an address in her drunken state. It wasn't her home address but somewhere else, so I just sent her there. Afterwards, I gained even more of her trust and she got me to pick her up many more times to go to that address. She even specifically told me not to tell anyone, and it was only later on that I found out that that was not Guan Yanhai's place but the home of another lover of hers. Zhang Yi was left almost speechless at this. It's this complicated? Wang He said, you don't say. There was one time when everything just came together and we got caught by Guan Yanhai. Me, that woman, her lover, and Guan Yanhai just found ourselves together somewhere. There was even a fight there, and it was only then that I realized that Guan Yanhai was her lover too. Don't you think that I was really unlucky to have that happen to me? What has all this got to do with me? As a result, Guan Yanhai hated me because I was the one who always chauffeured my boss to her lover's house. Moreover, as it involved such a secretive issue, Guan Yanhai did not make a big fuss out of it and just straight up had me fired. He even released word in the industry that my character and work abilities were flawed, so that meant whoever hired me would be going against him. Su Hongyan shook her head. What a corrupt person. Wang He gave a helpless laugh. Teacher Su, you've always taught at media college, and the culture here is definitely different. But for many other places, this is how it is. The industry is really messy and complicated. Zhang Yi said in a speechless manner, is that how you ended up in this situation now? Yes. Wang He threw up his hands in resignation. After that, I tried to apply for several more positions at other television stations but without an exception, none of them got back to me. Su Hongyan said, television stations usually inquire with the previous employers of a host who makes a move from their previous jobs. They would then meet with a roadblock at Guan Yanhai's side and wouldn't risk hiring Wang He. Since he is not a famous host, there is no need for them to take this risk. After listening to all the details, the entire situation was quite clear to them. Zhang Yi remarked, you can't be a more innocent party when it comes to this affair. Right? Wang He furiously shook his head. But who can I go to for justice? Suddenly, a call came in. Wang He had a look at his phone and said, it's from Shanshan. He answered it. Dong Shanshan's voice could be heard saying, Wang He, I've already asked for you. Wang He said, thanks, how was it? Dong Shanshan sighed. I've told Brother Ho and the department head over at Beijing Television about it. They were willing to give you a chance for an interview at the beginning, but then later they said to forget about it. They said that your resume is not good as Hebe TV has given you a bad review. Wang He kept quiet for a moment. Alright, I understand. Thanks, Shanshan. I'll buy you dinner some other day. Dong Shanshan replied, there's no need for that. I wasn't of much help anyway. I'll still have to. Wang He said, I appreciate that you tried to help. Dong Shanshan said, I feel that it's better if you tell Zhang Yi about this. He has a much bigger influence than me, perhaps he can help you think of a way. If you don't want to, I can help you speak with him. I briefly mentioned it to Zhang Yi over the phone yesterday, and he seemed quite worried about your situation as well, even though he might not say so. When Zhang Yi heard that, he laughed and said, Shanshan, are you making things up about me again? Dong Shanshan was a little startled. Yo, you guys are together right now? Wang He laughed. I bumped into him at media college. Dong Shanshan laughed. Alright, then I feel more relieved. You can ask him for help. I'll be hanging up now. They ended the call. Su Hongyan asked, Beijing Television said no? Wang He nodded. Shanshan has already asked for me. They said no. It's already been a year. Why is he still not letting this go? Su Hongyan frowned. Wang He laughed very helplessly. He's trying to get rid of me once and for all. It's fine, I was already prepared for such a result anyway. Hearing this, Zhang Yi said, okay, isn't this just a small issue? I'll help you handle it. Wang He looked at him. Are you sure you can do it? Hey, what's with that doubting tone? I'm not having any of it. Just wait and see what I can do. Zhang Yi took out his cell phone and called Department 14's director Yan Tanfai. Do. The call connected. Yan Tanfai, hello? Little Zhang, haha, I've just seen your news. How did it happen? You got appointed as an associate professor again? This time at media college? Don't forget to treat us when you're back after the new year. For sure, Zhang Yi agreed. Yan Tanfai asked, what's the matter? Zhang Yi answered, it's about an old classmate of mine, also from media college. He's been looking for a job as a host recently. Do you think you can make some recommendations for him? There's no doubt about his abilities, I can guarantee that. Yan Tanfai granted without hesitation, it's not a difficult request, so sure, just send me his information. Since our department does not have a hosting position, I'll help you ask around with the other departments of Central TV. Zhang Yi said, alright, thank you so much then. Zhang Yi also thought that this issue would be settled just like that, but the outcome was totally beyond his expectations. 843 Zhang Yi enraged. 2 out of 3 later that afternoon. The interviews were finished. Some of the examinees left the campus full of confidence, while some female examinees could be seen walking away in tears. They clearly felt that they had not done well in their first round of the exam. Zhang Yi looked at his watch. The interviews today ended earlier than yesterday. It was only a little past 3 p.m., so he went to find a quiet spot with no one around and took out his phone to call Yan Tanfei. Director Yan. Your phone was off just now? Yes. I was interviewing the examinees just now. You've received Wang He's information, right? I've received it and also helped you ask around. How was it? Did that classmate of yours offend someone? Yes, he offended the head of HeBTV's production department located in Beijing, someone called Guan Yunhai. Yan Tanfei asked with some uncertainty, Guan Yunhai? The old Guan who has worked at Central TV before? I know him. No wonder no one wants to hire your classmate. I've asked a few people I know and all of them turned me down. It sounded like when they all called up to check on Wang He's past employment, there was someone from HeBTV who specifically told them not to use this person and said many bad things about him. Looks like your classmate has gravely offended Guan Yunhai, but what on earth did he do? Zhang Yi frowned and said, it's a little complicated to explain. Yan Tanfei revealed, old Guan has a large influence within the circle and he's also a veteran, so he knows quite a lot of people. As long as he has released word, then your classmate's issue won't be easy to handle. Not even with your influence? Zhang Yi asked. Yan Tanfei said, my influence is not greater than his. The few people whom I've asked wouldn't want to offend Guan Yunhai for no reason. They feel that it isn't worth it to do so for Rookie, since after all, old Guan has worked at Central TV in the past and they all know each other as well. Alright then, I understand, Director Yan. Sorry I couldn't help. Hi, it's fine. I'll think of another way. If it's okay with him, why don't you get him to come work at Department 14 first? Maybe he can do some narration work for the documentaries for a start? Let's talk about it again, Director Yan. His specialty is not in this area and he probably wants to stay in the hosting field. Therefore, whether it's now or later, this matter still has to be resolved first. They hung up. Su Hongyan also came out of the exam hall. Little Zhang. Su Hongyan asked, is there news? Zhang Yi was getting quite enraged by this. I've asked my department's director about it, but it's still not working out. Those people are all unwilling to offend Guan Yunhai, so they've rejected our request. And it seems like HeBTV is even releasing word on purpose against Wang He. If anyone hires Wang He, it means they're going against Guan Yunhai. What kind of person is this? Su Hongyan also appeared angry. Such a vengeful person. What has this got to do with being vengeful? Zhang Yi spieled, this doesn't have anything to do with Wang He in the first place. He went around having an affair, but when his lover ran off with another man, he's putting the blame on Wang He. What kind of fucking logic is this? A few examiners and teachers who were just passing by them all looked at Zhang Yi. Su Hongyan said in a speechless manner, keep it down. Don't keep cursing at others. You're an associate professor, so you should be more mindful of your behavior. Only then did Zhang Yi cool down a little. Where's Wang He? At my office. Su Hongyan turned around. Let's go to my office first then. At Su Hongyan's office. Zhang Yi related to Wang He what Yan Tanfei had told him. Wang He stated, alright, I won't trouble you guys any longer. I'll settle my own problem from here. How are you going to settle it? Zhang Yi asked him. Wang He kept quiet. Zhang Yi's temper had never been good and he would often get impulsive easily. About this issue today, from first hearing of it till now, it had made him somewhat mad. If it were Zhang Yi himself who had offended Guan Yunhai, he wouldn't have been bothered, since he had already offended too many people to begin with, so what was another one or two more? It wouldn't make a difference for Zhang Yi, but it was different for Wang He. Wang He couldn't even be considered as having debuted yet and was a total rookie in the industry, so that made the matter more difficult to handle. He couldn't possibly go and take this all on himself either. He had no problems with that, but Guan Yunhai would never allow it. That Guan fellow had already fully pinned this on Wang He and was determined to force him out of the industry. This was a form of an even harsher ban. It was basically shutting him out of the industry with no chance of getting in at all. At this moment, Su Hongyan spoke up, how about this? I've asked for Guan Yunhai's number from a friend just now. Let me give him a call. Wang He quickly said, Teacher Su, forget it. Su Hongyan declared firmly, no, I won't. You're such a promising young man. Why should we let you be held in check just because of what Guan Yunhai says? Who does he think he is? Is there still any justice here? Since it had come to this, Su Hongyan was also getting infuriated. Zhang Yi said, right, call him. I would like to see what kinds of excuses he can come up with. They made the call over. Do. The ringtone went for 5 or 6 times before being answered. Hello? It was the voice of a middle-aged man. Su Hongyan said, hello, is this Director Guan? You are? Guan Yunhai asked. Thinking about Wang He, Su Hongyan did not show much emotions and said calmly, I am a teacher from Media College's School of Broadcasting. Wang He is my student. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the call. Oh, what is it? Su Hongyan said, my student worked at your station for a period of time. Back then, he had just graduated and was still inexperienced, so he might not have considered everything carefully before he did them and caused you trouble. As his teacher, I've already criticized him, so I hope that you would also let him off the hook since it's already been a year. The child is much more mature and understanding now. Besides, he is also one of the better students we teachers have identified, so about his work Guan Yunhai cut her off and said impatiently, Wang He? I seem to have an impression of such a person, but hasn't he already left his position here? So please don't come to me with his work problems. Su Hongyan replied, but the reviews from your station about Wang He haven't been good and a few other television stations are not willing to hire him because of this. Then that has nothing to do with us, right? Interrupted Guan Yunhai as he cut off Su Hongyan again. We also have our set of procedures to follow at our station, so what has it got to do with me what the other stations think about him? Su Hongyan's eyes narrowed. You're also a leading figure with a lot of influence in the industry, so why are you taking this up with a child so aggressively for? It's not easy for the child too. Pausing, she continued, how about this, Director Guan? Are you free today? I will bring Wang He over. Let's handle the issue after we talk about you don't have to bother coming to discuss this with me. Guan Yunhai cut her off for the third time. I'm very busy right now. Do. He ended the call. Su Hongyan's expression turned into disappointment. He hung up. Zhang Yi was so angry that he was amused. You even got dissed by him? Wang He said, Teacher Su, I think it's better if I find a way to solve this on my own. Don't trouble yourself anymore. Seeing Teacher Su get disrespected because of his own issues made Wang He feel outraged and also made him feel like he owed her a lot. But Su Hongyan insisted, I will involve myself with this no matter what. Let's go, little Wang. I will bring you to their office. We must settle this today. I don't believe we can't do anything about it. Wang He immediately said, I will go there by myself. Su Hongyan voiced, I will go with you. I'll go too. Zhang Yi was already putting his jacket on. Su Hongyan looked at him and said, Why are you going? You just skedaddle back home. Zhang Yi gazed at her with his eyes wide open. How can I not go? I already said that I would help Wang He with this, so I must help out until it has been resolved. Isn't that Guan Yunhai an idiotic bastard? Then we should go together and talk it out with him. Su Hongyan glared at him. Give it a rest, will you? It's better if you don't go, because if you do, things will only get more difficult to handle. Just with that temper of yours, you would only give us more trouble over there. If you start getting into a shouting match with them, little Wang's case would never be settled and might even become unsolvable. Zhang Yi responded, Don't you think I know how to behave myself? Am I someone who doesn't know my limits? If this were my own problem, I would have already cursed him out over the phone, but didn't I keep quiet just now? Don't give me that. Su Hongyan said, just go back to doing whatever you needed to do. Finally, Su Hongyan brought Wang He along with her and left. Zhang Yi was speechless. He went back to the office and paced around with his hands behind his back for some time. In the end, he still decided to head to the parking lot with a sunken expression. Since he knew about it, even if they didn't want him to go, he still must go. Half an hour later. Hebe Television's Beijing production department. After looking for the location for a long time, he finally found his way and drove to the place. However, before he could get out of his car, Zhang Yi saw something at the building lobby from his car window that left him furious. He did not even park his car properly, simply going right over the curb. Spinning the wheel, he left it there at the entrance of the building. Inside the lobby, there were two groups of people arguing. A staffer shouted, We asked you all to leave. Wang He held one of the security guards and said, Why did you push her? Unauthorized persons are prohibited to enter. Who allowed you two to come in here? That security guard pushed Wang He's hand away. The other security guard captain rushed over with a baton, but did not use it on Wang He. Instead, he bumped chests as a challenge and stated, We've already said, Director Guan is in a meeting and has no time for you two. Why are you still trying to enter? Wang He roared, Why did you push my teacher down? More and more people from the television station gathered to watch. Su Hongyan tugged at Wang He. Little Wang. Let go. Don't fight anymore. Wang He might usually seem very polite and amiable, but when something really cropped up, he could get quite ferocious too. He grabbed the security guard with one hand and said, He can push me. But he can't push you. What are you doing? Let go. Su Hongyan was afraid things would get out of control and quickly tried to hold him back. Chief Chen, A supervisor at the station said with a darkened expression, "Hurry up and chase them out. What are you still waiting for?" Around 8 security guards and a few male television station staff members came forward to surround them. At this moment, Zhang Yi rushed in with a murderous look. Su Hongyan was the first one to notice him. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to not come? Whatever. Hurry up and hold Wang He back. Don't let him start a fight." Wang He's 1 year of stifled anger had finally erupted today. However, Su Hongyan could not have expected that not only did Zhang Yi not hold Wang He back, he even threw his sunglasses down to the floor and shouted, "Who fucking pushed my teacher just now?" The lobby went quiet all of a sudden. Chief Chen was stunned. Several of the security guards were stunned. The other television station staff also froze in their spots. "Zhang Yi? It's Zhang Yi? Damn. What is this jinx doing here?" The several security guards who had surrounded Su Hongyan and Wang He to hold them back all took a step back unwittingly after they saw and heard Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at Wang He, who was grabbing a security guard, and walked over with long strides. "Was it you?" That security guard, who was sweating bucket loads by now, denied that it was him. Zhang Yi looked at another person. "Or was it you?" The other security guard was stunned and reflexively took a step back. Su Hongyan was seething with so much anger that she nearly died. These 2 students were really too worrisome to take care of, especially Zhang Yi. "I was still hoping that you'd help me pull Wang He aside, but why are you even more rash than him?" She quickly said, "No one pushed me." "Stop it. I only tripped on my heels just now." Zhang Yi said coldly. "Wang He, which one of them did it?" Wang He said with a dark face, "I did not see it clearly either." Su Hongyan said angrily, "I really tripped by myself. Didn't I already say so?" Zhang Yi was having none of it. His entire body was emitting a murderous aura. With his martial arts, these security guards and the male staff would not be able to handle him even if they had help from the surrounding but powerless white-collar staff. Zhang Yi could take all of them on with his eyes closed. That was why everyone was shocked with fear with just Zhang Yi standing there, as his entire aura was totally different from everyone else's. The key difference was Zhang Yi was already notorious for his behavior, having beaten up a leader, kicked a Korean celebrity, and also fought several plane hijackers before. All of those incidents added to his legendary status, so many of those security guards trembled at the sight of Zhang Yi. Their tough behavior earlier was only an act and also due to them having more people on their side. But when faced with Zhang Yi, they could not summon the same aggressiveness because they all knew that Zhang Yi really dared to fight for real. While they didn't seem like they could take him on at all, neither could they actually hit him. What was his status? This was a Peking University associate professor. He was someone who had just received the highest mathematics award given out in the country. He was Media College's newly recruited visiting associate professor. He was the entertainment circle's well-known hooligan. How could they fight him? There was no way to. Zhang Yi was no ordinary celebrity. This person could walk around in any of his capacities in the industry without fearing for his safety. They dared to take Wang He and Su Hongyan head-on. But they would never dare to mess with Zhang Yi. Everyone knew how ruthless this desperado could get if he could even pilot and force land a plane in a situation where there were no pilots at all. 844 Zhang Yi enraged. 3 out of 3 The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Many of the surrounding staff whispered among themselves. Why is he here? He's too ruthless to deal with. Ayo, hurry up and inform the execs. Don't let the situation escalate into a real fight. Yeah, that Zhang Yi guy is always getting into fights. Is it because of Wang He's incident? Don't tell me that he and Wang He are classmates. There might be this possibility too. Regarding the incident with Director Guan, hi, there's nothing we could say at all. Should we call the police? Don't let this get out of hand. Wang He had worked here for quite some time back then. Although everyone feigned ignorance about Guan Yunhai's affair, how could they do not know about that since it had been discussed so many times in private? However, no one expected Zhang Yi to actually get involved in this issue as well. If this was the office building of any other company, then there would be a possibility that those people would not have a clue about Zhang Yi's past deeds. But since Hyuga Television's staff were also industry insiders themselves, how could they not know about what had happened in the past? How could they not know what sort of hooligan Zhang Yi was in the industry? Wang He also shouted, "Who pushed my teacher? Step forward and admit it." No one uttered a word. Chief Chen was the highest-ranking person at the scene. When he heard that, his face also turned white from anger. Wang He, stop spouting nonsense. Who saw us pushing her? Ah. Su Hongyan pushed at Wang He. Alright, that's enough. Chief Chen said, no one touched her in the first place. Zhang Yi stared at Chief Chen. Who can prove that you didn't push her? Chief Chen. Zhang Yi glared at them. Then you guys must have pushed her. The surrounding people. The security guards nearly cried. Aren't you being too unreasonable? Chief Chen pointed at them and said, it's office hours now and everyone is working. You guys are demanding to see Director Guan the moment you arrive and even want to go upstairs right away, but have you made an appointment to do so? Huh? Director Guan is upstairs, but do you know how busy he is? You think that you can just go up to see him as you like? You can see him whenever you want? Based on what? Whoever you want to see, go and make an appointment at the front desk first, then go wait in the corner for your turn. Su Hongyan looked at him and said, but did you even give us a chance to make an appointment? The moment we arrived, we were already chased off by all of you. Wang he said, and you even got a bunch of security guards to have us surrounded. What's the meaning of this? Are you shielding yourselves from thieves? Suddenly, there was someone who looked like a client walking in from outside. After seeing a group of people in the lobby, he glanced at them frequently as he asked a staff member to point him to where the elevators were. That staff gave him directions and that person walked toward the elevator, turning back every now and then to look. No one even asked him who he was. Further, that person was clearly here for the first time too, just like Wang He, Su Hongyan, and Zhang Yi. Su Hongyan pointed to the elevator and said, then what about that person? Why isn't anyone stopping him? Without looking back, Chief Chen simply said, what person? Zhang Yi spoke, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Chief Chen looked at Zhang Yi. Will the three of you please leave? Zhang Yi sneered. I won't leave today no matter what. What can you do about that? Chief Chen was stunned as he did not expect Zhang Yi to be such a thug. If you three continue to interfere with our work, then don't blame us for calling the police. Who are you trying to scare? Zhang Yi took out his cell phone. Hurry up then, call the police. Or should I call for you instead? My teacher was beaten up by someone here. If I don't get a proper explanation today, no one is to leave. Got beaten up? Fuck, who beat up your teacher? She just fell over by herself. Besides, she did not even really fall. She just tripped and wobbled a little. Chief Chen initially thought that a famous celebrity like him would surely be afraid of getting negative publicity. As long as he mentioned the police, Zhang Yi would definitely have to reconsider his behavior. But after hearing Zhang Yi's response, Chief Chen nearly choked. Only then did he recall that this Zhang guy did not lack any negative publicity in the first place. Scolding people, beating up people, suing his own employer, what kinds of things did he not do before? Every now and then, plenty of negative news about him would surface, but look at him. Didn't he still eat and sleep like usual every day? He basically did not care at all. Besides, the media had also seemingly gotten used to it. Hence, getting portrayed in a negative light might be a devastating blow to other celebrities, but to Zhang Yi, it didn't hurt him one bit since it was already routine for him. Zhang Yi pointed upstairs and declared, cut the crap. Get Guan Yunhai to come down. Chief Chen replied, Director Guan is currently in a meeting. Then we will go up and find him. Zhang Yi led Su Hongyan and Wang He to the elevator. Encountering such a person who didn't care about anything, Chief Chen had a headache dealing with it. He quickly called out, guards. Guards, what are you still waiting for? Stop them. Let me see who's brave enough to let them enter. Zhang Yi exclaimed, who the hell do you think you are? This is our station. Chief Chen shouted. When Su Hongyan saw that Zhang Yi was furious, she quickly held his arm back and said, Little Zhang. Upstairs. Guan Yunhai's office. The secretary rushed in and said while panting, Director Guan. What's the matter? Guan Yunhai was surfing the internet in his office. He was a slightly tan middle-aged man with a square face, but his eyebrows were very thin. From his looks alone, you would know that he wasn't really someone you could easily talk with. Something has happened downstairs. The secretary anxiously explained, I don't know why, but Zhang Yi is here. They're causing a commotion in the lobby downstairs. Chief Chen and the others won't be able to hold them back much longer. Guan Yunhai asked with a dark expression, which Zhang Yi? It's that Zhang Yi. Answered the secretary. Guan Yunhai said, why is he here? What has it got to do with him? The secretary guessed, I think he is Wang He '(S. University classmate. Guan Yunhai said coldly, he's just an entertainer. Why is it so difficult to stop him? Get the security guards to chase them out. Why are they causing a ruckus here? Don't they know what kind of place this is? Does he think that this is his house? The secretary wiped his sweat away and said, but Zhang Yi is no ordinary entertainer. He is also an associate professor at both Peking University and Media College. If he insists on barging in here, Chief Chen and the others would not. I'll say it again. Chase them out. Guan Yunhai sneered, I don't care whether he is a professor or not. If they want to see me, get them to make an appointment. And wait till I'm free. The secretary snuck a glance and knew that Guan Yunhai was clearly very free now, But he obviously just did not want to see Zhang Yi and the others. He did not give them any face at all. Moreover, even if Zhang Yi had made an appointment, Guan Yunhai would still not care about him. Regarding Wang He, no matter who came, it would still be useless. The secretary nodded and said, I understand, Director Guan. Guan Yunhai said, if nothing works, just report it to police or call Superintendent Liu. I'm not free to see them. He shook his head and proclaimed, who the hell do they think they are? Understood. The secretary obeyed his order. Downstairs. In the lobby. The secretary came down via the elevator. Zhang Yi was still arguing impatiently with Chief Chen and his group of people while Su Hongyan kept tugging at Zhang Yi beside him. One moment, she was arguing with Chief Chen and the others, the next moment she was restraining Zhang Yi, for fear that he could not maintain his calm. Secretary Liu. Secretary Liu is here. Someone shouted from the crowd. When Chief Chen heard that, he also looked over and hurriedly called out, Secretary Liu. Everyone knew that Secretary Liu had definitely come down on Director Guan's instructions. Guan Yunhai's secretary nodded at them, and then glanced at the trio of Zhang Yi, Wang He, and Su Hongyan. Director Guan is not free at the moment, so would you all please leave? If you want to see Director Guan, I'll help you guys make an appointment, but I don't know when Director Guan will have free time. When the time comes, I'll contact you all again. His words did not sound wrong, but he delivered it icily. Chief Chen understood what the director's intention was. He knew that they would not have to give any face to Zhang Yi too, so he said to Wang He, did you hear that? Please go back. Zhang Yi said, with such a big commotion going on, Guan Yunhai still does not intend to show himself, right? Chief Chen said, the director has his own things to handle. Do you think he has to come out just because of some shouting by you guys? Zhang Yi laughed, ha. Su Hongyan took a deep breath and said, we're here to communicate properly with him. No one intended to come here to cause trouble. Besides, if it were anyone causing trouble, then it was you all who started it first. You're Director Guan's secretary, right? Can you arrange for me to meet with Director Guan one-on-one? I would like to speak to him face to face. Secretary Liu shook his head and replied, Director Guan is not free. For the sake of her student, Su Hongyan stifled her anger and said, then is it fine for us to wait in the lobby? We'll wait for Director Guan to come down. Chief Chen was getting impatient. Didn't I make myself clear? How many times have I said it? Do you really not understand or are you pretending not to understand? Secretary Liu added, it's useless even if you wait here. Besides, our colleagues still have to work and with your presence here, it will affect us. If you really want to wait, please go out to the main entrance. You can wait anywhere you want outside of our premises. We won't care about that. Zhang Yi was so angry that he started laughing. We don't even have the right to wait in the lobby? Chief Chen pleaded, please leave. The security guards also braced themselves and came up to surround them. Wang He clenched his fists as he took a deep breath while looking at Zhang Yi. Su Hongyan could no longer hold back her anger and shouted, who does Guan Yunhai think he is? Zhang Yi and I came to see him, but we can't even get a meeting with him? Su Hongyan was a veteran lecturer of Media College, while Zhang Yi was an associate professor at Peking University and also an illustrious person of the entertainment industry. If Zhang Yi really went to Hebei to meet your station head, even he wouldn't try to avoid and not show his face to Zhang Yi, not to mention you are just the head of Hebei TV's famed production department. No matter what, as a Peking University professor, a winner of the highest award for a host, and a big-shot B-list celebrity, he should still have some importance to speak of. But you? You can't even be bothered with us? Do you really think that highly of yourself? Honestly, if it wasn't for Wang He's issue this time, with just Su Hongyan's status as a teacher, she couldn't possibly come looking for Guan Yunhai by herself. Chief Chen said, guards. But Zhang Yi did not move. You don't want to let us in, right? Chief Chen repeated firmly, I'll repeat, please leave. Zhang Yi looked at them. Are you sure? Sorry, but we are very sure, Secretary Liu asserted, getting rather annoyed. Then I'm sorry too. Zhang Yi bluntly said, I must get this resolved today. Su Hongyan asked in a low voice, what will you do? Let me make a call first. Saying that, he turned around and walked a few steps away. Then he sat down on the sofa in the lobby waiting area. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chief Chen frowned. What's wrong with you? Zhang Yi did not even pay any attention to him as he took out his cell phone to make a call. You're not coming out, right? Chasing us away, right? Alright. Do. After 6 or 7 rings, the call connected. It was a woman's voice at the other end. Hello? Zhang Yi inquired, Old Wu, are you busy? 845 Let's see which door I'm not allowed to enter. Chapter 845, Let's see which door I'm not allowed to enter. The phone call was to Wu Zeking. I'm in a meeting. I need to say something first even if you're in a meeting. Okay, I left the conference room. Tell me, who has annoyed you again? HeBTV's Guan Yanhai. Do you know him? No, never heard of him. He's the head of HeBTV's production department located in Beijing. I heard that his rank is similar to that of a deputy station head. Maybe I saw him before when I went on inspection, but I have no impression of who he is. Even if it were the deputy station heads of Central TV or Beijing Television, Wu Zeking might not know all of them. Moreover, for someone who was only in charge of a production department at HeB Television, even if his position was similar to that of a deputy station head, he was still not a ranking deputy station head. Zhang Yi explained to Wu Zeking in a simple fashion the situation regarding Wang He. At the end of his explanation, Wu Zeking said lightly, "It's just this small thing? Alright, I got it. You're over there right now, yes. Hand the phone to Guan Yanhai. I'll speak to him." Zhang Yi said with a grimace, "I can't hand the phone to him. They aren't even letting us into the building." Old Wu said, "You aren't even allowed to go in? They're not allowing us. There are like 8 security guards chasing us away. My teacher was nearly pushed to the floor by them too. I was planning on sitting here in their lobby for a while, but looks like there's someone already coming over to shoo me away." Zhang Yi smiled as he looked at Chief Chen and the few security guards who were walking over. Wu Zeking acknowledged, "Alright, I understand. I'll send my secretary over to look for you 3. Zhang Yi replied, "Alright." The call ended. Zhang Yi called out, "Teacher Su, Wang He, come over here and sit." Su Hongyan blinked several times then walked over and took a seat beside him. Seeing that, Wang He also followed and sat down. This made the people from the television station even more infuriated. Chief Chen gravely asked, "Wang He, are you bent on making trouble here and embarrassing everyone? It's you guys who are making us resort to this." Since they didn't give them any face, then Su Hongyan was not going to be nice either. Zhang Yi told him, "You better not fucking talk to us in that tone. I will make sure we get to see who the embarrassed ones are today." Secretary Liu was already calling Guan Yanhai. "Director Guan. Has the issue been handled? Zhang Yi and Wang He are still refusing to leave. Just chase them away. Surely we can't resort to manhandling them, right? They're just sitting on the sofa in the lobby. Do you think we should call the police or something? Then ignore them and just go about with your work. They're at our television station. Can they still stir up trouble on our territory? Alright, Director Guan. You can't even handle such a simple issue. Do you have to report to me about everything?" "I'm sorry, Director." Secretary Liu hung up and then ordered, "Old Chen, just ignore them." Chief Chen reacted by calling the security guards off and deployed a few of them to guard the elevators, with the others assigned to the stairways and other entrances. They were clearly afraid that Zhang Yi and company would sneak upstairs. Seeing this, the surrounding staff who were watching dispersed. Only Zhang Yi, Su Hongyan, and Wang He were left at the waiting area in the lobby. Su Hongyan whispered, "Who did you call?" "A friend." Zhang Yi did not clarify. Su Hongyan asked, "Then what do we do now?" Wang He also asked Zhang Yi, "Are we just going to sit here and wait?" "We're waiting for someone." Zhang Yi pulled up his sleeve to check his watch. "It's not far from my friend's office, so it shouldn't take long. When she gets here, it'll be easier to handle the situation." As it wasn't Zhang Yi's personal issue today and it also involved the future of Wang He's work prospects, there were a lot of limitations to how Zhang Yi could handle this. Otherwise, if it were the old him, he would have already barged his way in. Right now, he could only wait for someone who could conveniently handle this matter. Su Hongyan said with some doubt in her voice, "Then when your friend is here, can she really handle the problem? It feels like this television station is rather arrogant and that Guan Yanhai will not give face to anyone, whoever it is." Zhang Yi chuckled, "If he doesn't give face to my friend, then I'll give in to him." Su Hongyan said, "If she can really speak directly to Guan Yanhai, then get your friend to speak to him properly. The conflict earlier is not a problem. We should settle Wang He's work issue first. That's the priority." Zhang Yi replied, "Let's just wait for her to get here first." In the end, it didn't take long at all. They didn't even talk about much yet when a woman in her 30s, dressed in a business suit, strode quickly in. Her looks were average and she wore a pair of glasses. She wasn't pretty but she wasn't ugly. Her demeanor wasn't too outstanding either. She was someone who would blend in with the crowd very well. That woman looked around the lobby. When she spotted Zhang Yi in the waiting area, her eyes were fully focused on him as she immediately walked over to them. Seeing this, Zhang Yi also stood up to greet her. "Teacher Zhang, I've arrived." Bailey outstretched her hand while still a distance away. Zhang Yi did not dare act high and mighty, so he also stretched out his hand and shook her hand. "Hello." My name is Bailey. Sister Bay. You don't have to be so polite. Just call me by my name. You don't have to be too polite with me either. Just call me Zhang Yi. The two of them exchanged pleasantries. Zhang Yi could see that Bailey took him very seriously and was also very polite about things. From the look in her eyes, she still seemed to be having doubt, possibly because she couldn't pinpoint the relationship between Chief Wu and Zhang Yi. At this moment, Su Hongyan and Wang He, who were close by, came up to them as well. They were also sizing up who this person Zhang Yi had called over was. They found nothing special about her since she looked and seemed too normal. It was as though she were a white-collar worker of some small company. It even felt like she was one of those ostracized staff in the company. Who is she? Is she capable? The two of them had their doubts, but it did not show on their faces. Su Hongyan shook hands with her. Hello, how should I address you? Bailey smiled. My name is Bailey. Zhang Yi introduced. This is my university teacher, Su Hongyan. Hello, Teacher Su, Bailey greeted. Zhang Yi presented. This is Wang He, my classmate. Bailey gently smiled. Hello. While shaking hands with Bailey, Wang He took the initiative and explained his situation. After all, this was all because of him. Sorry for troubling you this time. To explain things, I had a misunderstanding with one of the Hebe TV leads here. If you know him, perhaps you could help me explain. I've already heard about it. Bailey gently nodded. Wang He could not grasp what she was planning. Then what is your view of this matter? Bailey said calmly, follow me. I'll lead you upstairs. She patted Wang He's shoulder. Wang He turned around to look at Zhang Yi and cast him a doubtful eye before following Bailey. Zhang Yi also did not know how Bailey would handle this, so he and Su Hongyan followed behind them. Actually, this was the first time that Zhang Yi had requested for help from someone. In the past, he had always handled all of his problems by himself. Outside the elevators, several of the security guards were alerted. Zhang Yi is here. Why is there another person with him now? They're coming over. Hurry. Quickly notify the chief. One of the younger security guards immediately used his walkie-talkie to call for his other colleagues. A lot of the other Hebe television staff who were in the lobby or passing by also looked over suddenly. The atmosphere over here had once again become tense. Who is she? A woman came and joined them. Why are they still trying to go upstairs? The people began whispering and pointing fingers. In the end, Bailey brought Wang He with her and walked right up to the elevator. Several of the security guards hurriedly rushed over to the elevator door and said dutifully, please arrange for an appointment at the front desk before, but unexpectedly, Bailey seemingly changed into another person at that moment. Her tone became sharper immediately. Where is Guan Yunhai? The security guards were startled. Bailey continued to say, where's Zhugang? Get him to come out here. Everyone was stunned. Zhugang? That was their second in command. She was calling him directly by his name? The security guards did not know how to respond as they looked at each other. Bailey shouted, are they not going to come down here? They want to continue avoiding? Sure. I'll go upstairs to look for them. Turning to look at Wang He, she said, little brother, follow me. I'll see who dares stop me today. As she said that, Bailey pressed the button for the elevator. Ding. The elevator door opened and she pulled Wang He inside and grandly stepped into it. Su Hongyan was quite startled as she quickly followed in as well. The several security guards were left stunned by Bailey's imposing manner and did not stop them. When they returned to their senses, the elevator had already gone up. They all looked at one another before quickly informing their chief as they rushed to head upstairs via the stairways. When the other television station staff saw this, they also ran up, hoping to witness the commotion. On the second floor, the elevator stopped and the door opened. When they came out of the elevator, there were already a few television station staff members waiting for them outside. Quite a number of security guards also ran up here from the stairs. This floor was the office area. All of you, just as some of those staff were about to say something, they were shocked into silence by Bailey's shouting. Bailey aggressively yelled, who was it that didn't allow my little brother to enter the building just now? I would like to see which door we aren't allowed to enter. Is it this one? Bailey went up to the door of an office and pushed it open. She did not bother to be polite and just entered when the door was opened. There was someone in there who was typing something on the computer. That person was dumbfounded and did not understand what was going on. Bailey turned around and followed up by opening another door to the second office. Or is this where I can't enter? Inside, the employees who were working also stopped to look when they heard the commotion. The security guards were dumbfounded. Su Hongyan and Wang He were also dumbfounded. Damn. Who the hell is she? After going in a circle around the office as though there were no one there, she went out and pushed open a third door. Which door can I not enter? Is this the one? When the door opened, The voices of a Hebe television director discussing some matters with two other assistant directors came out. They were shocked. The doors on this floor were pushed open by Bailey one after another. After she entered and circled around in each room, she would head to the next door. Finally, Bailey pulled Wang He along and said, "Let's go. To the next floor." No one dared to stop her. No one dared to utter a word. This was the way of a person acting completely unreasonable. It was too shocking. Wasn't this just too fucking cool? Zhang Yi was also amused by this. Bailey's style was very much to his liking. He immediately took a much greater liking to her. He did not sense this at first, but this person was obviously the same type as he was. Chapter 846, What's that bitchy dowager doing here? Third floor. Bailey pulled Wang He along and led the others up as well. Wang He was furiously wiping away his sweat. Su Hongyan looked at Zhang Yi with her mouth agape and asked, "What kinds of connections does your friend have?" Zhang Yi smiled and replied, "Solid connections." Su Hongyan said in a speechless manner, "Does everyone you know have a temper like this?" They followed close behind Bailey and proceeded up to the third floor. By now, more and more people were gradually gathering to watch. The directors and hosts of the television station, the program team staff who were working, the security guards who followed behind, all of them were shocked by this scene and watched the commotion from a distance away. Some of the staff who currently working in their offices were also interrupted by Bailey's forced entrance and turned around to see what was going on with stunned faces and looks of confusion. After leaving the second floor, Bailey started barging into the offices on the third floor. She went up to the door that was closest to her. "Is this a door I can't enter? Let me have a look at what's inside. I want to know if there's something in there that should not be seen." The door opened. 3 or 4 staff members working in the office stared with their mouths agape. Bailey walked in brazenly while pulling Wang He along. Then they walked out very quickly and opened the next door. This was the door to a conference room which was soundproof and sealed off from the outside when the doors were closed. The people inside the room did not hear the commotion outside, so when they heard the sound of the door opening up, it shocked those who were holding a meeting inside. Before they could react, Bailey had already casually walked in without a care, dragging along Wang He. She shouted, "Which other doors are we not allowed to enter?" No one answered her. No one dared to answer her. 1 door. 5 doors. 10 doors. One by one, the doors were pushed open by Bailey. On the 4th floor. In an office. A staff had rushed into the large office area to report about something. "Chief Chen! Chief Chen!" That person yelled in panic. Chief Chen was handling a contract discussion with someone when he heard that. He asked, "What's the matter? Can't you see that I'm busy now? If there's anything, talk to me about it later." With so many things going on today, he had not had the time to do his work yet since he spent most of it just now dealing with those unimportant matters downstairs. But that person said, "Something has happened." Chief Chen asked impatiently, "What happened this time?" That person said, "Wang He, Zhang Yi, and the others are making their way up." "What?" Chief Chen was furious. "Didn't I instruct you people to hold them off? How could they have come upstairs then?" That person quickly said, "There was an unknown woman who arrived afterwards and acted extremely unreasonable. She addressed Director Guan and Director Zhu directly by their names and made her way to the upper floors, entering every office she saw." Chief Chen said angrily, "Why isn't anyone stopping them? Don't they know that this is Director Guan's order? They can't be stopped." That person said, "Actually, no one has the courage to stop them. Sometimes, a person's bearing could really intimidate others. Like earlier when they were involved in a tussle with Su Hongyan and Wang He to chase them off. The moment Zhang Yi arrived and threw his sunglasses onto the ground angrily, everyone in the lobby completely fell silent. Similarly, Bailey had such an imposing manner as well." Chief Chen said angrily, "Which floor are they on now?" "They're already on the 3rd floor." That person answered. "Let's go. Bring me to them." Chief Chen immediately gathered some staff from the office and headed downstairs angrily. "Everyone, come with me. I want to see just what kind of a wave Wang He can make today." At the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. In an office. Guan Yanhai's secretary received a call. "Secretary Liu. Little Ku, what's the matter? Something troublesome is happening downstairs." "What's happening again now?" A woman led Wang He along with the others and barged up. They pushed open all the office doors on the 2nd and 3rd floor one by one. "The entire television station is in disarray." "What did you say? Please come down quickly and have a look." On the 3rd floor. The television station staff spectators had already exceeded 50 people. "What's the situation? Who's that woman? Where are the heads? Quickly call the heads here. They've already been informed. That person is being too insolent. What exactly is going on? Don't you know? Wang He has returned." It's that host intern from back then. I heard that they got into an argument downstairs and had a clash with our security. Secretary Liu and Chief Chen both had to go downstairs to stop them from entering while Zhang Yi arrived later. After that, the entire situation unraveled into what you're seeing now. To have someone barging in and causing such a great commotion, everyone looked quite mad. Let's call the police. What the hell is going on? I've never seen such unruly behavior before. Why didn't anyone stop them? They're stepping all over our heads. Amid the controversy, Bailey still went about doing whatever she liked as she led Wang He to cause a ruckus in the television station. She did not give face to anyone as she continued pushing open every door that she came across. At this moment, some shouts could be heard coming from the crowd of onlookers. Chief Chen is here. Chief Chen. Great, the chief has arrived. Chief Chen, you're finally here. With one of the station's backbones arriving, everyone's spirit was lifted. After Chief Chen came down through the stairway, he immediately shouted, behaving atrociously at our station? Don't you know what place this is? What are you all trying to do? Are you trying to cause trouble? He went toward them with his group of people. Zhang Yi turned around and glanced at them. Su Hongyan also noticed them coming. Where are they? Where? Chief Chen yelled. A male staff member pointed and said, they're right at the front, Chief Chen. Bailey heard the shouting coming from behind her. She turned around slowly to take a look. When the seething Chief Chen saw her, he was greatly shocked. He stopped dead in his tracks, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Bailey looked at him and asked, who was the one who shouted just now? Chief Chen was sweating more and more profusely. Bailey answered, it's me who is behaving atrociously here. What are you going to do about it? Chief Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve and immediately toned down his voice. Secretary Bay. Why are you here? Everyone was dumbfounded. What was the matter with Chief Chen? Why did he suddenly wane like that? Secretary Bay? What Secretary Bay? When he was dumbfounded. Su Hongyan also looked stunned. No one could understand what was going on. Bailey stared at Chief Chen and told him, don't worry about why I'm here. I'm asking you this now. It was me behaving atrociously in your station. What are you going to do about it? Chief Chen did not dare say a thing. He was nearly in tears now. Fuck, what else can I do about it? Suddenly, Guan Yunhai's secretary also arrived. Secretary Liu angrily led 2 security guards and rushed to the scene. It was a very serious matter that someone had come to the television station to make trouble and even managed to find their way to the upper floors. He was about to report this to the police for them to deal with. Where are they? Who is he? Saw Bailey and was stunned on the spot. Secretary Bay? Secretary Liu was stunned. The curse words he was about to utter were forcefully swallowed back down. Then, his face turned pale and he started to sweat too. Holy shit. Why is it her? What's that bitchy dowager doing here? 847 The Sarft's Search Warrant. Chapter 847, The Sarft's Search Warrant. Everyone fell silent. The department heads were shocked. The director's secretary was shocked. Naturally, all the other staff of the television station did not dare make a sound either. It was clear that these 2 leaders knew who the woman was. Moreover, even an idiot could tell that this woman was no ordinary person. Otherwise, Chief Chen and Secretary Liu could not possibly just keep quiet like this after she had caused such a ruckus in the television station. Who on earth was she? What sort of background does she have? Bailey looked at Secretary Liu and said, were you yelling at me just now? Secretary Liu panicked and replied, no. Bailey stared at him for a while and said, you look a little familiar. Secretary Liu explained nervously, during the meeting at Sarft headquarters last month, I went along with Director Guan. And back when I was stationed at Hibi, I also had the honor of meeting you. Secretary Liu was also a secretary. But when comparing his status as a secretary to her status as a secretary, they were on a completely different level. Besides, as veterans of Hibi television who had worked here for many years, they often came into contact with those from the higher management and would therefore know of this bitchy dowager's other identity. A program director of Hibi television who was in the crowd also recognized Bailey. He did not say anything as he knew that he shouldn't be making himself stand out in such a situation. It was better for him to keep as far away as possible for now. Bailey was someone most people would probably not know about. Even for most of the hosts, directors, or people working in the television industry, they were unlikely to know her due to the difference in their statuses. But for anyone who had ever come into contact with the higher management of the industry, they would definitely know who Bailey was. She was the secretary of Chief Wu from the Sarft. More importantly, Bailey was the niece of the head of Hibi Television, the daughter of their station head's elder brother. Back then, when Bailey was situated in Hibi, she could do whatever she wanted at Hibi Television. As long as it were those veterans who had worked for more than 10 years at Hebe Television headquarters, they should all have a deep impression of this bitchy dowager. Bailey glanced at the two of them but did not say any more. Then she held out her hand to pull the stun Wang He along with her. Let's go to the next floor. Chief Chen did not dare speak. Crying inside, Secretary Liu bolstered himself and said, Secretary Bei. But Bailey did not even bother with him and just headed upstairs. The television station's building had 4 levels. On this level were the offices of the department heads and conference rooms. However, Bailey did not care about this as she continued to push open the doors. Let's see, which door am I not allowed to enter? Is it this one? She opened another door. This one? She opened the 3rd door. Or this one? She barged into the 4th door. How about this one? Then, Bailey stood still in the hallway. After looking around for a little while, she shouted, My little brother came here to settle his issues. Teacher Zhang Yi is also here today. But they can't even enter the building? You're not even giving any face to our teacher Zhang? What bullshit is this? It was only when everyone had heard this that they realized that from the very start, even though this woman kept calling Wang He little brother, it was just a polite form of address. In actual fact, she was here for Zhang Yi. Secretary Liu quickly said, Secretary Bei, no, that's not true at all. Bailey stared at him and questioned, then tell me, how is it not true? Secretary Liu was at a loss for words. Chief Chen tried to say, please calm down, Secretary Bei. This might just be a misunderstanding. Secretary Liu repeated, yes, it's just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Bailey shook her head and replied, I don't think this is a misunderstanding. Where is your director Guan? Director Guan. Chief Chen was about to answer but stopped short of saying anything. We're not sure either. Secretary Liu immediately answered, also, I haven't seen Director Guan today. Zhang Yi looked at him and remarked, didn't you just say that Guan Yunhai was busy working upstairs? Didn't you say that he was not free to see us? Why did it change to he's not here now? Secretary Liu. Bailey looked at her watch and said to them, I still have a meeting to attend at Sarft, so I will wait for 10 minutes. Saying that, she opened an office door and said, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Su, let's go in and sit down while we wait. She seemed to be treating this place like her own home, although it was indeed almost no different from her own home anyway since her uncle was the station head. If Bailey could do whatever she wanted at Hebe Television headquarters, would it matter at a branch located in Beijing? Su Hongyan and Wang He hesitated. But Zhang Yi did not worry about courtesy since he was a troublemaker to begin with. He walked in grandly and took a seat for himself. Teacher Zhang, how many more episodes of A Bite of China will there be? Bailey smiled. Zhang Yi happily said, around 10 more episodes. It should be scheduled to finish broadcasting before the Chinese New Year. Bailey mentioned, oh right, we don't have each other's numbers yet, right? Zhang Yi nodded. That's right. Let's exchange numbers. Bailey said, here, this is my number. Okay, I've saved it. If something like this happens again, you can immediately call me up. The two of them started to chat as though no one else was around. Elsewhere. Someone was currently on the phone. Director Guan. Something bad has happened. Bailey is here. She led Wang He and Zhang Yi upstairs and pushed open all the doors of the offices and conference rooms as well. Bailey? That Bailey? Yes, it's station head Bei's niece. What? Why is she here? She seems to have been called over by Zhang Yi. Why would Zhang Yi know her? I don't know either. They're on the 4th floor now and Secretary Bei is demanding to see you. Secretary Liu did not know what to do, so he quickly got me to call and inform you. What do you think we should do now? Where did you say I was? Secretary Liu said that he didn't know whether you were in the office or not. That's fine then. I understanding what's happening now. After Guan Yunhai hung up, his expression changed several times. He never expected for this matter to actually put Bailey on alert. The others were mainly shocked by Bailey because she was the station head's niece, but Guan Yunhai was not concerned about that as his relationship with station head Bei was rather good. They were not extremely close, but were still able to talk to each other fairly well. He believed that station head Bei would not touch him without any valid reason just because his niece had said something. But what left Guan Yunhai so fearful was her other identity. She was the secretary of that Chief Wu. This was the most crucial factor. Just why did Bailey come here? Just how close was her relationship with Zhang Yi? Just how much authority could she support Zhang Yi with? Guan Yunhai was not sure about the answers to these questions. He kept smoking while he thought over the entire situation at a very fast pace. Eventually, he made a decision. As he stubbed out his cigarette, he decided that he would not show himself and acted as if he did not know anything at all. If Bailey was going to cause trouble, then let her cause trouble. He would just not show himself. If I don't show myself, what can you do about it? Are you going to come here every day and make trouble? However, Guan Yunhai could not have expected that this decision of his was going to be a fatal one. On the 4th floor. 10 minutes has passed. Everyone was accompanying Bailey and waiting for Guan Yunhai. They all looked incredibly uneasy, especially Chief Chen and Secretary Liu. No matter what, the two of them couldn't escape from here and had to sit around and wait. At this moment, Bailey spoke. It's been 10 minutes. Secretary Liu hastily said, Secretary Bai, Director Guan there's no need to say anything. I fully understand. Bailey's face sank as she walked to a corner while taking out her cell phone and making a call. Nobody knew who she was calling. Secretary Liu, Chief Chen, and the others all looked at one another. Where's Director Guan? I guess he's prepared to not show himself. Then what should we do? Let's just hang around for a little while. What else can we do? They were talking in the softest voices possible as they did not dare to speak loudly. However, just a few minutes later, a statement suddenly arrived that caught everyone off guard, and even made everyone break out into cold sweat. SARFT disciplinary notice. The SARFT Party Committee and the Commission for Discipline Inspection have received a report regarding Hebe Television's Guan Yunhai for suspected misbehavior that has seriously violated the organization's disciplinary code. The Hebe Television Production Department Party Committee branch will be dealt with severely according to the relevant provisions. Chief Chen was dumbfounded. Secretary Liu was dumbfounded. Even Wang He and Su Hongyan were dumbfounded as well. Commission for Discipline Inspection? And the order was even issued directly by the SARFT. Su Hongyan and many of those watching basically had no idea about the status of Bailey. Therefore, when they heard about this news, they couldn't react for a while. Who was this woman? Why does she wield such great power? Meanwhile, Guan Yunhai, who was hiding somewhere in the station, was also stunned. Why? How is that possible? The SARFT and Commission for Discipline Inspection are going to investigate me? Back then, everyone at the television station branch knew about the affair between Guan Yunhai and his lover. After all, it was such a big case that some people had leaked the news as well. But he had never thought that someone would risk reporting him to the authorities. Even if it were reported, it should have been reported a year ago. Why would they wait until now to do it? Immediately, Guan Yunhai understood where the crux of the problem lay. He knew that he had committed a mistake, a very grave mistake. Bailey's relationship with Zhang Yi was even closer than what he had thought. Bailey was not using her uncle's title as her backing this time. She was handling the matter on behalf of the SARFT. She was working for Chief Wu. Guan Yunhai turned pale and felt his legs turn to rubber. He had completely misunderstood Bailey's status today. He thought it would be fine if he just avoided her for a while. He thought that it would be good enough if Bailey just helped her friends vent their anger today. But it turned out to be more complicated than he had believed. Bailey was here today in her capacity as Chief Wu's secretary. Shit. 848 The Dust Settles. Chapter 848, The Dust Settles. When the news got out, the entire station was in disarray. Is that real? Director Guan is going to be investigated? It's over. Something big is going to happen. Something really big is going to happen. What do you mean by is going to? It's already happened. Isn't that too soon? They're really taking action immediately after they said that they would? Just to has Director Guan offended? And who is that person Wang He brought with him? Someone staging a comeback. Why would all this happen if it was just about Wang He's work profile? Yes, it was exactly this small thing in which Guan Yunhai had shut out Wang He from getting any television station work that had turned into something much bigger and something no one could have expected. For Guan Yunhai and many others, this was just a matter of no importance. With Guan Yunhai's status in the industry, whatever he said was the final word. What waves could a lowly Wang He make to trouble him? If Guan Yunhai wanted to quash him, then he would be quashed. If he wanted him out of his sight, then he wouldn't be able to appear anymore. All of that power and authority were in Guan Yunhai's hands. However, now that someone with an even greater authority than Guan Yunhai had appeared, the situation was suddenly reversed. It also went without saying that the same methods that Guan Yunhai employed against Wang He could be used on him. If you used your authority to silence others, then you better be prepared that you'll be quashed in the same way someday. If you play the game, you have to be prepared to be played too. A few minutes later, Guan Yunhai, who had been missing all this while, magically appeared on the 4th floor and stood in front of Bailey, Zhang Yi, and the others. He was truly panicking this time. Director Guan. Director Guan. Secretary Liu and Chief Chen did not know what to do. The two of them could only feel a sense of anxiety at this moment. If Director Guan were investigated, it might even drag them down along with him. For example, money problems? Secretary Liu and Chief Chen likely would not be able to clear themselves from any of it. It would be a domino effect, so if Director Guan fell, it would surely be the end of them as well. Guan Yunhai didn't bother with them and just walked straight up to Bailey. Lily, what's going on here? When did you arrive? Why didn't you give Uncle Guan a call since you were coming here? You could have let me know in advance so that I could reserve a table at a good restaurant and have a nice chat with you. When Bailey was younger, she had met Guan Yunhai several times, so they actually did know each other personally. Bailey looked at him and said very calmly, I was here since a long time ago. Guan Yunhai played dumb and stated, I was out on an errand just now and no one informed me of your visit. Bailey said, I don't know about that then. Guan Yunhai replied, I've just received the message. Why is there going to be people coming from the Commission for Discipline Inspection? What is going on? Lily, is there a misunderstanding somewhere? Bailey shrugged. I was looking for you earlier, but you weren't around. Therefore, from now on, this problem will no longer be under my jurisdiction. It doesn't matter what you tell me anymore. She looked at Zhang Yi and said, Teacher Zhang, let's go then. Sure. Zhang Yi stood up. Bailey said politely, you first. Please, you first. Zhang Yi also spoke politely. Guan Yunhai was getting nervous. Lily. Bailey did not turn around. Guan Yunhai desperately said, Wang He, little Wang. Wang He looked at him, not knowing how to react. Guan Yunhai quickly said, we might have had some misunderstandings between us back then, so why don't we? Bailey interjected, let's go, little brother. Wang He nodded and followed. Guan Yunhai was dumbfounded then and there, drenched in cold sweat. He knew it was over for him. If the Commission for Discipline Inspection were to investigate him, he would not be able to get away. Why did it become like this? Just why did it become like this? Guan Yunhai was deeply regretful. If he had not taken out his anger on Wang He back then, if he had allowed Wang He and the others to come into the building today, or even made an appearance when Bailey arrived and asked for him, then he might still have a chance at making things right. However, he had missed all those chances, so there were no more ifs, ands, or buts about it. At the main entrance of the television station, Bailey and the others were just leaving when staff from the Commission for Discipline Inspection arrived. Bailey had already fulfilled her role in this issue. She had given a chance to Guan Yunhai by causing a ruckus here, but Guan Yunhai insisted on not coming out to meet them, so there was nothing more she could do. Even if it weren't Chief Wu's instructions, Guan Yunhai was in the wrong to begin with. If you were at fault by having an affair first and then creating such a big mess out of it, even venting your anger on Wang He as a result, then when Zhang Yi led his people here to talk it out, you shouldn't have not given him face or blocked him from entering. What did you say to them? Unauthorized persons are prohibited to enter? Outsiders are not allowed into the premises? Alright then, since you want to conduct everything so officially, then I can only handle this matter as business on my side. If you want to fool around and have affairs, then what else can you say now that you've been exposed? Downstairs. Bailey said, the problem is resolved, so I think it's time for me to get back as well. Wang He shook Bailey's hand and said, thank you. I've really troubled you today. You came all the way to specially handle this matter for me. Can I buy you lunch or something? Bailey shook her head and smiled. Don't worry about it. Perhaps another time. You're little Wang, right? This is just a small issue, so you don't have to thank me. Guan Yunhai will have a taste of his own medicine from today on. He won't be able to find trouble with you anymore, so you can just go and look for a job without worries. If that's still a problem, just look for Teacher Zhang and get him to contact me. I'll arrange something for you. You may choose from any television stations across the country, just let me know where you're interested in working at and it'll be arranged. Even if you still prefer to stay at Hibi Television for work, that's fine too. I can't speak for other television stations, but if you just mention my name here at Hibi TV, I'm very sure no one would dare to find trouble with you. Those were very strong words. But Bailey was really qualified to claim so. Wang He felt sincerely grateful and thanked her. Thank you, Sister Bai. I'll settle the issues of my work by myself. As long as Guan Yunhai is not blocking me, I'm confident of my own abilities. That's good then. Bailey laughed and said, I think you'd do well too. Zhang Yi also laughed. Sister Bai, thank you for today. When Bailey spoke to Zhang Yi, she did so with a sense of politeness. Teacher Zhang, please don't say that. I'm just doing what I should. This is just a small problem. There's no need to thank me for it. There's still a meeting at the office and the head is waiting for me. I won't be staying around any longer then. Zhang Yi smiled and mentioned, sure, let's have dinner together someday. Sure, that won't be a problem. Bailey reminded, I'll say again, if something like this happens again in the future, just contact me directly. I'll resolve it for you. Today's case was a bit of an exception since it wasn't a problem that Zhang Yi could have handled directly. It was only because of this that he had to look for old Wu. He also did not wish to trouble Secretary Bai this way again, even though she said it was fine. So Zhang Yi simply agreed, okay. Then let me see you off. Did you drive here? Don't bother. My car is parked just beside the road. Bailey said goodbye to Su Hongyan, then immediately got into her car and drove off. The moment Secretary Bai left, the three of them spoke much more freely. When he looked at Zhang Yi. Zanger, I won't say too much, but I owe you one this time. Ha, come on. Zhang Yi said amused, what do you mean you owe me? When have you ever been so polite with me even when we were in university? When he also laughed. You've really helped me big time, so I have to be a little polite no matter what. Besides, this issue of mine must have made you owe others a big favor as well, right? Zhang Yi shook his head and replied, not really. Old Wu was his girlfriend, so there wasn't any owing of favors there. Since Bailey was old Wu's secretary, then coming here to help old Wu resolve some problems was within the scope of her job. Zhang Yi definitely had Bailey to thank, but he didn't owe her that big of a favor. When he said as he looked at the tail lights of Secretary Bai's car, your friend's connections are really damn solid. Zhang Yi vaguely responded, I guess so. When he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I've never seen such a show of force like today's before. Sister Bai didn't seem like much when she just got here, because she was just like any other normal person who didn't look or feel prominent. But who could have guessed she'd end up being such a powerful person, able to stun everyone into submission with just her shouting. No one dared to stop her and just let her push open the doors one by one. I felt as though all of my anger has been vented. She was basically causing a ruckus as she liked. Su Hongyan glanced at Zhang Yi and said, what does that Secretary Bai do? Zhang Yi said, something along the lines of being their overseeing authority. From the Sarft? Su Hongyan asked. Zhang Yi affirmed tersely. Su Hongyan continued asking, from the way she spoke, it seems like Secretary Bai is also related to the head of Hebe TV? It even sounds like they're very close relatives? Zhang Yi shrugged. That I don't know about. Su Hongyan looked Zhang Yi up and down, then said, you're surviving well in this industry now, eh? Seems like you know quite a lot of people as well? If I meet with any trouble in the future, I'll definitely come and look for you. Zhang Yi heartily said, for sure. Anything that concerns you concerns me. When he beckoned with a hand, come on, let's go. It's my treat today. Let's have something to drink. What, were you expecting me to treat? Let's go. Zhang Yi laughed. When he smirked. Do you have to find fault with everything that I say? Zhang Yi said, of course. When he. Su Hongyan laughed, you too. When he got home at night. It was only when Zhang Yi called Wu Zaking that he found out about Bailey's other status. She actually turned out to be the niece of the head of Hebe Television. It was no wonder she could behave as she wanted on their premises. Secretary Bai has a good temperament, Zhang Yi praised. Old Wu laughed. She's quite similar to you, right? Zhang Yi acknowledged, quite. Old Wu said, but she's not as hot-headed as you. At least within the organization, she still behaves as she should, unlike you who keep sliding fires everywhere you go. It's as though you feel there's a lack of people getting offended by you. If I did not send little Bai over today, I was afraid that you would have gotten physical with them, her. It was a little cold outside. Zhang Yi sniffed and said, you're thinking too much about what I might do. Old Wu said, it's cold out. Put on more clothes. I know. Are you still wearing just that jacket of yours again? How did you know? Don't be smug. You might catch a cold and fall sick. It's not as if you're an idol, so why are you so worried about letting others see you wear that? Put on a down jacket when you get back. I will. 849 Zhang Yi's Talk at Media College. Chapter 849, Zhang Yi's Talk at Media College. The next day. There were rumors on the internet. Weibo gossip number 5, Zhang Yi makes a huge commotion at Hebe Television. Someone has exposed that Zhang Yi brought some people with him to Hebe Television's Beijing production department yesterday and made a commotion there. It sent their entire workplace into chaos with many involved in the conflict and even leading to an investigation on a head of a department. The trigger for this case is still unknown, with questions posed to those working at the facility not being answered as they stay tight-lipped on the matter. This piece of news did not attract too much attention. First off, compared to Zhang Yi's previous incidents, this was just a small thing that would not register a blip on most people's radar. It was not a headline that was as attractive as a documentary helmed by him that had swept the entire country's viewership ratings. Secondly, this news was also unconfirmed and served more as a rumor. Even the mainstream media did not report on this news, with only that Weibo account's revelations the source of it. Therefore, the veracity of this news was taken with a pinch of salt. However, There were still some people who paid attention to it. Teacher Zhang has stirred up trouble again? I wonder if it is real or not. I think it should be real. A guy like Zhang Yi is really capable of doing such a thing. I guess it must be someone who has provoked him again. Don't we all know what Zhang Yi is like by now? He has always done things according to his own set of rules. It's impossible that he would go and cause a commotion at another television station for no reason. I also trust Teacher Zhang's character. I like him so much. Previous poster, does Zhang Yi have any character at all? Suddenly, a few industry insiders also voiced their opinions. For some reason, an old host who had already retired suddenly made a comment. It seems like there's no bottom line for young people these days. How can there be so many people supporting someone like Zhang Yi? He can't even be proclaimed as an artist by his bunch of brain-dead fans? Since when has the title of artist gone for so cheap? Since when did the Golden Microphone Awards give out their trophies so casually? A person like that can get the highest honor in the television hosting industry? He can get the highest honor in the academic awards too? And even win 2 of the highest awards for 2 television shows? What a joke. Are the judges these days treating awards like a child's game? Are the common folk all idiots these days? Some of the netizens were having none of it. Fuck, what the heck are you saying? Who's the brain-dead one? Does that mean only you can be an artist? What kind of works have you produced in the first place? I've watched the shows you hosted. It was all just lousy entertainment to satisfy yourself. Who the hell would bother watching it? If you think someone is good, you say that he is an artist, but if you don't like them, they're not an artist? What kind of logic is that? Based on what do you think you can control what us commoners like? I just fucking want to like Zhang Yi. I just fucking think that Zhang Yi is an artist. Can you do anything about me? When this old host gave his criticism, a lot of people jumped out to critique Zhang Yi as well. Crosstalk comedian Tang Das hangs Hueco. I will never ever admit that a person like Zhang Yi is an artist. He's too vulgar and undisciplined. Someone from a television station, I've been wanting to say this for a long time, but I also think that it's just the common folk who are supporting him and find him to be good. But if you were to ask any industry insider, which one of them would admit that he's an artist? He can fool the people, but the true measure of an artist is still set by the industry insiders. Only an industry peer would know whether a person is truly qualified to be called an artist or not, so what would a layman know? The attacks on Zhang Yi were trickling in. Later that morning, Zhang Yi also saw those comments, but did not even bother with them. He was already used to having peers scold him every other day. It might even get uncomfortable if there wasn't any criticism. After he finished breakfast, he put on a down jacket and sent Shenshin to school before heading to media college. At the university. The moment he arrived, Su Hongyan found him. Little Zhang. Teacher Su. There will be a broadcasting lecture later. Since you've just been employed by the school, I think it's appropriate for you to make an appearance. The school has already discussed it. They won't wait for next year to present you to everyone, so it'll be done today instead. It'll be a chance for you to greet everyone and officially meet them for the first time. Are you fine with that? Yep. Great. What time? 9 a.m.? We'll set aside 10 minutes for you to give a talk. Sure. When Teacher Zhu, who was right next to them, heard this, she came up to them smiling. It's the first talk by Professor Zhang. I should go and listen in too. Su Hongyan chuckled. Whoever's free, let's all go together. It's also a show of support for little Zhang. A female teacher agreed, sure. An associate professor also agreed, count me in. There was also a broadcasting teacher who said, I heard that when Teacher Zhang gave his lectures at Peking University, no one ever skipped a class of his. In fact, in every class he gave, there weren't even enough seats since students from other faculties would come and crash the class. It's obvious that Teacher Zhang is very good at teaching, so I'm really looking forward to it. Zhang Yi replied humbly, it's only a meeting session with the students. Please don't flatter me like that. Very quickly, news of the talk spread to everyone. Teacher Zhang is giving a talk today. It's at the lecture hall. Do you want to go? Of course we have to go. I'm a brain-dead fan of his. I'm going too. It's such a rare opportunity. Why are you guys still talking about it? Hurry up and go to the lecture hall to reserve your seats. But I doubt there are any seats left anyways. The students from the School of Directing and School of Acting are going too. Then we better hurry up. The students quickly ran over upon hearing the news. From freshmen to sophomores, even the upperclassmen. All of them went to attend the talk. Media College. Lecture Hall 1. When Zhang Yi, Su Hongyan, Teacher Zhu, and the rest of the others arrived, they were all startled by what they saw. The first thing they felt when they reached the hall was that it was way too active here. There were crowds of people gathered at the lecture hall entrance as they formed lines and tried to get in. Stop pushing. Damn it, Is there no more space? School of Acting majors. What are you guys doing here? Teacher Zhang has acted in movies before. Can't we come and get some pointers? Wah. Zhang Yi is here. It's Zhang Yi. Look, quick. Ayo, I finally got to see him in real life. How handsome. Some of Media College's female students even screamed due to their excitement. For a B-list celebrity to have this sort of charm was no surprise at all. When a number of teachers saw this, they knew that the talk would be cancelled if it went on like this, so they quickly went up to maintain the order. After 10 minutes, they managed to control the situation and got everyone settled inside the lecture hall. At this moment, the entire lecture hall was filled with people, in the aisles and even in the hallways outside it. Su Hongyan, Teacher Zhu, and a few other staff members from the School of Broadcasting did not want to take the seats from the students, so they just stood around near the doors. The head of Media College's academic affairs was here. The dean of the School of Broadcasting was here. Finally, the vice president of Media College also entered the lecture hall with a smile. Clearly, the school's authority had placed a significant importance on this first talk that Zhang Yi was going to give after his appointment. The most important reason they had for inviting Zhang Yi to join was exactly because they knew he had the capability and charisma to attract people. Staff from the school's Office of Public Affairs also came along, carrying their camcorders into the hall. At this moment, Su Hongyan went up on stage and held a microphone to announce, "Students, please quiet down. Let us now invite Associate Professor Zhang Yi up on stage." Zhang Yi walked onto the stage and took the microphone from her. "Thank you, Teacher Su." Su Hongyan smiled and went back down. Although Zhang Yi's talk was arranged on short notice, she never worried that Zhang Yi would not be able to do well. Clearing his throat, Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Hello, students." This was immediately followed by a round of enthusiastic applause. Zhang Yi said, "I'm very honored to be standing here today and even more honored to be here as a teacher of Media College. Everyone should know that I was also a student of Media College a few years back. Therefore, being able to take an appointment here, or to say it better, being able to come back here feels like a homecoming. Even though I've been working for the past 2 years, I feel as though I have never really left this place. This is where I belong and I will never be able to leave it in my entire lifetime." The students applauded again. When Su Hongyan and some of the other teachers and administrators heard this, they also nodded and clapped. Zhang Yi continued, "I only came here to have an official face-to-face meeting with everyone, but I did not expect it to be so grand. I feel really flattered by this. I believe everyone already knows that I will be a teacher at the School of Broadcasting starting today. You may address me as Teacher Zhang, Zhang Yi, or even Senior Zhang. We're all family, so there's no need to be overly courteous with me. I'm not rigid about things like that." In the audience, a student heckler shouted, "Can we call you Old Zhang then?" Zhang Yi replied, "Sure you can." Everyone laughed. Zhang Yi looked at his watch and said, "We have 6-7 minutes left, and I've said all that I needed to. Why don't we have a questions and answer session for the rest of the time? What does everyone want to know about? You may ask anything about the classes or even the arts. Since it's our first meeting today, I'll be more casual about it." When they heard that, more than a dozen people immediately raised their hands. There was even someone who stood up to raise their hand while jumping up and down. Zhang Yi just randomly pointed to the person who raised their hand the highest. "That student in the 10th row, furthest to the left." "Yes, you." That person said excitedly, "Hello, senior. What classes will you be teaching us in the future? Will you be around every day? Can we look for you at any time if we have problems?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "I've been brooding over it every day, but the classes will definitely be related to broadcasting. If there's a chance, I'll give my email address to everyone to submit their questions to. I'll try to reply to them one by one if I have the time to do so." Countless hands shot up again after that. Zhang Yi picked another person. "You, please." It was a third-year student. "Professor Zhang, I'm from the School of Directing. Will you only be teaching at the School of Broadcasting? Will you be teaching any directing courses? Almost every one of us have watched The Voice and A Bite of China and we would really like to learn from you, so I'd like to know if there'll be a chance to do that." Zhang Yi looked into the audience. This would have to depend on the administrator's approval. "I haven't received any news about this yet, but if there's a chance to do so, I would love to share my experiences with everyone." One by one, they asked questions. The atmosphere was really good, but time was almost up. So Zhang Yi said, "Let's have the last question then. Let me see, okay, how about this student here?" He pointed at a girl. That girl pushed up her glasses and hurriedly asked, "Teacher Zhang, I saw on Weibo this morning that quite a few industry veterans were criticizing you. They claim that you were not qualified to be called an artist and that you've strayed off the artistic path. I'd like to know, what do you think being an artist should be about? If someone with your sorts of results and contributions still doesn't make you an artist, then what would? When we all graduate, which path should we take? And how should we proceed? What if we keep getting ignored by the industry insiders, then what? Zhang Yi looked at her. That's a rather deep question. Everyone perked up their ears to listen. They also wanted to know how Zhang Yi would answer this sensitive question. Thinking for a bit, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered those words that Go to Gang from his previous world had said. He laughed as he recited, "Then I'll use the simplest of ways to answer you. Actually, what is an artist? Whoever lives the longest is an artist. In a group of 100 peers, if they all scold and curse at you, then all you have to do is to outlive the 99 of them and you will be the artist. When tomb sweeping day comes around, you can stand at their graves and sing them a song of sayonara." This explanation of being an artist by Zhang Yi dumbfounded the hundreds of students in the audience. Scolding and cursing? Whoever lives the longest? Outlive the 99 of them. Stand at their graves during tomb sweeping day? And sing a song of sayonara? PFFT. One of the students started to burst out laughing. Then followed by a second, a third, and a 10th. Ha 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 ha. Ayo, Teacher Zhang is so sarcastic. One of the teachers nearly fainted on the spot. Su Hongyan face-palmed. Teacher Zhu. Media College's head of academic affairs. Media College's vice president. These words sounded really powerful, yet simultaneously also felt very wicked. Weren't you just speaking seriously a while ago? Why did it take just a few lines for you to show your true colors? Many of the Media College teachers and administrators didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they heard this. They suddenly started worrying if inviting this guy here to be a teacher was really going to be fine. Just how many people would he offend on behalf of Media College? 850 Invitation to the Spring Festival Gala? Chapter 850, Invitation to the Spring Festival Gala? On the same day, Zhang Yi's talk at Media College was uploaded. The official website of Media College also posted a video clip of the talk. It was a way of promotion for the school, especially in this time when the entrance exam was being held. It was a big boost to them that Zhang Yi had chosen to join their institution, but of course, the last question that Zhang Yi had answered was edited out by the Office of Public Affairs as it should not be made public at all. But with so many students and teachers attending the talk earlier, there would surely be someone who recorded it with their phones. This incident was definitely not something that could be covered up. Captioned version. Full version. Graphical presentation version. They all appeared like mushrooms sprouting after the rain. Then I will use the simplest of ways to answer you. Actually, what is an artist? Whoever lives the longest is an artist. In a group of 100 peers, if they all scold and curse at you, then all you have to do is to outlive the 99 of them and you would be the artist. When tomb sweeping day comes around, you can stand at their graves and sing them a song of sayonara. The views on these videos were exponentially rising. A lot of netizens were having such a good laugh at it. No wonder he's in crosstalk. Yeah, Zhang Yi's mouth is hilariously sarcastic. Sayonara? Ayo, I died from laughter. This sort of scolding has totally moved to a new level. That line will become a classic. It's something that only Zhang Yi could come up with. This interpretation of what makes an artist is super cool. Ha 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 ha. This terrible nature of Zhang Yi is what I like most about him. Answering to the verbal criticism of him by a bunch of older veteran industry insiders and peers, Zhang Yi had come up with this response to them. You guys said that he would never, ever be qualified enough to be an artist? But being young, he would almost definitely outlive all of you. When you're all dead and unmoving, none of you will be able to criticize him anymore. At that time, wouldn't he then become an artist? Who could still doubt and criticize him then? At that time, he could just sing whatever he liked in front of any one of your graves. You can bully the old but not the young. Zhang Yi used the most wicked of ways to beautifully epitomize those words. To a lot of Zhang Yi's own fans, this was a justifiable retort and a reasonable counterattack. But to those who had criticized him earlier, this was undoubtedly a provocation and disrespect for the veterans. All of a sudden, another large wave of scolding battles started again. All at once, the industry voices were calling out and denouncing Zhang Yi one after another. Insolence. How extremely insolent. Strip him of his Golden Microphone Award. He's totally disrespecting all of the industry veterans. In the blink of an eye. It was already New Year's Day. The new year had begun with a wave of scolding aimed at Zhang Yi, but on this same day, Zhang Yi had advanced yet another spot in the B-list celebrity rankings. His position had risen again. After winning a few of the highest awards, and with a bite of China's continued popularity in the broadcasts, Zhang Yi's award acceptance speeches and his talk at Media College both helped to push his popularity higher. This was a period of time where Zhang Yi was experiencing a major rise in his popularity with the continuous coverage of him and his news through shows, TV, the news, internet, and many other outlets, all of which contributed to a stacking effect toward his popularity score. At this moment in time, nobody and no criticisms could stop the continued rise of Zhang Yi's popularity. Even if he did not do anything else and just laid around at home, his popularity would still continue to increase by the day. From morning, Zhang Yi was kept busy with answering calls. From an old colleague, Teacher Zhang, Happy New Year. Thank you. It's been a while. We should catch up over lunch someday. Sure, let's contact each other again about this. We can either eat at home or out, anything's fine. Then, a call from Hakiki. Director Zhang, have a wonderful new year. Happy New Year to you, Sister Ha. What are you busy with? Hi, I'm just sitting at home. I haven't been up to anything for the past 2 days except for going online and scolding people. You're still arguing with them? Wasn't that incident from a few days ago? They keep pestering me with their scolding, but since I'm bored with nothing to do at home, why should I just do nothing about it? So I scolded them back. It's good practice, anyway, for a better year at work. Damn, I really give it to you. You're such a warrior. Ah. Am I? Of course. You always get spirited whenever it comes to scolding people. Next was a call from his other assistant director, Zhang Zuo. Director Zhang, Happy New Year to you and your family. And the same to you. What are you doing? Are at home making your dinner meal? Of course not, I'm at the office clocking overtime today. Oh? Didn't I give everyone a break? And it's January 1st today too, so there shouldn't be any overtime. It's because there isn't enough manpower for the Spring Festival Gala, so a lot of departments sent their people over to help out. It was actually old Ha who was supposed to go, but I saw that she was a little tired lately, so I volunteered in her stead. There's still over a month to go, but the rehearsals for the Spring Festival Gala has already started. There's so many things going on around, so it's kinda busy here. Who's the director this year? The director is Zhao Hu, same as last year. What about Central TV Department 1's Zhu Yiping? Didn't they say that he had a high chance of becoming the director for this year's gala? He's still the assistant director, but his is a hopeless case now. Don't you know yet? Rise to the Dance's recent viewership ratings have dropped below 1%. The show's popularity keeps falling, and it's proven that even if Central TV tries to push him up, he still doesn't have your ability. Oh yeah, Chen Yi is still the Spring Festival Gala host this year. The host positions have now maintained status quo for the past 3 gala events already and still have not been refreshed. But there's been a change to the director for the language performances segment. I guess they're looking to make some changes to the show's presentation, since I've heard the new director was asking around to see if he could invite you and teacher Yao Jiankai to perform the crosstalk. But his suggestion was immediately shot down by someone in the management when he suggested that. The rumors are that if it were only Yao Jiankai, it would be fine, but anything that was broadcast live must not have you in it. Humphrey, no wonder the Spring Festival Gala is getting worse and worse by the year. If they continue on this way, there won't be any viewers left at all. Listening to Zhang Zuo ramble on for the longest time, Zhang Yi finally got a much better understanding about the situation concerning this year's Central TV Spring Festival Gala. Actually, he already knew that he had no chance of appearing on this year's Spring Festival Gala. Since he had taken Central TV to court and fell out with Central TV Department 1, what chances would he still have? He was long since prepared for this, so he did not concern himself much with the ongoings for the event. Now that he heard the update from Zhang Zuo, it seemed like this year's Spring Festival Gala would be rather vibrant too. After hanging up, Zhang Yi also made a few calls himself. He gave a call to Hoof. He gave a call to Yan Tanfai. He also made some calls to his old bosses to offer them his New Year greetings. Later in the afternoon, his relatives started arriving. Zhang Yi went out to welcome them. Yo, first uncle, first aunt, second uncle, third aunt. His first uncle laughed and said, "Little Yi, whoa, you became even more handsome." Zhang Yi said with a laugh, "Not bad, right? Brother." His 3 sisters rushed into the house all together. They had all rented a car together and were helping their grandma and grandpa over. Zhang Yi waved at them. "Everyone has arrived?" Then he quickly went forward to greet his grandparents. Grandma, grandpa. Their family's youngest generation only had one boy, and now that he had grown up to become such a superstar, Zhang Yi's maternal grandma was very happy to see him. Little Yi, come quickly and let grandma have a look at you." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Look all you like, grandma." His grandma held on to Zhang Yi and did not let him go as she kept talking to him. His mother said, "We already said that we would go over to your place instead since it's so inconvenient for you two to come so far. Isn't it troublesome?" His grandpa chuckled and replied, "That wouldn't do. Who doesn't know that there's a celebrity in our family now? All of our neighbors and the children there know who little Yi is and would definitely come over to our place to have a look if they knew he was there. If that happened, could we still eat in peace? It's better to come here instead. His third sister was already asking for someone the moment she got here. Where's Chenchen? Where's Chenchen? Zhang Yi pointed to the bedroom. She's in there playing games. His third sister called out excitedly, Chenchen, Auntie is here. Come out quickly and greet everyone. She was even referring to herself as Auntie now, but it wasn't actually wrong since she and Zhang Yi were in the same generation of the family. Her. Before the door was even open, Chenchen's humorless laughter could already be heard. His third sister pulled his second sister with her and ran into the bedroom to play with Chenchen. At times, a sudden loud chatter could be heard coming from inside there. The eldest sister was considerably more mature among the young ones, so she came over to Zhang Yi and said with a laugh, Brother, I saw that you've been scolding people again on the internet for the past few days. Zhang Yi snickered. Did you back your bro up then? The eldest sister smiled and replied, Of course. I joined in and scolded them too. You're a good one. Zhang Yi declared, satisfied. His first aunt laughed and said, Other than scolding people, Dandan has not learned anything from you. Of course she has to learn that. Zhang Yi said unashamedly. As people, we always have to ensure that we have a skill or two. It's good that she's learned that, otherwise she might get bullied when she enters society. His mother seethed, Alright, you. Don't go around teaching them the wrong things. His grandma glanced at her daughter and remarked, What do you mean by teaching them the wrong things? If my grandson says that it's good, then it's good. His mother. Everyone laughed. During lunch, everyone started to chat about the upcoming Spring Festival Gala. His second uncle asked, Little Yi, are you taking part in this year's Spring Festival Gala? Zhang Yi chuckled, Of course not. The host positions have long since been decided on and the program plans have also been finalized. I won't be involved, and neither would they possibly invite me to attend it. His third aunt asked, How about the other stations? Other stations? Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback. I don't know about that. His third aunt said, You're too controversial and have sued Central TV before, and coupled with the strict criteria that they have in their organization, you definitely won't be able to appear on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. But what about the other television stations' Spring Festival Galas? Based on your popularity, you're definitely qualified enough to appear on them. Some of the more popular television networks these days also have very good viewership ratings for their Spring Festival Galas. They're at least twice as watched as your A Bite of China, since no television shows should ever be able to outdo a Spring Festival Gala's viewership rating. Zhang Yi said, A provincial station's Spring Festival Gala viewership rating might be high, but they do not necessarily want to invite me to appear on it. You say that my popularity is good and that I have the achievements to back me up, but my reputation is awful. These days, the provincial stations all broadcast their Spring Festival Gala live, so even though it may seem that they are very active in the scene, none of them would actually risk inviting me to appear on the show. Moreover, I'm still a staff member of Central TV. Just as he was talking about this, a call suddenly came in. It was from Dong Shanshan. Have you eaten? Zhang Yi stood up and walked toward his bedroom. Yes, I'm having lunch at the moment. I want to ask you something. Dong Shanshan said with a laugh, Do you have any conflicts during the Spring Festival? Zhang Yi was a little stunned. Spring Festival? I'm on leave during that time. Dong Shanshan snapped her fingers at that. It's good as long as you have nothing scheduled. Is your contract with Central TV a hosting and program-based contract? You can't work for other television stations in the capacity of a host and program director or planner, but that doesn't mean that you can't appear in your other capacities, like as a crosstalk actor. Zhang Yi said surprised, What are you planning? Dong Shanshan laughed and said, Beijing Television has just decided that they wanted to invite you and teacher Yao Jiankai to join us for this year's Beijing Television Spring Festival Gala. They got me to check with you and see what you think about it, but mainly wanted to know about your specific contract terms with Central TV to see if they could find a loophole. So then, are you interested? Zhang Yi blinked. Who decided on this? Someone from management. Are you sure? Are you serious about letting me appear on a live broadcast? Of course we're sure. The station head has already given her approval. Beijing Television's station head? That friendly-looking old lady? 851 A Class Reunion Chapter 851, A Class Reunion on the morning of January 2nd. Media College's Class Reunion. Location, suburbs of Beijing, Yizhuang. This was Dong Shanshan's new place, a small two-story terraced villa. Located near a park, the surroundings here was very quiet and secluded. There were few people seen around here in the neighborhood. Zhang Yi pressed the doorbell. The door opened, revealing Dong Shanshan's incredibly beautiful face. When Zhang Yi saw the way she dressed, he remarked, "You're still wearing a skirt in the middle of winter." Dong Shanshan, who was dressed rather sexily, just smiled and said, "It's been a long time since we've had a class reunion, so I must make an effort to dress well. Come on in, it's warmer inside." Zhang Yi asked, "How many of them have arrived?" "We're just short of you." Dong Shanshan said, "The others are already here." Upon passing through the doorway, he came into the living room. Although the area could not be compared with those luxurious villas, it wasn't bad either. The floor space of this villa was not big, but at least it had all the basic facilities that a villa should have. At the front was a small garden that was very eye-catching and would definitely look more attractive when the flowers and plants bloomed in spring. After walking in through the front door, a few figures appeared in front of him. They were watching television at the moment. Wang He smiled and stood up. "Yo, look who's here." Zhang Yi smiled and returned, "Who do you think is here?" Beside Wang He, Ma Xufei laughed and slapped the sofa's arm, then came forward in welcome. "Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi saw him and said happily, "Old Ma, you're here too? I've always been in Beijing since our graduation, so why wouldn't I be here?" Ma Xufei went over and gave Zhang Yi a bear hug and then said, "We haven't seen each other in 2 years already." Zhang Yi asked, "So you've been in Beijing all this while? I thought you'd return to your hometown. Why didn't you keep in touch?" Ma Xufei laughed and said, "You are getting so popular now, so who'd try to contact you? Don't wander off topic. Are you blaming me indirectly?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Dong Shanshan pointed at Ma Xufei and said, "I only managed to contact old Ma a few days ago. He's really difficult to find as his number has changed several times already." Ma Xufei laughed heartily at that. "I was busy with work, really busy with work." At this moment, another person walked over and lightly punched Zhang Yi's chest. Then he said, "Zanger, you're really popular now. I see your face on the news so much that I've gotten sick of it." Zhang Yi chuckled, "Old he." Hikua said, "Great, you still know me?" Zhang Yi quipped, "If you still didn't show your face, I'd really have forgotten about you. You're the one who hasn't shown his face in forever." Hikua laughed and added, "During the year we graduated, Shanshan, the others, and I all organized a party. We were unable to contact you. And you were the only person who did not join us." Zhang Yi also lightly punched Hikua's chest and commented, "You still look so fit." Hikua replied, "Well, I've been training every day." From across the room, Yuyinai came up to him. She gently tucked her hair behind her ears and asked in a sweet voice, "Zhang Yi, do you know who am I? Can you still remember my name?" Zhang Yi glanced at her with a smile and said, "I can't even write your name out backwards, classmate Yuyinai." Yuyinai blinked. "Not bad, you really still remember my name." Zhang Yi said, "Our class only had so many people. Do you think I have Alzheimer's? Also, how can I possibly forget a beautiful girl's name? Even if it's after 20 years, I will still remember your name, much less just 2 years." Yuyinai said in satisfaction, "You really know how to spin things." "Have to." Zhang Yi smiled. Everyone sat together on the couch in the living room. Dong Shanshan announced, "Everyone is here today, but it's just the 6 of us, so we can just consider it a mini-class reunion. I've tried to contact all the others, but some of them were uncontactable, while most of the others are not in Beijing anymore and therefore could not make it. We will organize another large reunion some other day. As for today's reunion, it's nothing much except for us to catch up on our friendship together, while also having a housewarming for my new home." Ma Xufei clapped and complimented, "Congratulations, school belle. Best wishes for your new home. We must celebrate this for sure." Hikua smiled and said, "Besides, I think we should organize such activities more often since we have a place to hold our reunions now." Dong Shanshan agreed without hesitation. "Sure, just came to my house whenever we have a reunion." Zhang Yi looked around and said, "The house looks quite nice. When did you buy it?" "I bought it a few days ago and moved in immediately." "It's a resale," Dong Shanshan answered. Zhang Yi smirked. "Weren't you asking me to help you look for a house? I've been waiting for your call about it, but I didn't know you already bought it. What a friend you are, classmate Shanshan." Dong Shanshan's mouth twitched and she laughed. Then she looked at him and said, "Oh come on, have you even had a moment's free time in these past few days? You've been arguing with people on the internet every day for how many days now? When I saw the way things were going, I thought I should just forget it and look for a house by myself." "Zhang Yi." Yuyinai laughed loudly. Zhang Yi is still that temperamental guy from before. Dong Shanshan shook her head and said, "His temper is etched into his bones. I don't think he can ever change that in his entire lifetime. Stop ridiculing me. I still haven't asked you how much this house costs." Zhang Yi quickly changed the subject. Hikui guessed, it looks like it's at least 10 million? Less than that. Dong Shanshan replied, it's cheaper out here in the suburbs and it only costs several million. Hikui tutted, that's still very expensive. Dong Shanshan smiled and explained, I got a loan since I could only afford the down payment. Zhang Yi said enviously, you sure are rich. Yu Yinai glanced at Zhang Yi and said, as a B-list superstar, you can still say that Shanshan is rich? Aren't you embarrassed? I really don't earn as much money as her, Zhang Yi denied, waving his hands as he admitted honestly. Mog Zufai said in disbelief, who are you trying to bluff? Among all of us, you are supposed to be the richest. Dong Shanshan said, I think Zhang Yi is not lying, but it's not that he's poor, it's just that he doesn't have any intentions to make money. From the time since he debuted until now, he has never accepted any commercial events and he's the only such person in the entertainment industry. His income mainly comes from his endorsement fees, and the fixed salary and bonuses as a host. It would be a wonder if he were rich, but me? My contract with Beijing Television is more flexible since I can accept a commercial event every other day. With each event, I can earn about 100 to 200,000 RMB. That's how I managed to pay off the down payment. Hikui said, wasn't Zhang Yi like this in university too? The way he thinks and does things are always very different from others. When he said, anyway, both of you are really popular now. How much viewership did A Bite of China get? The viewership rating for the latest episode is not out yet, Zhang Yi responded. Yu Yinai said, we were watching it just now. It's a really good show. A Bite of China was currently playing on the television in the living room. It was the rerun of the latest episode. Zhang Yi's deep and magnetic voice was emitting from the TV. Hikui said, I feel hungry just from watching this. What are we having for lunch? Dong Shanshan pointed to the kitchen and said, I've already bought the ingredients, so why don't we all whip something up ourselves? Yu Yinai suggested, sure, I'll be the main chef then. Okay, we'll help you out. As long as you guys don't cause trouble. Damn, are you looking down on us? Among us, I think only old Ma and I know how to cook. As for the rest, it's still a question mark right now. Everyone was very excited and could not stop talking since the long-awaited class reunion had begun. Actually, while they were still at university, even though they met and attended classes together every day, they did not talk as much as they were talking now. Instead, it was after graduation that their relationship became much closer. It was bustling in the kitchen. Yu Yinai seemingly took it all on and chased the others out of the kitchen. With some free time, Dong Shanshan called Zhang Yi over to the side and said, where's the contract? It's here. Zhang Yi took out the contract from his bag and handed it to her. Dong Shanshan sat down and started flipping through the pages one by one. This was the contract signed by Zhang Yi with Central TV back then. As the contractual terms were quite complicated, she had to carefully look through it bit by bit. About 20 minutes later, Dong Shanshan flicked her finger on the contract in satisfaction and said, all right, I've understood it quite clearly. The contractual terms are more or less the same as what our station thinks. Your contract is more flexible and it definitely won't be a problem for you to appear on Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Yi grinned. Great. Dong Shanshan stated, it looks like we finally have a chance to perform together on the same stage for once. Huh? Zhang Yi asked, you're the host? Dong Shanshan nodded and said, the station informed me about it 2 months ago. They reserved a host spot for me in this year's Spring Festival Gala, so it's considered a very good opportunity. Zhang Yi exclaimed, the station seems to be rather supportive of you. You're doing really well then. Dong Shanshan gave him a haughty, teasing look and replied, if your temper were better and you didn't offend so many people, you could also do whatever you wanted in any television station. Who wouldn't support you then? Zhang Yi threw up hands in resignation and said, that's the problem. This has always been my character. Suddenly, Dong Shanshan recalled something and was tickled by it. Actually, that temperament of yours is also quite a good thing. A few days ago, I attended a commercial event for a big company's anniversary celebrations. After that, there were some issues with the agreed payment and they insisted on paying main 500,000 yuan less. Everyone ended up being unhappy after arguing over the matter for a long time. Later on, I don't know where they got the news that you were my classmate from university, but by the next day, they immediately paid up the rest of the money. From this, you should know just how bad your reputation is in the industry. There aren't many who could stay calm upon mention of your name. At this moment, the rest of their classmates who came over heard this as well and started teasing Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's name is this useful? Ha 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 ha. Alrighty then, I'll make good use your name someday. Right, the next time I go to a restaurant, I will mention your name and maybe I'll get a discount. Zhang Yi said, if you don't mention my name, you would be charged 500 yuan, but if you do mention my name, you would be charged 1,000 yuan. Dong Shanshan was amused by that. Why do you have so little confidence in yourself? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. How can I still have any confidence when you're all talking about me this way? Alright, hurry up and deal with the proper matters first. Dong Shanshan said, go and confirm with Teacher Yao the proposal. After both of your schedules are confirmed, I will inform the station. Okay. Zhang Yi walked away from the others and gave Yao Jiankai a call. The call connected. Old Yao, where are you? I'm at home, what's the matter? Are we going to have a drink together? Maybe some other day, let's discuss the serious matters first. Are you free this spring festival? We've already wrapped up filming for the previous movie, so I'm free during Spring Festival. That's good then. Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala has sent us an invitation, do you want to go? What act will we perform? It's definitely going to be a crosstalk performance. I'll go if you're going. It's been some time since we have worked together. Alright, so it's settled then? It's no problem for me. It's a good thing to appear on a Spring Festival Gala. And besides, Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala has one of the better viewership ratings among the provincial channels, so why wouldn't I go, right? As long as you have a good piece to perform, I'll definitely do it. You don't have to worry about the performance, I'll handle that. It's settled then. To a celebrity like Yao Jiankai, there was no chance at all for him to appear on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala because he was not popular enough. Old Yao's current popularity was more or less at the level of Dong Shanshan's, but he would surely be overtaken by Dong Shanshan soon. As for the other provincial channels' Spring Festival Galas, they also celebrated it in very grand ways every year. Those celebrities who did well on those Spring Festival Galas could sometimes even attract a similar level of attention to those cast on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. But Yao Jiankai's key problem was that his main profession was actor, not idol. In addition, he was also quite old and there were hardly any acts he could perform for the gala, so how would he get cast on a Spring Festival Gala? By displaying his acting skills on stage? No one would watch that. Then how about singing? He couldn't sing either. Therefore, there wasn't an invitation for Yao Jiankai to appear in any of the Spring Festival Galas. It was the same for Zhang Yi. Singing? His singing was not good, but what about his main profession as host? He was still mainly a variety show host and not the type of host who could do hosting for a Spring Festival Gala. Even if he hadn't fell out with Central TV, they were also unlikely to get him to be the host of the Spring Festival Gala, much less get him to do a personal performance. What could he perform? A poem recitation? However, with Yao Jiankai and Zhang Yi grouped together, the situation has become entirely different. The crosstalk of this young and old pairing was just too famous. 852 Too Much to Drink. Chapter 852, Too Much to Drink. In the afternoon, lunch was ready and the few of them were already starting to drink. Yinai's culinary skill is rather good. I'm just average. Come and have a taste. Come, I suggest we toast first. Right, it's rare for us classmates to gather together, so we must definitely finish this first toast. There mustn't be a drop left. You guys drink the white wine, while we girls will have the red. Okay, cheers. Cheers. Let's have parties more often in the future. I really miss all of you a lot. After a bite of the food, Mogzufai lamented, back then, our class were full of talent. In the entire school, we had people who were able to do all sorts of things. Hiku had already entered the student council by the second year, while Yu Yinai's talent stood out since freshman year. She was able to come up against anyone and surely had a performance lined up for her during the school's New Year Gala. Then, there were also Wang He and Dong Shanshan, both top-of-the-class straight-A students who always either got first or second every year in school. They had already been shortlisted by television stations before they went on to finish their final year of school. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was already a legendary figure in the school itself. He would always maintain a low profile and didn't mix much with others, but at crunch time, he was someone who would challenge the teachers' decisions. He was constantly criticized by the school authorities and had only managed to stumble towards graduation in the end. That Zhang Yi could successfully graduate with his certificate was in my opinion a real miracle. Zhang Yi didn't like what he heard. Was I as bad as how you described me? It can only be worse, not better, Mogzufai replied with a laugh. Hiku also said, I wouldn't have believed it if you told me that after our graduation, Zhang Yi would be the one who is doing the best among us. I thought that this guy would even find it hard to secure a job. Zhang Yi didn't know how to react. It was indeed difficult to find a job back then. Mogzufai commented, but you've still made it somehow. When he observed, of the students from our class, I suppose it's Zhang Yi who has gone the furthest in his career? Yu Yinai said, Rather than just talking about our class, even if we include the 3 classes before us at Media College, it's still just Zhang Yi alone who has gone that far. He's even gone back to our alma mater and gotten appointed as an associate professor there. Zhang Yi shook his head. I'm just walking ahead of everyone by a little. It'll be harder to go further in the future. If there are no significant changes, I believe I'll have reached my potential as a top B-list celebrity. With my looks, how can I ever match you guys? I'm too limited by that. Hyuga remarked, being the top of the B-list celebrities is already a very high position. Dong Shanshan asked, I've only really been in contact with Zhang Yi for the past 2 years, so what have the rest of you been up to? Yu Yinai suddenly giggled and blinked a few times. Then she glanced at Zhang Yi and said, well, I'll likely become Zhang Yi's colleague in a few more days. Ah. Zhang Yi was a little surprised. Dong Shanshan smiled and inquired, you're joining Central TV? Everyone looked at Yu Yinai. Yu Yinai smiled and answered, yes. I've been working at an online video hosting site and doing commentary work for sports. I cover mainly basketball, both the NBA and CBA, while I also did some coverage on soccer a few times. I think I can be considered to have a little fame within the industry and have also gained quite a lot of experience, so I contacted someone over at the Central TV Sports channel and was given an interview chance last month, which I did quite well at. When my contract with the online video hosting site ends next week, I'll be reporting to Central TV Department 1 for my new job, so you guys must tune into Central TV Department 5 more often in the future. I might just be doing the coverage at that time. Zhang Yi congratulated, that's great. Mog Zifai also quickly offered his congratulations. That's a good thing. The sports channel is a good place, Wang He also said with a smile. Yu Yinai shrugged and said with a smile, this job of mine has its pros and cons. The pros are that the competition is not so fierce since I'm a female commentator. In the field of sports commentary, there are too many women around. You can count them on your fingers and you would find only a few in the entire country who are considerably more well known. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for me to find this job as almost every place would want me if I applied. But the cons are equally as much as the pros too. A woman in the sports commentary field has limitations since I am not a professional athlete, so it takes more work for me to learn and research the professional terms used. You guys wouldn't be able to guess how many matches I watch every day. I can't get the names of any of the players and coaches wrong, including the rules as well. If I were to say something wrong, there would be netizens criticizing me the very next day saying things like, see, I told you that a female commentator wouldn't do. They don't understand sports at all. So there's a lot of pressure on me. Just like how Zhang Yi mentioned just now, it's very difficult for me to advance any further even if I want to. When he looked at her. Why did you choose to go into this profession? I guess it's cause I like it. Yu Yinai threw up her hands. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, Yinai has always liked watching ball games since university. She's always watching the overnight games and drinking beer with the boys, so to have chosen a sports commentary job is in my opinion not strange at all. Yu Yinai said happily, I would have liked to be doing television hosting like you guys too, but the competition there is really too intense and I'm also not as beautiful as Shanshan, so I thought I'd just forget it. Saying that, she raised her glass and said to Zhang Yi, come, I will separately give a toast to Zanger. Since we'll be working in the same organization soon, let's keep in touch often. Sure. Zhang Yi clinked glasses with her and drank up. Dong Shanshan sarcastically remarked, Yinai, I suggest you steer clear of him at work. Almost no one at Central TV has not been offended by Zhang Yi before. Be careful if you get dragged in by him as well. Yu Yinai also quipped, oh yes, then I better pretend to not know him. Zhang Yi. Everyone was laughing along at that. The lunch party lasted until past 4 in the afternoon, so they just continued on with dinner after that. As there wasn't enough food, Yu Yinai and Dong Shanshan went about to cook a few more dishes. They were finally done making dinner too. When he had a little much to drink and was speaking with a slur. Les avemu. We won't go home till we're drunk. Yes, if everyone gets drunk, just stay over at my place tonight. Dong Shanshan had also had quite a lot of red wine and her face was extremely flushed. I have a lot of rooms at my place here anyway, so feel free to stay over. Those who drove here won't have to drive back home then. Yu Yinai suggested, why don't we go sing karaoke? Zhang Yi agreed without hesitation. I'm fine with anything. Dong Shanshan snapped her fingers. We can sing at my place. My TV has a karaoke function included. Hiku and Mog Zifai shouted, sing. Zhang Yi volunteered himself. I'll take the first song. They drank more alcohol as they sang, this time downing beer instead. At 9 p.m. Everyone at the villa was moving around unsteadily from drinking too much. Wang He had gotten drunk early on and had gone to the bathroom to throw up. Hikui was a little better as he went to pat Wang He on the back as he threw up. But witnessing what Wang He had thrown up grossed him out, and Hikui couldn't control himself as he also threw up after Wang He was done. Mogzify was still on the mic, though it was better to describe him as howling rather than singing. Zhang Yi could no longer stand properly. "I'm tired from the singing," Dong Shanshan said with a breath laden with the smell of alcohol. "All of you stay over tonight." "Sure. Even if you want us to leave, we won't be able to leave," Yuyinia replied in a drunken state with many bottles of beer in front of her. She probably had more to drink than any of the men today. Dong Shanshan divvied up the rooms by saying, "We'll all stay in the rooms upstairs." "Where's Hiku and Wang He?" Yuyinia answered, "In the bathroom throwing up." "They'll both share a room." Dong Shanshan said, "Zhang Yi and Mogzify will share another room. Yuyinia, you sleep together with me. My bed is bigger so we can sleep on it even if we lie down horizontally." Mogzify said, "Let's sing a little while longer." Yuyinia grabbed a microphone and said, "All right, I'll sing with you." Zhang Yi couldn't hold it any longer and hiccuped from drinking too much. He clutched Dong Shanshan and said, "I can't drink any further. I have to sleep now. Is there anywhere I can bathe? I need a bath." "Is upstairs," Dong Shanshan slurred. "It's in the bath room upstairs. There isn't one in the one downstairs." "All right. You guys keep going." Zhang Yi stumbled upstairs. Dong Shanshan told him from behind, "Rest early after you shower. We still have to go to Beijing Television for the Spring Festival Gala dress rehearsal tomorrow." "It's tomorrow?" "Yes." "Okay, I understand." Upstairs. In the bathroom. Zhang Yi had just taken off his clothes when Yao Jiankai called. "The dress rehearsal's tomorrow?" Yao Jiankai proposed. "Then why don't we do some short practice?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, "Ah. Now?" Yao Jiankai said, "Are we going to wait till the last minute then?" Zhang Yi said, "I haven't even prepared what to say yet. I drank a little too much today." "That's good timing. Alcohol will give you inspiration." Yao Jiankai laughed. "We still have to come up with a routine by tomorrow no matter what anyway, or else we would seem too unprofessional if we were to go for the rehearsal without any preparation, wouldn't we?" Zhang Yi said helplessly, "All right then, let me think for a bit." After talking for more than 10 minutes, they hadn't actually come up with anything at all. Zhang Yi was feeling too dizzy at the moment and sometimes didn't even know what he was talking about. After hanging up, Zhang Yi stepped into the bathtub and soaked in it. He applied some body wash and closed his eyes, feeling extremely relaxed. Outside, Mogzify's singing had stopped. Zhang Yi stood up unsteadily from the bathtub and washed himself clean before drying his hair and body. Then he put on his underwear and stepped out of the bathroom. It was all dark, but he only roughly remembered that he had left the lights on before he went in to bathe, so he didn't care much about this. His eyes were already closing and even the moonlight shining through the windows was spinning around. He slowly made his way to the bed and then flipped open the blanket and snuggled right into bed. The bed was very soft. The blanket was also very warm. Was this a battery-operated electric mattress? When Zhang Yi's head hit the pillow, he fell almost immediately asleep. After a while, he felt as though the bed was really crowded, like there was something on both sides of him. He turned around and put his hand over to the left side and smelled a light fragrance with his nose. It was like somebody was there. A shoulder jerked and moved around a little. "Cut it out." Hearing that, Zhang Yi impatiently turned and faced the other way. He placed his legs in a position that he found to be most comfortable and laid down. But there was yet another hint of fragrance that he could smell, a fragrance that was quite different from the left side. The smell of alcohol was heavily mixed into this light scent. Then he also a voice over on this side. "Don't push me. I can't drink any more. I said I can't drink any more, go find someone else to drink with you." This voice kept murmuring over and over again without stopping. In the end, the sound kept buzzing in Zhang Yi's ears and it irritated him so much that he turned around again, annoyed, preferring to face the left side and sleep instead. 853 What a mess. Chapter 853, What a mess. The next morning. Daylight broke. No one knew what time it was. A cell phone had been ringing noisily somewhere, either on a bed or table, for some amount of time. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, a sleepy female voice started mumbling. "Whose phone is that?" Shanshan, Shanshan. "Your cell phone is ringing." On the other side of the bed, another female voice replied sleepily, "That's not my cell phone's ringtone. It should be yours."